No, 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 no. Ooh, no, 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 no. Ooh, no, 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 no.
Things are nice in the afterlife. Everything looks so clear and bright. We all become ghosts after we die. Every ghost is the same color white. Everyone of me is so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is the fucking greatest. So I was expecting some redneck shit. I thought all whites were supremacists. But all I see is white excellence. You should never feel white guilt for it. Everyone I meet is so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is a fucking great. Ow! She didn't love me. No more fights. All I can hear the afterlife. But if I ever get sent back, I pray I don't come back black.
Oh, shit!
We are all sisters and brothers, but ghosts only come in one color. Now that I'm white, I have to admit, being white is the fucking shit. Everyone I be is so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is the fucking greatest. Everyone I meet is so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is the fucking greatest. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah.
Girl, let me hit that coochie chakra, coochie chakra, coochie chakra. Oh, girl, let me hit that coochie chakra, coochie chakra, coochie chakra.
That I can't say. There's stupid rules of fucking game. I'm listening to my favorite rap song, and I just want to sing along, nigga. I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. Gonna make you understand. Gonna say nigga today. Gonna say nigga tonight. Gonna say nigga today. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, when I'm home by myself and I'm rocking in my car, always say nigga, well hard on. I don't care if you get your feelings hurt. Your reaction to the word is worse. I'm just trying to celebrate black art. Now please stay today. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, when I'm all by myself and I'm rocking in my car, always say, nigga, well, hard on. Gonna say, Nick, gonna say, Nick. Gonna say, Nick, gonna say, Nick. I sing the N-word every time I hear it. Don't blame me, I didn't write the lyrics. I'm not a hater, I just love rap songs. Please just let me sing along, nigga. I just wanna tell you how I'm feeling. Gonna make you understand. Gonna say nigga today. Gonna say nigga tonight. Gonna say nigga today. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, when I'm all by myself and I'm rocking in my car, always say nigga. Well, hard on. Gonna say nigga today. Gonna say nigga tonight. Gonna say nigga today. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, when I'm all by myself and I'm rocking in my car, always say nigga. Well, hard on. Gonna say nigga today. Gonna say nigga tonight. Gonna say nigga today. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, when I'm all by myself and I'm rocking in my car, always say nigga. Well, hard on.
They tell me there's words that I can't say. All their stupid rules are fucking gay. They want me to think the N-word is wrong, but I'm not gonna play along. Nigga, I feel like saying nigga today. Oh yeah, I feel like saying nigga tonight. Alright, when I'm with my son sitting in the park, I say nigga with a heart. Oh fuck yeah. I don't care if you get your feelings hurt. Your reaction to the word is worse. I'm just trying to watch my son play tag. Now please step away from my bag, nigga. I feel like saying nigga today. Oh yeah. I feel like saying nigga tonight. Alright. But when I'm with my son sitting in the park, I say nigga with a heart. Oh fuck yeah.
It's showtime. It's showtime. It's showtime. Come on, my niggas. Come on, my niggas. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. It's showtime. Hello, everyone. Hello. It is showtime. And I love my cult. I love my cult. And as some of you know already, we're starting a campaign to adopt a homeless bum. This is a true thing. This is a true story. We're trying to adopt a homeless bum. I don't know if it will be Tommy Tears, Tommy Tattletale, T-Jack Tommy, Tommy, Illumitard, or Jack Talcott, or perhaps Creepy Keith, the rebellious meth puppet, or it might be Ian from We Are Awake TV. There's a lot of them on YouTube that are homeless bums. JG from the Panelverse is another one. There's quite a few of them on YouTube that either run channels or they're regulars on these Demonverse panel channels. We're starting a campaign here to adopt a homeless bum. There's a lot of homeless bums on YouTube that are part of this shit. There's a lot of homeless bums. So this is a different adoption program. This is not adopting children. It's adopting homeless bum adults that are living out of their vehicles and pissing in jugs in their back seat. Their kitchen and living room and bathroom and bedroom is all the back seat of their vehicle. It's all one area. It's one small. I'm sorry. It's all one thing. It's gross. Oh, Creep Alley's another one. I forgot some of the females that are homeless. Creep Alley lives in a barn in Illinois. Creep Alley Taylor. Creep Alley Cockroach. Creepy Creep Alley Taylor lives in a barn. Stinky Bum lives in a barn in Illinois. She says. She's put that out there publicly. She lives in a fucking barn. Yeah, exactly. The black woman knows. It's fucking shocking and disgraceful. Absolutely. There's a lot of homeless bums on YouTube. There's a lot of them. A lot of homeless bums. But this is a different thing, Carmen. We're not taking them into our homes. We're going to adopt them and float them on doors to another country. We're going to float them away to Cuba or Haiti. We'll point them in that direction off the coast of Florida and say, good luck, bye. That's the solution. Float them away on doors. Float them away. That's what we're going to do. We're going to help the country. We're going to help America and help Canada by floating these stinky bums away and getting rid of them. I don't want them around. Does anyone here want these stinky bums, these homeless bums that that are just gross, and they are sick, and they're violent, and they're jealous and envious, and they're liars, and they're miserable, creepy creatures. I don't want them around me at all. I don't want to deal with these. Ah, fuck, the phone's ringing. Is that the phone? Hold on, everybody. I didn't know somebody was going to be calling. Hello? What's up? Who is this? It says unknown caller. You blocked your number. Be a man. Come on the screen, fucker. Come on the screen. What do you have to say for yourself? Well, Steven, I know it sounds like I'm jealous of you, and I'm a narcissist, and you like to make fun of me and being fat and a ginger, and calling me a clown, and calling into my show, Steven. But I'm just sick and tired of all the fat jokes and all the ginger jokes about me and my trailer. I'm just so sick of you trying to make me look like a clown, saying I'm too fat to fit in my fucking trailer, and that I'm just a broke-ass, narcissistic, Laporta potty pig. I'm tired of it, Steven. Look at him. Just look at him. Look at this big, fat, gingy clown. The trailer behind him. He thinks he's a pimp. Look at this thing. He's got a dunce hat on. Looks like he's wearing a circus tent, for fuck's sake. Get the fuck out of here, Paulie. Goodbye. You're trash. You're trash. You're trash. Cockroach. He's just a big, oversized clown. And I was thinking earlier how there's a lot of people in this realm that are clowns, that want to stay in the cage. They want to stay slaves. I can show them where they are and they don't want out. I can open the door. Some of them come to my channel and then they run back into the cage because they're slaves. They're afraid to face the real truth of what this realm is and where they are. They're clowns. They're creepy, cowardly little clowns. Creepy, cowardly clowns. The triple C. And C is 3. So that's 333. 333. Creepy, cowardly clowns. The triple C. You got it? I hope you remember that one. I just came up with it now. Creepy, cowardly clowns. And then you can add one more as a bonus. In cages. They want to stay in their cages. They want to remain slaves. They want to stay as slaves, if you can imagine. Now, why would you want to do that? Why would you want to come to a channel like mine and not choose freedom and run back into a little cage and say, oh, he calls this a hell realm. He calls it this. And they're all up in their feelings. The evidence is on my side. I speak the truth. I have mountains of evidence. I have Mount Everest and the Swiss Alps and the Himalayas and the Rocky Mountains from Canada all the way into America. The truth is on my side. The truth is on my side. Do you understand? The truth is on my side. The evidence is all on my side. The deniers don't have any counter evidence to prove me wrong. This is a hell realm, and I've shown it by the design. Observable evidence, observable truth that anyone can look at if you pay attention and you use your mind and you don't go all up in your feelings and say, that sounds negative. That sounds fearful. Fucking cowards. I don't like cowards. Cowards are of this realm. They can stay here, belong here. They belong here, right here in this realm. Fuck the cowards of this place. You can stay here. Stay here forever and ever. Because you're deniers of truth. You don't accept the truth. You don't love the truth. You don't seek the truth. You don't care about what's true. You want the lies And I can never trust the lovers of lies. I can't trust the lovers of lies. Neither should you. Some of you do, though. And that's also the truth. Some of you are wrapped up in following and supporting and defending lovers of lies and liars. Stop following the liars. Start facing the truth of this realm. That includes people that are new here.
They know that they wouldn't fit in our culture, right? And there will be like some social class.
We are in Poland to investigate why it's being considered an island inside of Europe. No, it is not surrounded by water, but it is surrounded by many countries with open borders, making this one of the only European countries that is free of illegals. And you guys have been telling me that it is one of the cleanest and safest countries in Europe, and that I can agree with you so far. So in this
And it's in Eastern Europe. Poland is not part of the West, but it's European. But they made the right choices. I'm going to say that again. The Polish people in Poland made the right choices. They put pressure on their government, not leaders, the government. Those are not our leaders, whether it's in Poland or especially in Canada, United States, and Great Britain. They don't lead. They're not leaders. They're deceivers. They're traitors. But in Poland, they put tremendous pressure on the government to say, no, we don't want open borders. No, we don't want our country trashed and ruined. No, we don't want our boys, girls, women, children, men to have to fear for their lives out walking at night. We want a safe, clean country. We want to enjoy ourselves without demons attacking us, coming here that hate us, here to harm us. We don't want that. We don't want that. So I applaud the Polish people. I applaud the Polish people. And I'm not being sarcastic with this. This is sincere. Polish people, well done. You did it right. And Western countries have been doing it wrong. We should look to Poland and some of these countries and say, this is the model. This is what we should do. Exactly what they've done in Poland. Okay? So as much as stupid people try to make fun of the Polish, they know what they're doing. Look how clean their country is. It's not looking like a trash heap. It's not full of violent, we'll call them migrants, cockroaches.
This video, we are going to have a relaxing time exploring the safest countries in Europe, and that I can telling me that it is one of the cleanest and safest countries in Europe, and that I can agree with you so far. So in this video, we are going to have a relaxing time, explore around, and talk to some of the locals. Make sure you are subscribed. After the videos that I have recorded in France and in the UK, it is really
This is what a country looks like without open borders. Compare it with countries that have open borders. It's night and day. The difference. This is observable. It's obvious. It's easy to see if you're not in love with the lies and the propaganda. It's observably true. It's so much better there. In fact, there's people from Canada that want to move to Poland. People of Polish heritage and people that aren't, that are trying to move to these countries to get away from hellhole multiculturalism, open borders where nobody speaks your fucking language in Canada and it doesn't feel like home. If you go to a big city in Ontario, or you go to Vancouver, you go to Toronto, you go to Montreal, you go to medium-sized cities in Canada, even smaller cities are overrun. There is a difference.
refreshing to see Polish people in Poland. I think it was said that 98% of the population is Polish. I cannot explain how calming and relaxing.
By the way, it's calming and relaxing. You don't have to worry about getting robbed or attacked or mugged at night. She's safe to walk around, even without a camera crew. She could walk around at night and be relatively safe, probably as safe as Canada used to be in the 1970s or 60s, maybe. We're decades behind now. All right? And also, as for the food, have you ever had Polish cookies, desserts? They have some delicious food, delicious desserts, and Polish sausages and stuff like that, obviously. And there's some good food. I would say you wouldn't have trouble getting good food in Poland. Very comparable to what you could get in Germany, for example. The Polish have sauerkraut if you like sauerkraut and sausages and things like that. I'm not saying that's all they have. Obviously, they have way more than just that. I'm just giving a couple examples, all right? So it's not one of these countries where you can't get something good to eat. Clean, safe, and there's a lot of building and renovating and making their cities better. And Polish people, a lot of them are friendly, nice people. It would be a good spot if you wanted to move or visit on a holiday. But if you wanted to leave Great Britain or Canada or United States, I would keep Poland in mind if I were you. I would look into it. And I've known about this for about a decade now, or close to it, that Poland is doing very well, and their economy is getting better as well. And the more you close your borders, the better off you are.
I think it was said that 98% of the population is Polish. I cannot explain how calming and relaxing this environment is. Here I am walking across a really massive bridge, and I kid you not, this entire walk, I haven't seen one piece of trash. It literally looks like they mop and sweep the floor every day. It's actually insane to see such a clean bridge from side to side. There's some bicycle marks. I saw some scooters going by, a cigarette or two, but other than that, it is just spotless. And the cleanliness.
They don't want people trashing their country. They have respect for what they've built. Okay, it's mostly Polish people in Poland. Imagine that. Similar to mostly Japanese in Japan. And then people have more respect because they're the ones that built it. Most people don't want to destroy what they put work into and paid taxes for. But migrants will come and spray graffiti and shit, and the niggas will come and spray graffiti all over everything, which they do when a new pedestrian bridge or new whatever is built in Canada. It's covered in fucking spray paint underneath, just all over the place. That's what they do. They wreck everything. They have to make it look like trash because they don't respect it. They don't view Canada as their country. They'll say they're not Canadian. They'll say, "Oh, I'm not Canadian. I'm from Haiti. I'm African. I'm this. I'm that." They're not Canadian. Do you understand? And it's the same in Great Britain. The darkies don't view themselves as British. Okay? Think about it. They don't care about the country. They don't care about littering. They don't care about graffiti. They don't care about the white people living there, the native population. They don't care about learning the language. They'll rob you. They'll do anything. Okay? So there's a reason why it's so clean. It makes sense. Don't ever shake your heads like lazy zombies. I don't want anybody around me that shakes their heads and says it makes no sense, because it makes perfect sense. Polish people built that country, and they don't want to live in trash. If you brought in migrants, it'd be totally different. It makes perfect sense. And I'm tired of humans shaking their heads in this realm and saying it makes no sense all the time. Cop out over and over and over again. I'm tired of those types. I don't want to be around you if you do that. Because what it's saying is I'm too lazy to look into things and I can't face the truth. I want to shake my head and say nothing makes any sense. Because you're lazy. And you're liars and deniers of truth.
Continues throughout the sidewalks of the city, as I've seen in the taxi. I have this voice in my head that keeps telling me you should not be walking by yourself this late at night. It's almost midnight, and of course bad things can happen anywhere. It is very interesting to note, however, that in Poland there were 590 rapes in 2022, but in Britain that year there was 73,000. I mean,
73,000. That's a drastic difference. By the way, she's not biased. She doesn't carry a bias. She's Hispanic. Yeah, she's not Polish. So she's not hyping up Poland because, oh, she's Polish. She's a No, she's not a Polish girl. She's not a Polish woman. She's Hispanic. But she's telling the truth, which is very rare and unusual these days to see anywhere, including on YouTube. It's not just the mainstream media. There's liars all over the place. So I like this girl's channel. And I call her a girl because I don't know if she's 20 or she just seems very young to me. All right. It's not disrespectful to treat the young like they're younger and be protective of them. It's the way things used to be. It's more traditional. It's more old fashioned. And when things were better. Okay. Some people don't like that. They get upset over everything because you want everything modern. You know, almost everything modern is shit. It's all going to shit. Some of you haven't realized that yet. You got work to do. Open your eyes. If I have to get the jaws of life that firemen use and pry your eyes open, start opening your eyes. Tired of people watching my channel and they don't pay attention and learn something. There's stuff every day here that you can learn. Every day. This isn't just empty entertainment. Wake up.
It is very interesting to note, however, that in Poland there were 590 rapes in 2022, but in Britain that year there was 73,000. I mean, that is a drastic difference. They had a protest where over 500,000 Polish people showed up to put an end to these mass takeovers. However, I did recently read an article that some of the cities on the border here in Poland are beginning to look like those cities in Paris and London that have been taken over by migrants. And this is because countries like Germany and Belarus keep sending refugees here, and the Polish people are not having it. They actually have their own civilians patrolling the streets, and just a couple days ago police actually shot at some migrants trying to cross the border. How much longer can Poland last? I'm trying to get to the music. How do I get there? That way?
Straight and right.
At the wall? Around. Oh, okay.
Straight and right.
Thank you. It's lighter in the camera than it is in real life. I'm looking at where I'm walking through my phone. I hope there's something good at the end of this road. I guess I can just walk in. I don't know if I need to check my ID or anything. So now I am more in the downtown area of Warsaw. What's your name?
Luminat.
Luminat?
Yeah.
And how was your night tonight?
Good.
Good? What'd you do?
We are just sitting here.
Hanging out?
Yeah.
Are you originally from Poland?
Sorry?
Are you from Poland or are
No,
you?
no. We are from Nepal.
Nepal?
Yeah.
Wow. How long have you been here?
More than 8 years.
8 years. Wow. And how do you like Poland?
Everything is good here. Weather also good. People also good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Hi. What's your name?
Marvin.
Marvin.
Yeah.
What do you do for a living, Marvin?
I have two factories. I have a chocolate factory and a beverage factory.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
YouTube, not BBC News.
No. But everybody talks about like migration here in Poland.
Yeah.
What's your opinion on it?
I like Poland. It's very beautiful, modern city. There is a lot of industry. You can somehow make business over here. Fine. It's absolutely fine.
What do you think about the immigration policies here in Poland?
I think it's a good one because when I see the drivers and stuff are from Tajikistan, Uzbekistan and stuff, so people get here really chance to have a job and level up their life instead in their old home.
I mean, it's a clean, safe country.
It is.
Would you say that a part of that is because of the border, or do you think that it's just because of the Polish people keep it that way?
No, I mean, I would say that this is because of having restrictive immigration policies. I think it's like fun example is like kind of the same thing that Denmark did actually. That they were like checking the background of the people like migrating and as well helping them assimilate and offering like the social support, but like based on the rules that they will actually take the language classes and whatsoever. Poland, I would say, did it in more simple way, just like say no to some specific cultures that they know that they wouldn't fit in our culture, right? And there will be like some social clash. So like just people naturally won't accept. I think we're like kind of very direct nation, a bit racist still, but this is like the way of being honest.
We have all together have to work together, service each other, otherwise this community cannot work.
Yeah, because it seems like Poland is one of the countries that has not had as much migration as other countries,
Yeah.
like the UK, for example.
Yeah, definitely, because okay, Poland is on the age to the Russian people and other immigrants and stuff, so that's why it's very next door to the third part of Europe. Yeah, so maybe I should change the location.
It looks like some darkies right there. It looks like some darkies in the background behind her in stripes. There's still a few in the country. But look what you can have. Look how nice this place is, this lounge with these chairs, patio, comfortable furniture. It looks better there than a lot of places here. All right? It just does. Now, do I wish that was the case? I wish Canada would do better with everything, with shutting the borders down and making comfortable, safe places and fun places. I wish there was better. But the reality is, countries in the East are starting to do a lot better than Western countries. So it might have been in the 1960s, Jim Morrison would sing, "The West is the best. The West is the best. Get here, we'll do the rest. The blue bus is calling us." Well, the West is no longer the best because we opened up the borders to the third world. Now, I'm not saying I did that. I'm not saying that you listening did that. But collectively, our countries allowed that to happen. Okay? For decades. It didn't just happen today. Some people have a very short memory. This has been going on for a while. And we're being flooded, and we're going to be turned into the third world. And I'll leave before then. I'll abandon Canada, the country that hates me already. I'm not going to fight to save a country that despises me for being a straight white man that isn't a liberal lefty. I'm despised on every conceivable metric that you can look at in Canada. And I think for myself, I'm not a zombie. I'm not a follower. I enjoy knives, for example. They don't like that in Canada. They don't like anything that I am in this country. I'm honest. I'm blunt. I'll make jokes. I'll say colored people and darkies. They don't like that. They don't like that I'm quote unquote politically incorrect. In other words, I'm honest. They don't like that. This country does not like me and support men like me. It's against me. It's anti-white men. And I've been aware of that, not just today and yesterday, for a long time. Some of you are just recently becoming aware of how anti-white Canada is, and America too. Some of you Americans think it's just Canada. I see that on YouTube all the time. Oh, Canada's bad. Well, you think America's not anti-white? Are you wearing a fucking blindfold? Are you stupid? Are you retarded? Same with the Brits. Are you retarded? You can't see how anti-white Great Britain is? Are you retarded? You'd have to be. You'd have to be. I tend to look beyond just the area where I live, though. I tend to have a bigger picture view of my country and the realm. That's what I look at. Because there's little pockets here and there. But I try to take a big picture view. I remember Rashawn saying there's no darkies in America with bonnets on. And it's just a lie. It's not true at all. They're all over the place. Just like with cops, a lot of Americans and Canadians back the blue until they hurt you. They'll say they're for the police until the police stop you and pull you over and harass you and rough you up or do something. And then all of a sudden you're not with them because it happened to you. And it's unfortunate, but it's mainly women too that learn that way. They don't learn things until it happens to them. Some women will sabotage themselves with feminism and then realize, oh, wait, I fucking lost 20 years of my life to feminism, fucking mind controlling me. You were following a cult. There's millions of Canadian women and American and British women and Australian women and German and French following feminism. You might as well be screwing yourself every day. And women can't gather this. They just don't understand. So I don't think that women can see what a man like me can see. because I've seen no evidence in life of that. Usually women follow things that sabotage themselves, and they don't want to see the evil. They don't want to see the bad. They don't want to see what they're following. They just want something that makes them feel good. Women are very simple that way. I know they love to call men simple. They say women often say men are simple, but I see women as very simple. They want to be babied for life, most of them. They want to be treated like children and live in comfort and get little gifts and little surprises. Women are pretty simple. If you stop at a gas station as a boyfriend or a husband and you walk in there and you get her a little surprise, a little treat, a little candy bar, a little treat, or little something, her favorite drink, without her asking, you just get it. You go in to pay. Let's say you don't pay at the pump, you're paying inside the gas bar, and you go in, you come out, and you're like, "Hey, babe, here's your, I got you a drink, or I got you a treat." They love that. It could be a $2 or something. It doesn't have to be anything expensive, because women are very childlike, and this isn't a slight. It isn't an attack on them. The way some defensive women take it, of course, they hear me saying this and they get offended, but it is true. If you give them a little gift, give them a little get well gift. I did that recently with my girlfriend when she was ill, and I got her a shirt. I won't say what kind of shirt, but it was something that she's into. Just a t-shirt. I don't know what it cost. It might have been $20, $22, something like that. Not very much money. Nothing really. But did it really make her feel better? And she was so happy over that. She was as happy over that as if I gave her, I don't know, a ring, a $500 or $1,000 or $2,000 ring or whatever, or jewelry or something. That's the way women usually are, that aren't gold diggers. Now, the gold digger women, if you give them a little surprise or a little get well soon or hope you feel better gift or a little surprise flowers or candy bar when you stop somewhere, or you think of, you're thoughtful or whatever, and you get her something that she enjoys or one of her favorite things. See, gold digger women are not like that. They'll say for their birthday that they expected something more expensive, or they can't believe that's all you got them, or they'll kind of be complaining. And you'll see this on videos on YouTube. But women that are not gold diggers are more kind of childlike. You get them a little surprise. And it's not me being insulting. I've grew up with sisters and girlfriends. I had girlfriends. I had female friends and also girlfriends, high school, all the way up into my current age of 88 years young. If you do that, they enjoy those little surprises, and it doesn't have to cost a lot of money. And it also shows you what kind of woman you're with if you're just dating. I'm not saying to do it to test them, but I'm saying observe how they react to you being kind, generous, thoughtful, giving them a little surprise or a little gift or something. All right? So my main point here is women are more childlike. Men have to grow up, and there's no, oh, well, you can be a man, you can be a stay-at-home guy. Women have that option. They don't want that option for the most part. They want to work and slave away in corporate and be slaves like fools. They don't want to be housewives and be able to stay at home in pajamas and have a good, relaxing life and raise children. They don't want to do that for these days. Across the West, most don't. But they are more childlike. Men are taught as boys. We don't get the excuse of, oh, it's just a girl, or she can't help it. If a boy fucks up, it's like, dude, it's on you. You fucked up. That's how I was raised. So all the weight and responsibility is on our shoulders. We have to be accountable as men, as boys, young men. We learn at a certain age. Nobody's going to come running if you're crying. Nobody's coming to help you. You're on your own, boy. Whether you're 7 years old, 10 years old, 15, 20, you're on your own. All right? Who can you count on? Look in a mirror and point at yourself. It's on your shoulders. And that's the way I treat this realm in closing this down. I don't think most people will come through that have said for years they'll be right by my side, and they vanish off my YouTube channel and don't even show up to watch my content anymore after swearing they're going to be standing by my side fighting with me. They just disappear. Most people in this realm are not reliable. You can't count on them for shit. Now, if I said to somebody, I have your back, I'm going to be there. Call me and I'll be there. And we live in the same place and you called me up, I'm going to be there come hell or high water. If my car broke down and I had to fucking walk there, crawl there on my knees to get to you, I'd be there. That's how I am. But I don't expect that from most people because I've seen that they're otherwise. They're not that way, okay? Most beings you can't count on for shit. Now, you can say that's sad, or you can observe reality and go, is it true or not? That's a real choice on your part. And I think most people get wrapped up in their feelings and they'll say that's sad. And they'll miss the point that it's true. A lot of people have disappeared from my channel that swore up and down they would stand with me till the end and fight with me to end this matrix. They won't be around when that time comes because they can't even stick around on my YouTube channel. Hundreds have shown that they're not reliable. So some of you need a memory and start going, oh, yeah, that's true. That shows you something about humanity if you pay attention, which I don't expect most to do because most never do that. They never show me that they pay attention. They don't do it. I have a feeling that your attention span is closer to a mosquito's and mine is closer to an elephant. We're different. Because a lot of you have been here for a year or two and you can't remember how many people have vanished that swore they have my back. They'll stand with me to end this matrix and they're not even around anymore on YouTube. You think I'm counting on them to be there when the time comes to fight evil and end this matrix and seal in demons? No, I want to get this through to you. Echo in your ears so that you don't think that I'm a dupe or you get that out of your head. I expect them to be standing with evil, fighting against me. Okay? Yes, that's what women do. And they open the borders and they do everything in their power to invite in the third world invaders, and then they cry for men to defend them. That's what women do. They do it on a large scale, and they also do it on a small scale. I watched my sisters growing up. They'd get in fights, and sometimes men would have to step in and defend them. And when I wasn't around, they'd be out somewhere, and they'd come home and tell me. And one time it was some of my coworkers that stepped up, not knowing that that was my sister. They just did it because they were men that were willing to protect women. They didn't know, hey, that's Stephen's sister. We better do something. They didn't even know, okay? And that until afterwards. And then my sister said, oh, yeah, I have a brother. Do you know? And they knew me. But anyway, that's what happens. And my sister, like, women get themselves as teenagers and young adults quite often into trouble, into situations where shit hits the fan, where there's a fight or where there's violent men or beer bottles being broken or all kinds of shit can go on. Violent, dangerous shit. And then all of a sudden they need men. Because in those moments, and then they'll forget again afterwards. That's the female mind. And it might not be all women, but it's most. They'll forget after the fact that, oh, I would have been dead without men. They go back to thinking, I don't need men. I'm as strong as men, or I can go there, no fear, nothing will happen, until they need men again to help them and save them. And some women are saved multiple times in their lives, even as teenagers, where they could have been dead, where men had to save them from drowning or from situations at a bar where it gets violent. And there's all kinds of situations that women get themselves into. And I know what women will say. Well, the world should be safe for them. Well, if you want it to be safe, you shouldn't open the borders to the third world. Because you're going to have more violence, more assaults, more rapes, more murders, more children being touched, we'll say. All sorts of hideous stuff. And you're making that possible. So obviously you don't care about other women's safety and children. You're showing us that. And men watch. We observe all this. Women support all kinds of things becoming more dangerous and things that harm children. If women really loved and protected children, you probably wouldn't abort over 1 billion babies. It's around 1.5 billion worldwide since 1980. And I know women will keep it small. Their town isn't that way, or they'll try to make it under a microscope instead of looking at the world. But men like me have a bigger picture view. And no matter how tiny people try to make things, it doesn't fool me. Just doesn't work. Now, do I think you'll ever see the big picture like I do in this realm? I doubt it. I doubt most that come to my channel day in, day out, including the regulars, will ever see it. And there's people that come that don't pay attention, that are just here to mock, to laugh, to be demons, to be cackling, hate-watching demons. They're not here to learn any truth at all. They're foobar. They're of this realm. They belong here. 3 a.m. in Poland, they have all these lights out, and they have people having a good time and safe, lounging, relaxing in these chairs, having some drinks and maybe some food or whatever, and enjoying themselves. And look how beautiful that looks, that patio. Everything's clean. Okay? There's no trash. There's no junk. There's no darky women yelling, getting loud. There's none of that. Now, this isn't what women want. Eventually, women get bored of this, and they'll say, we got to let in the third world to have some excitement. We got to feel sorry for them in the third world. And then all of this goes away, gets destroyed. Now, explaining this to women is kind of akin to explaining it to children. They can't see how their actions have consequences. Women will look at the third world flooding in and never draw an association and the connection that, oh, well, we helped this happen in the West. Western women in general, across the West, have helped destroy the West by inviting in the third world. And it might not be you personally. You might say, not me, Stephen. That's great. You're an exception. Learn that as a woman. Learn what exception means. Look it up. That's another thing. Women take things personally. If someone says women have opened the floodgates to the third world, they'll say, not me, not me. You always think we're talking about you. There's a level of neuroticism and paranoia with the average Western woman. There just is. And if that upsets you, too bad. If you take it personally, I haven't spoken personally about anybody here. So if you take it personally, you've got mental issues that you should work on. That's not an insult. That's the truth. You should say to yourself, step back and calm your nerves or your hormones. Calm your hormones, calm your tits, and say, why am I taking this personally? He's talking about Western women in general, from Canada down to fucking Australia, from Canada and United States over to the UK and over to Germany and all the Western countries, because they're very different from Poland. And you can watch way more videos than this one as proof, and you'll see what I mean. I've watched for years. I know what I'm talking about. Some of you haven't at all. You haven't done it.
3 a.m. And what do you think about the immigrants from Ukraine, Turkey, and Nepal?
I mean, Ukraine, I think it's great that we as a country can help in this tough situation. And as for their culture, their approach of life is kind of similar, so they're like matching.
Yeah.
Turkey, I would say, I mean, I just moved back to Poland from Denmark, so I am now like catching up what's happening. But the protests were like about...
Yeah, because apparently in Germany they've been sending migrants here, and so has Belarus has been...
yeah, I mean, yeah, Germany now, they like just started thinking, oh, we are kind of f***ed up, we having like too many danger people, like kind of people that kind of destabilize our society. So yeah, they just like sending back and getting like more controls on the border.
So this is a little bit different than what I expected, and it's a lot different than the other area where we were in. Where we were, it was mostly Polish people. Here it looks like there might...
By the way, I'm not saying you can fix it, but I'm saying notice the differences. Start looking at the truth. Start getting used to looking at the truth instead of following the lies. It might help you spiritually in this realm, and it might help you get out of this realm, and it might help you get spiritual freedom. But if you're just going to keep going along with the lies of this realm, then I don't think you're getting out. And there's a lot of defenders of lies, like Rashawn used to do. And the example that I love to give, because it's true, is the one where she kept saying she didn't see black women in America wearing bonnets. Well, they're all over America, from Chicago down to fucking Louisiana, from north to south, from east to west. There are black women, darkies, colored women, in America wearing bonnets. It's the truth. The niggas love to wear bonnets. It's true. So why do you lie? And I don't, and immediately when people do that on my channel, I take a look at you and what you are.
Stabilize our society. So yeah, they just like sending back and getting like more controls on the border.
So this is a little bit different than what I expected, and it's a lot different than the other area where we were in. Where we were, it was mostly Polish people. Here it looks like there might be some people from other places. Excuse me, what country are you from? Nepal? Oh, interesting. And is there a large population from Nepal? Oh, okay. Are you guys from Nepal? Oh, interesting. Everybody here is from Nepal. That's funny.
She says, that's funny. Everybody there is from Nepal. Why do they stick together even when they're in another country? Isn't that interesting? So when they do go to Poland, when they let some in, they all, just like they do in Canada, stick together. The Indians in Canada stick together, live together. They'll take over whole cities. The Africans in Canada stick together. The Chinese stick together. And this is, again, this is too much for many people, especially women. White women in Canada can't see it. Now, I know some exceptions, but you don't change the rule. Not at all. A lot of white women in Canada would call me racist just for saying what I said about them sticking together, which is observably true. Because you don't like the truth. You prefer the lies that the government tells you in the mainstream media. That it's racist to say what I said, that they stick together. But it's observably true.
Thank you. What country are you from? Nepal? Oh, interesting. And is there a large population from Nepal? Oh, okay. Are you guys from Nepal? Oh, interesting. Everybody here is from Nepal. That's funny. Thank you. Have a good night. Are you guys also from Nepal?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
What is our English?
English.
All English.
Yeah.
What is going on here, please?
So I want to say this girl is very nice and likable. And she is trying to expose things. She's not hateful. She does very well in almost all of the videos I've seen from her, no matter where she travels. She's been to the LA riots. She's been to Poland. She goes all over the place covering stuff. This is what the media should be doing, but we don't have a real media in Canada or in the United States or in Great Britain or in Australia for the most part. So she actually goes and talks with people on camera. I support this.
I don't know. I'm going to go find out.
How do you know here in Nepal?
Because I asked another person. And
That's right.
it's kind of funny that all those guys from Nepal are hanging out. And then over here, there's some more guys hanging out. These people are going to party. Looks like there's a line perhaps maybe going into a bar. As you can see, there's a lot of ladies in the line for this bar, dressed very nicely. So I believe that this is a bar called the 27th Floor. And so that's what they must be going into. So you are from Poland?
No.
What country?
Origin? Ukraine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a lot of Ukrainians here, right?
But I'm Israeli.
Like 2 million Ukrainians, right?
But I'm Israeli.
Israeli. And what do you think about Poland? How is it for you? Ukrainians, right?
But I'm
So she found one that doesn't seem as friendly. Well, no wonder. He's Israeli. What a surprise. What a surprise. He's Israeli.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a lot of Ukrainians here, right?
But I'm Israeli.
Like 2 million Ukrainians, right?
But I'm Israeli.
Israeli. And what do you think about Poland? How is it for you?
Complicated. I do not understand the deal. Staying in the line. just to make a photo for Instagram.
All the girls are dressed up really nicely.
Look at about the population. Girls.
I know, that's what I was thinking.
Girls and only 10% of women.
Am I allowed in? How much is it? I don't think I'm not dressed for it.
You're dressed very good.
I came here to talk to people
For what?
for my video,
For what?
for YouTube.
Look at him. For what? For what? He's very paranoid and defensive. For what? For what? For what? For what? For what? For what? Now, if I didn't point this out, would half of the people tuned in get it? I don't know. A lot of people tuned in. It's just like they're in a daze. That's what it seems like. They don't notice very much until I say it. And then they repeat it.
I'm not dressed for it.
You're dressed very good.
I came here to talk to people
For what?
for my video,
For what?
for YouTube.
Guys, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna invite you tonight.
No, it's okay. I didn't want to go inside. How the country's doing right now?
It's doing perfect.
What about you guys? What country are you from?
We're from Ireland.
Oh, you're from Ireland. Are you here just visiting, or are you?
Visiting. My buddy had a wedding yesterday, so that's where we were.
What do you think of Poland?
I love Poland. People are great. Nice beer. What more could you want?
How come you think Poland is more safe than places like London or Paris?
Well, I live in New York, so we have homeless all over the place. People are mentally ill. People live in New York.
Why you did come from? Yeah.
For a wedding. What the hell? I'm not allowed to leave New York. This guy can't comprehend it. I don't know.
Why you did come here?
Okay, I'll go home soon. Don't worry.
I'm not worried about you. I don't understand why you come here.
Because my friend had a wedding.
So the Israelis just grilling them, interrogating them. Why don't they deport the Israeli from the country? The Israelis worried sticking his nose in everyone's business, asking a lot of questions and interrogation. What a surprise.
For a wedding. What the hell? I'm not allowed to leave New York. I live in New York, so we have homeless all over the place. People are mentally ill. People
live in New York. Why you did come from? Yeah.
For a wedding. What the hell? I'm not allowed to leave New York. This guy can't comprehend it. I don't know.
Why you did come here?
Okay, I'll go home soon. Don't worry.
I'm not worried about you. I don't understand why you come here.
Because my friend had a wedding.
Oh, okay.
That's why I came. Because it's my friend and it's a wedding.
Give a hug. Give a hug for a friend. But why you did come from to Poland?
Because his wedding was here. His wife
asked him to come to New York. Oh, it's much more better. It's much more better.
His wife is Polish. His wife is Polish.
Wedding in New York is much more better.
No, but he's not from New York. The guy who got married, he didn't get married. It's much better. A million euros more expensive.
Anyways.
New York. Oh, so New York. What do you think about that Zohran Mamdini guy?
So I was talking to the lads earlier, and basically how he got so popular was everyone else was talking about Israel. He was talking about New York. So I think that's how he progressed in the polls.
Yeah.
People in New York, they want to focus on New York, not a foreign country. Regardless of what that country is. If it's Ireland, if it's Israel, if it's Poland. They don't care. We care about New York. We pay taxes for New York.
Well, we have to go.
What about you? Are you Polish?
No, I'm Irish. I'm with these guys.
Oh, you're Irish.
Yeah.
I'm with these guys.
I'm with these guys here.
I was trying to speak with some of the Polish girls, but they don't they're like, no, I don't talk or something.
Wait, I have to
So your restaurant is called Bay Kebab?
Yeah, Bay Kebab.
Bay Kebab. Wow.
Kebab. So they have to open kebab shops. This is what they do. I'm sure the people in Great Britain know there's lots of kebab shops and not as many fish and chips shops anymore. The culture changes when you import them. Everything changes. And this is obvious, but this is something that most people want to deny. There's not a lot of people in this realm that enjoy facing the truth or are strong enough to do it.
You guys just opened?
Yes, we just opened.
Nice.
Like 2 days we opened.
Congratulations. What's your demographic?
Everybody come, and of course mainly Polish people come to buy, and we serve them. They are very, very happy. They come back today also, some of them. They like the meat, and also like that, yes, they like it.
Oh, it's Turkish food.
Yep, it's Turkish food.
That looks so bomb. Yeah, I do want one. What do you recommend? What's your favorite item?
On the plates, my favorite.
I would never go to Poland to eat Turkish kebabs. So I think she kind of made a mistake here. She's supporting this. You should eat Polish food. Support the Polish people. Poland is good and safe because it doesn't have a lot of immigrants. So I think she's kind of making a mistake going in there and eating their food.
Favorite one, this was.
Because it's not big, you can eat because you seem so sleepy and you're not eating too much.
Unless she's setting them up, which I don't think she would, but if she sets them up and says, I'm going to go eat some Polish food and walk out, that's what I would do.
That one is so good.
Yes.
Because it's not big and you can eat until the end, and the meat quality is good. I'm eating always that one.
I'll try that one. One of the reasons why I came to Poland is I was just wondering what you think about like the current situation in Poland. And
I'm a student. I come here for the study and I stay here. That's all.
Which sauce you like? You like oyster sauce or normal
You want
sauce?
chili sauce or sweet sauce?
I think chili would be good.
Chili?
Yeah. I like the decorations, the tables. Do you guys have a lot of competition for Turkish food in the area, or are you pretty much the only ones?
There is two minutes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like 2 meters, 12 meters. There's one and second view. There's one famous food.
That sell Turkish food as well. What separates you guys? What puts you apart? What makes you different?
Price and quality difference. If you eat meat, you will feel the quality.
Yeah.
But it is cheap. Second one, fast. That's our difference.
I love that. Coming to Poland, I wasn't really expecting to see people from any other country. I was basically just expecting to meet only Polish people. But we met a Ukrainian, we've met people from Nepal, these people as well from Turkey. So it'd be pretty ridiculous to say that it's a racist country, because they do accept people that look different or from different places have different.
Even if they wouldn't accept them, it wouldn't make them racist. She still has work to do. I don't think she knows what racist means.
I was basically just expecting to meet only.
Second one, fast. That's our difference.
I love that. Coming to Poland, I wasn't really expecting to see people from any other country. I was basically just expecting to meet only Polish people. But we met a Ukrainian, we've met people from Nepal, these people as well from Turkey. So it'd be pretty ridiculous to say that it's a racist country, because they do accept people that look different or from different places, have different foods and everything. It's just of ones that would go well and work well with their culture. You can see that these people have a nice business. They're working hard. Look at this. Wow. Ooh, tea. See, like, this is great service, totally adding value to the community. And so it's not like they are anti-immigration. They're just anti-certain immigration. Like, they've allowed a lot of Ukrainians, like, I think like 2 million, but like certain groups that are statistically more dangerous, putting people's lives, children, young daughters in danger. Obviously not. But this is great. Wow. It's like a very sour yogurt taste, but with the texture of milk. So both of them came here first to study, and then you guys stayed to do work. I see. Do you have to get like some type of immigration papers or residency card?
If you pay your tax, social insurance contribution, no problem. They're giving you that.
The mayor, sometimes cookies. They know like.
This thing is massive.
Did you visit Turkey?
Mm-mm.
When you gonna go?
I should go. Is it pretty safe? Turkey?
Yeah.
Is it safe?
Yeah, I say Turkey. Where you gonna go? Where you gonna go? Maybe next stop is Turkey.
Maybe on Thanksgiving. I can really see what he meant when he said that the meat is really great quality.
You feel the quality?
I do. Let's try some garlic sauce. Oh, cool. In Colorado, they eat a lot of burritos from Mexico.
Potatoes?
Burritos.
I know the Mexican food, tacos. If you like to eat smaczny kebab, you can visit our store and you can try our delicious food. You will be so satisfied in the end of the day.
What do you say?
Yeah, I think it's like that.
How come? So you had to go to the Patreon to get some extended footage. I will see you over there. People around the world, they think that Poland is...
Oh, there you go. She's doing her channel for money, not a surprise. It's you got to pay for the rest. It's behind a paywall, but people support that en masse on YouTube. Everything is charged for these days, except for my channel. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. And it's free. Imagine that. Free live streams, free videos, free everything. But I know people want to pay.
beautiful, clean, safe. What do you say?
Yeah, I think it's like that.
How come you think Poland is so clean and safe?
Why it is? I don't know. Like I think it's like the country is, taking care, like the government or something.
Yeah.
Like there's local governments in each city.
Oh, okay.
I think most people are not like aggressive or something.
Like, so you're happy with your country's way of doing immigration and not allowing certain countries to migrate here?
It's like I think it's like Russians stuff. They are like putting these people from Afghanistan who are lied to, that they will be going to Poland for free or something like that, or they will pay them or something like that.
These other countries are paying to bring them here?
Yeah, or taking money from them and even like lying to them that they will come from Belarus or something, like to Poland from the border, and they will be like warm welcomed.
And like the truth is they're not even really allowed to get past.
No. You need to have visa or you need to have other stuff.
It almost sounds kind of like an attack on Poland, like they're trying to...
Yeah, it's called like it's hybrid or something like that.
hybrid war.
Yeah.
And I
or
guess...
proxy war, I don't know.
Proxy war.
I think people are less friendly here in Poland than in Canada, but overall I really like it.
Not as open to like new people.
Exactly, like when we meet people, it's like...
Oh yeah, Canadians are so friendly. They're extra friendly to third worlders, but not to ones that grew up in this country for the most part.
Mister, but in Canada or in the United States, when you meet somebody, it's like, hey, what's your name? Rachel. Oh, hi, Rachel. Nice to meet you. Like, it's like it's much shorter.
So as a Canadian, did you have to get some type of visa or work permit, or are you allowed to?
I'm Polish Canadian, fortunately. I was born here, but I lived in Canada for 3 years. So I have dual citizenship. So it was a lot easier for me to settle here. But it wasn't until 5 years that I've actually made a permanent decision to move here permanently. In Poland, politics and religion are like very well mixed. They cannot separate, but Poland is very Catholic.
Would you be so kind to make sure that you are subscribed to my channel? Bye.
The Minneapolis mayoral candidate that we saw the other day, the I'm the captain now looking Somali guy, light bulb head, they all got that look. They all look the same. It's got to be incest, right? Like in Somalia, they for generation upon generation, perhaps millennia, you have Somalis that just stayed in one place. These aren't explorers. These aren't migratory people. These are people that the same group stayed in the same place forever, never ventured out, never explored. So you have a very shallow gene pool. And over the course of thousands of years of f***ing each other and having kids who f*** each other, you have certain physical attributes that denote incestuous behavior. You see it. In some Orthodox Jew communities. You see a lot of that weird look. You see it in certain Native American populations. Yeah, you can't be fucking the same people. It's not good, and it affects IQ, and it affects aesthetically how you look. That big light bulb head, and the narrow chin mouth with the shitty teeth, and the big eyes, and they're inbred. They're inbred. A lot of Middle Easterners too. A lot of people in the Middle East, they get that pinhead, that Zippy the Pinhead look, because they're fucking each other. It's crazy. So that, by the way, is who has taken over Minneapolis, at least, and Minnesota. They got a great foothold to take over the entire state. Who would think? But this guy running for mayor, this Somali guy, he's talking about, threats to America. What's the biggest threat? And of course, you don't even have to watch the clip. We all know what he believes the biggest threat to America is, but let's watch him say it anyway.
Heard them being called terrorists. We heard them being called drug dealers. We heard a lot of insults. We heard that they're a threat to our national security, and that's a flat-out lie. You want to know who the real threat is, Madam President? I'll give you a hint. They don't look like our chief author. They don't look like the folks up in the gallery. They don't look like the folks on the rotunda. They look like many of the members that sit in the front. And you don't have to take my word for it. According to DHS, Madam President, the greatest domestic threat facing the United States comes from, quote, racially or ethnically motivated violent extremists, specifically those who advocate for the superiority of the white race, not our immigrants. We are safer and we're better off because of them.
Hi, this is Anthony Cumia.
Hello, I'm Gavin McInnes.
And together we're Compound Censored.
And we would like you to subscribe with this deal using this promo code right below me right now.
Do it, because it's very entertaining. Safer and better off because of immigrants. I suppose he's talking about illegal immigrants. But even if he's not, even if he's talking about the Somalis that they've dumped in Minneapolis, that is now a better place for having been drenched in foreigners who don't even understand or want to understand what America is. That's all. Yeah, we're just going to fucking dump these people here. And it's safer because of immigrants or illegal immigrants, safer than it would be with white people? How does this country used to be the vast majority white? The vast majority was white. And it was a much nicer country. It's just a nicer, more common beliefs between the people. But no, the immigrants are what's making it. And they don't even mean like the way we used to think of immigrants and how we still probably think of immigrants that are good for this country or were bringing over, Europeans coming over here and working and building a nation, heading west, building the railroads and, taming the Wild West. That was strength in immigration. That was Europeans, white Europeans coming over here and building America. And yeah, that did strengthen it. But there's a big difference. What happened there? There's a big difference between that and Somalis coming over and not even trying to assimilate to America. So more bullshit. And the white people, it's, you know, I played a clip on yesterday's show. It was just a bunch of fucking useless, ignorant, low IQ thugs waving their guns around on the street in front of one of their shitty projects. And no one thinks that's dangerous. No one thinks that's an existential threat to people that live in this country and in those communities. And then I put the question, rhetorical question, a liberal, get a liberal woman, Black Lives Matter and all that. And ask her if she would rather walk down that street with these thugs waving their guns, talking shit you can't even understand. It doesn't even sound like English, just perpetuating the violent behavior and looking to kill motherfuckers and rob and rape and burn. Or the same amount of guys, but they're white and they're wearing MAGA hats. And you have to randomly, at night, walk right through the middle of them. Take a seat on the curb, on the side of the street where they're waving their guns and all that. And, you know, of course, the liberal's going to say, why? What do you think the black people are going to do? I'd be afraid of the MAGA. What are they going to take your abortions away? You know, you get shot or raped or something. I don't know what happened on that screen. It just all of a sudden turned into some post-apocalyptic radioactive beach scene. Oh, well, guess it doesn't really matter. Anyway, so fuck that guy. Everyone knows it's not whites. It's not even white supremacists that are trying to do shit in this country. See what was going on in New York yesterday? It was a Muslim. It was a fucking Muslim in a van.
What is happening? Yeah. Fuck, man. Yeah. I don't think it's solipsism. Although there's some validity in it. It could be. It is a possibility. Because there's people out there that say, you are God and dreaming this. And all the people you see are characters within your dream. Okay, that's an interesting theory, but I don't think it is that. I don't think I am the only being in the universe, you know. The experiencer having the experience. And all the people I see are just characters within my dream. I know it's a bit egotistical. I don't know. There's no proof that anyone exists outside of me. Or there's also, but I can say the same, there's no proof that I can say that they don't exist. You know, because they are there, I can see them, and I can see that they are sentient. You know, they're experiencing suffering and bullshit, like myself. Just exploring ideas, but they can also be acting. I know I'm sentient, but all of you can say the same. So I'll just assume that everyone is also sentient. Everything that breathes, that has a mind, can experience pleasure and pain. That's got meaning while you're alive. Because I know there was a couple of truthers back in the day. They say nihilism doesn't go well with antinatalism and ethelism, but although these terms are not really practical, you know, due to lack of free will, but I just want to say that being nihilistic does go hand in hand with antinatalism, atheism, because it's seeing that looking at life meaningless in a sense of meaninglessness is true. That's pointless and meaningless, because in a grand scheme of things, it only has meaning while you're here. The pleasure and pain has got meaning while you're here, but once you die, it all goes. It's like you never existed. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? For something to have true meaning, it must last forever. Get what I'm saying? So all your hard work, all your memories, it'll be gone. It'll fade into nothingness, into the void, like it never existed. 3 generations on from now, it's like people not even gonna know you existed. They're not gonna know your face. They're not gonna know your personality. They're not even gonna know your name. It'll be literally like you never existed. Maybe a couple of pictures, a couple of videos you made, maybe a picture on social media, whatever. But that's all it is, you know. And these legacy things, leaving behind a legacy, is also bullshit. It's just to people to keep their lives meaning while they're alive, because deep down inside they know they're gonna die, and they can't handle the dark truth that we are dying, and every day, and this is what we feel. That's why we're running, to keep our minds distracted and indulging ourselves in our chocolates, metaphorically, you know, our cokes. Keep our minds distracted. Why? Because you're dying. That's why. That's, I think, you know, and to run away from the loneliness demon, which is the ultimate form of loneliness, realizing that you're dying slowly. It's like a slow death that really pisses people off. Slow death is like, I'm telling this being, this fucking psycho being, hey, just cut my strings already, would you? Get me the fuck out of here. Get me out of your game. I don't want to be here. You're dragging this shit out. And another thing I want to say is, people that say that life is short is full of shit. Trust me. The life is not short for people that is in constant agony, whether mentally or emotionally or physically or financially. For them, life is not short. It's fucking long. It's long as long as hell. Days might seem short. It depends if you're busy. If you got it good, you're not aware of the bullshit that much, then for you life is short. But this is the problem where people don't judge this reality objectively. Remember what I told you. Always judge this reality objectively, because it's not all about you. It's about the broader perspective. It's about this whole species, the whole sentience, this whole reality as a large, as a whole. And see the bigger picture and what the fuck's going on, who created this place, and why everything is as it is. Look at the world as at large, for the things they are, for the way they are, not for the way you want it to be, or according to your subjective reality. You know what I mean? So then you'll see, okay, yeah, no, this it's just bullshit. This life is long as fuck. For most sentients, it's a struggle. Trust me, you ask them, for you, is life short or was it long? They'll say it's long. People that says life is short didn't suffer. Yeah, they suffered, but only to an extent. But people that realize we're in a fucking hell, we're in a hell realm, controlled by a fucking demonic puppeteer. Daniel's not realized life is long as fuck. It's long. It's long. It's not short. Who the fuck is gonna say life is short in a hell? When you're in hell, fucking 2 minutes is too long. You know what I mean? Because you're burning. You're any nanosecond is too long. Because you're burning. You get what I'm saying? What is that equation from the antinatalism philosophy? Take the, would you trade in 2 minutes 2 minutes of the most severe agony for a whole day of the most sublime pleasure? No, you would not. Because 2 minutes, let's say 2 minutes of burning in an oven, would you trade in 2 minutes of burning in an oven for a whole year of the most sublime pleasure you ever felt in your life? No, you would not. You do not give a fuck about the pleasure if it means it involves pain. Why the fuck do we have to sacrifice? Why do you trade in your
Today on the Matt Walsh Show, the Somali community in Minnesota rallies around a man who abducted and abused a child. They told the judge to go easy on him because he's still getting accustomed to our culture. So what does that say about Somali culture? Also, several more states have now banned junk food from the food stamp program. We'll talk about that. And also the rise of so-called EBT influencers on TikTok, which is as horrible as it sounds. Plus, speaking of horrible, a former CNN anchor interviews an AI version of a child who died in a school shooting. Our dystopian future has arrived, and it's somehow worse than anyone predicted. Talk about all that and more today on The Matt Walsh Show. Announced that they're working on behalf of Somali interests, not America's. Then a Somali man in a playground in Minnesota harassed a woman named Shiloh Hendricks and her 18-month-old child, prompting the woman to drop the N-bomb, heard around the world. Then to cap it all off, the Democrat Party endorsed a Somali socialist to be the next mayor of Minneapolis. And at the moment, he appears to be probably the front runner. So it's safe to say that 3 decades after the U.S. government determined that Somalis deserve temporary protected status in this country as refugees from their own dysfunctional governance, a temporary status that has never been revoked, Somalis are dominating our news cycle and some of our major elections as well. And yet, for all the ways that Somalis have found their way into our national discourse in recent months, there's one fundamental question that has remained unanswered. What exactly are all these Somalis doing in the country? What value do they add? What's their goal? We're told that if we draw any general conclusions about Somalis, Somali culture, based on the observable behavior of Somalis, then we're bigots. We're not allowed to inquire into their motives in any way. But despite all the deflection, no one has ever explained in any affirmative way what Somalis actually care about. What's their culture all about? This culture that we're importing into this country en masse. What core principle would they defend in large numbers if it ever came under attack? We know, based on the candidates they elect, that Somalis wouldn't defend the Constitution or the freedom of speech or freedom of association. So what's their motivation? Aside from draining the U.S. Treasury, what single issue really matters to them? Regardless of how often I've asked this question, directly or indirectly, I've never received a response. But suddenly, and somewhat unexpectedly, that's all changed now, thanks to a court case in Minnesota involving a Somali man named Kalinul Ibrahim Diri. Now the mystery is over. Yes, as part of this criminal proceeding, the Somali community in the state of Minnesota has just revealed what they're truly passionate about. And their answer, in rather unambiguous terms, is that they're passionate, apparently, about the right of men to sexually abuse and torment other people's children. This is the culture they're defending. This is what they're willing to excuse, and there's no debating this. They went to court and made their voices very clear. Now, let's start with the specifics of this case. Local news in Minnesota won't really talk about it for obvious reasons. So instead of playing a clip, I'll summarize the background myself. 42-year-old Kalinal was born in Somalia, spent several years in refugee camps in Kenya. He arrived in the United States in 2006. He worked as a driver for Uber and Lyft most of the time. In 2024, Kalinal was in Minneapolis when he noticed that a 12-year-old girl was playing in her backyard alone. So he parked his Toyota in an alley outside and asked if the girl's mother was at home. She said no. Short time later, the man put his hand over the girl's mouth, hit her head to the point that she became dizzy and disoriented, drove her a short distance away, and sexually assaulted her in a manner that is too graphic to describe on this show. Now, 5 days later, the child told a school counselor about the attack. The next month, as police investigated, the girl's parents discovered that the man was still calling their daughter and sending her text messages. He was saying things like, quote, "Hey, beautiful, I miss you. When can I see you again?" The parents pretended to be their daughters to lure the man back. And when he arrived at the home, they held him there until police arrived. Once arrested, the man didn't display any form of contrition. He claimed that he thought the girl was 19 years old, which apparently would make it okay to abduct her. He criticized the mother. He continued to fight the charges until he was convicted of first-degree criminal sexual misconduct in May of this year. Now, based on this series of events, which again is as sanitized as I can make it for the purposes of this show, but based on all this, any community or culture with decency or morality would make it very clear that Kalinal does not represent them. They wouldn't make excuses for him. They certainly wouldn't minimize what he had done. Instead, they would recognize his behavior as unspeakably evil, and if they said anything to him at all, they'd urge him to repent for the acts of horror that he committed, rather than, continue to dodge accountability as he's been doing. But that is not how the Somali community in Minneapolis has responded to this case. Instead, as Alpha News first reported, the Al Hissan Islamic Center in St. Paul submitted a community letter of support for this man, addressed to the judge in the case. Now, I'm going to read directly from this letter because it answers any and all questions you might have about Somali culture and the Somali community in the United States. So this is them speaking for themselves. Here's what they wrote. Quote, "We, the undersigned members of the Somali community, write this letter to express our strong and heartfelt support for Kalinal Diri, a member of our community. Many of us first met Kalinal through our shared journey as Somali refugees, arriving in this country with little more than hope and determination to rebuild our lives. Like so many of us, Kalinal has faced the challenge of starting over in a new culture, learning English, adjusting to a fast-paced system, and raising children in an environment far different from the one he grew up in. Before the situation, Kalinal was known as a devoted family man and an outgoing person. Despite the financial pressures of life in the U.S., Kalinal also still managed to support needy family members back in Somalia. The situation Kalinal is currently facing comes as a deep shock to all of us." Now, this is a letter that you might write if this guy had, say, lost his license because he got too many speeding tickets or something, or if he got picked up by the IRS because he didn't file his taxes on time. It is not, to any sane person, an appropriate letter to write when Kalinal was just convicted for hitting a 12-year-old girl in the head, abducting her, sexually assaulting her, and then texting her to see when he could do it again. In no universe should an unrepentant rapist receive the strong and heartfelt support of anyone, much less an entire community of people, much less a community of people that we have invited into our home, into our country. Nor should this community of people repeatedly refer to this brutal sexual assault as a situation, which is probably the single most dismissive word they could have chosen. And on top of that, they shouldn't brag that he's funneling money out of the U.S. economy and sending it back to Somalia. But the most revealing part of the letter is when Somalis that wrote this letter explained that Kalinal, quote, has faced the challenge of starting over in a new culture.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Are you paying attention today? Are you learning something, or are you just falling asleep, just watching entertainment? Look at them talking about me on Talcott's show. I'm not even over there. The chat room's talking about me. like Jeeps.
Promoted myself. So that's what I'm talking about.
Jeeps is talking about my hellhounds and my harem. Jeeps is obsessed with me. Jeeps, what's wrong with you? You live on the internet.
About folks. Let people know there's a crazy radical guy who's outside of
Crazy radical guy, really. What makes you radical? Begging for shekels? Not working?
Washington, D.C. He believes that he believes that we can change the world. I try to watch the profanity. I can get better, I guess. I didn't notice. JG, do you have answers to your last visit?
Man, this guy threatened your life. What are you doing?
You know, good point. He doesn't need to be there.
But like, what is the? I know it is fascinating in like a psychological way. Like, why are these people doing this? You know, why are they behaving
Jack has a producer. Look at this. Talcott has a producer. He can't run his own show.
this way? And it's like we have to learn something from their psychoticness. But what could possibly be the reason to tell someone that you wanted to kill them? Come on.
Other than to be the troll. Right? And it really is a fascinating aspect of my personal experience. Because I realize, yeah, I'm an online character. I put myself online pretty regularly. But I also explain why I'm doing it. Right? I'm pretty open about what my goal and my intentions are.
Testing 1 2 1 2 3. Testing 1 2.
Unhappy. So what does that mean? Thinks money is king. He said it. He said it recently and he moves that way. But
testing 1 2 1 2.
24, it's changed a little bit with these political figures, but because they started going on these podcasts. Like, so like literally like Donald Trump has been on, you know, people's podcasts. Like the big ones obviously. But where do these podcasts where do they all, you know, record at now? They're all in Austin, you know what I mean? Just a few hours away from where I'm at. So I'm thinking maybe your access code to get to Trump is you got to break through to those comedians.
dude, that's not a bad path to go.
Maybe you camp out outside of, you know, what's it called? The mothership until you find somebody you need to talk to.
Anything's possible. I'm ready. I'm ready for everything, man. Here, I went ahead and ended the poll. How did I bring that up? I don't remember. The regarding I didn't even type it out well. Do you feel the association with Jack and an image of a lion? Huh was 41%, understandably. No 34, and yes 24%. It's interesting. You can't bring that up on StreamYard. That's all right. We do have another guest here in the back.
Do we?
I'm going to bring him up. Now we've got another in the back, but I'm going to bring up the first one. And the only request is genuine honesty and genuine respect. And as long as that's here, I think we can get along, right? Stephen, welcome.
Hello. Hello, Jack. Mutual respect. I'm all for that. It goes both ways. How are you doing today? How's your day? I love that idea right before I came on, camping out at the mothership, Modern Men suggested. That's actually a good idea. I support that. And you know what? If you had some supporters camping out with you, solidarity. That might work.
It
What does
could.
it mean to you, Stephen, to be genuine? What does that word mean to you?
Are you speaking with me?
Yeah, I believe your name is Stephen. I don't think that guy's name is Stephen. I think that's Jack. So what does it mean to be genuine?
Well, I didn't know who you were addressing because you didn't say King Stephen. But who does it?
Oh yeah,
How
well,
does it
I didn't
mean?
want to, misgender you.
Can you repeat the question? Can you be
What
respectful?
does it mean to be genuine? I think it's really hard for you to grasp the question, if I'm understanding
I'm not
correctly.
sure I understand the question. I don't understand.
That makes
Well,
sense.
how about if it comes from someone else? Because
Okay.
I'm sure you do have a pattern of selectively listening. You
No,
listen to
Jack.
some people, you
I
don't
do pay
listen to
attention
others.
here. I do pay attention.
Well, what you were being asked,
Uh-huh.
how do you express authenticity? How do you show that you're being genuine?
I show it on my show every day. I show it in my life every day. I express it all the time.
That's fascinating.
I love to
So if that
express it in person with hugs and handshakes and just being there for people. I'm a genuine person. I'm a
I know
if
genuinely
that's
caring
true,
person, Jack. Go
Well,
ahead. Go ahead. I would
if it's
hug you
true
in
that
person, Jack. I'd give you a bear hug and I'd pick you up off the ground
hey,
and I'd
Stephen.
say, "Go ahead, Jack." Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
you did just say go ahead, and it
Well,
seemed you were
I was
yielding.
trying to respond, but go ahead.
Well, you seemed you were yielding, but this is the thing. You're not
Uh-huh.
as genuine as you claim. I see through you. Landry sees through you.
You
We're
haven't
not
been to my
dumb.
channel. I don't think you do see through me.
Stephen, I don't have to be. I don't have to go to your channel.
Okay.
Here's what you don't realize.
Suit yourself.
People see things that you don't notice. I know you think you see it all. I know you think you know it all,
I never
but you
said that.
don't.
No, I
You
never
don't.
said.
I don't care to argue. And if
I
all
don't
you're
know
gonna do,
everything, Jack. I don't know everything. I
I
am.
realize that.
I admit. No, I'm admitting. You said that I think I know everything. I'm saying I disagree. I
I
don't
know.
know everything, Jack.
I know.
I know almost everything,
I
but I don't
know.
know
And
everything.
we're
and
getting
you
somewhere that
interrupted me.
we don't want to be.
You're exactly right. What I was trying to get across is his interruption was unhelpful. We've got a couple other guests in the back. A Steve that I don't recognize, but I'm gonna.
Can I say something real quick?
Hello, internet. How you doing?
Good.
Can you hear? Can you
Yes.
hear me?
Yes. Welcome,
Oh,
Steve. How are you?
not so bad. It's a shame that the last call didn't get off to a better start, but never mind.
He's got a history here,
Oh, I
and
see.
some of that was addressing past patterns. So I don't think I've seen you before. I welcome you.
Yeah, I've never seen you guys before either. I just saw the stream link and I thought you seem like cool people. Why the hell not?
I appreciate that. I appreciate your boldness and willingness. This stream is a little bit different than many others.
Okay.
My purpose is a little bit different than many others online. I'm
Okay,
dead
you've got an agenda.
serious. What's that?
You've got an agenda.
I do. And I
Oh,
don't hide the agenda. My
cool.
agenda is ending wars and bringing immediate reforms to our world. That's what I'm focused on.
I like the first one very much.
Me too. Where you mind sharing where you're from?
I don't mind sharing at all. It's I'm in where am I? In the East Midlands of the UK.
East Midlands of the UK. Well, blessings to you, brother.
And same to you.
I hope if you're new, please subscribe and stay tuned, right? I do this pretty regularly, but the goal is it's time to change this world, man. I'm ready. I'm like, put me in, coach. Let me find where do I play.
Let's
And
go.
yes,
Put in the homeless
So
bums.
today,
You
the
can't have
idea,
peace on a channel.
the topic is leading the way, and it's tied to the scripture that's in the thumbnail. Have no fellowship with the untruthful works of darkness, but rather reprove them, right? Face the darkness and let's confront the nonsense that it's really been causing so much human suffering throughout time. I'm filled with excitement for our future. And what you witnessed with our friend King Stephen is a man who doesn't understand. So I appreciate you. What's
I know
that?
you said I said I'll reserve judgment. I know you said he's got history here before, but because I've never met him, I'll reserve judgment.
That's the way to do it.
Can I say something real quick?
Please do. Yeah, please.
Well, just because the question, obviously, he wants to avoid because he's a total make believe entity here. If what he said was that he is genuine on his show every single day, right? So if that's the case, he didn't say that he's genuine on your show because it's not true. So if what he genuinely believes is what he says on his show, that means he thinks that Jack, is a cockroach, which is one of the lowest, most, what do you think when you see a cockroach, Jack? I don't think you think very positive things about it. So that's a horrible way to think about a human being. So if that's your genuine feelings, Queen Stephen, what a shame.
Oh, did you say Queen Stephen?
He's a fascinating. He's a fascinating character. Speaking of fascinating characters, we have another fun one here. However, how is this going to play into our rules of being authentic and genuine? Welcome.
Hello. I feel so pretty today. How are you, gentlemen?
I'm better now. I'll be honest. I'm much better now that the Queen is in the building.
And I just want to say, Jack, so that we can stave off any warnings. I am here to be totally genuine and authentic, as is always. And I am rapidly becoming a fan favorite, Jack. I just want to point that out, that people love me. And my hair is so pretty.
Oh my God, I can't deny that. You are a fan favorite.
Eat your heart out, Panelverse.
And
Well,
you
got
stay
it. Flaunt
true.
it.
You stay true to your character. I noticed that. Holy cows, man. Holy cows. Okay, so thank you for joining, Queen Stephanie and Steve. Where should we go from here? Do we wash our hands of the other Stephen? Do we see if he has any answer as far as his contradiction? Is he authentic here or there?
Maybe, hey, do another poll. Literally, give the power to the people.
I don't know. Okay, so what am I asking then?
You're asking if they think he deserves to get another chance in the limelight. That way, literally, it's not even up to you. It's up to the people who are here wanting to be a part of what you are presenting. And if they say no, they say no.
I love it.
This is democracy.
And we'll just keep it simple. I don't need a bunch of choices. Does King Stephen deserve another opportunity on panel? And there's
Stephen today.
There is some support, like Queen Stephanie, Queen Stephanie and King Stephen chop it up. Would you be open to that, Queen Stephanie?
Oh, absolutely, Jack. If that's what would make your day, anything for you.
You know what? I think that kind of answers it. I don't know if I even need the poll anymore, but the poll supports that too. and King Stephen chop it up. Would you be open to that, Queen Stephanie?
Oh, absolutely, Jack. If that's what would make your day, anything for you.
You know what? I think that kind of answers it. I don't know if I even need the poll anymore, but the poll supports that too. I'm going to... Nope, he ran. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. Oh my goodness. And in the back, he writes, Jack is a coward.
That's you.
Holy cows. Well, thank you. You know, maybe this will just be kind of a short one. I don't know. What are you thinking?
I don't think you asked me specifically, but I just
short
saw
broadcast?
King Stephen's messages in the background there, and they're not very kingly, are they?
No, he's kind of goofy that way. That's what I was looking for. Does that work? Yeah. I think that works. Okay. I'm figuring out this StreamYard stuff too. Sorry for the pause and interruption. They made some changes and I'm not figuring it out yet. But this, yeah, I welcome. I mean, I've kind of said the things I felt like I should say about the topic, leading the way. I didn't really get into the God and the Jesus idea a lot, but I'm open to ideas. You guys have topics or ideas you want to discuss? You have questions, maybe. Steve? I said some crazy stuff, but
This is an unexpected event. I don't usually prepare for the offering from talk. I feel like you usually have a pretty, good idea, right?
I
It's cool.
know.
No, it's a cool thing, but I didn't study for this.
Oh, you know what? I didn't have much either, but I think I do want to play a song. I want to play a song in, it's kind of tied to the date, the story of Nagasaki. And I haven't listened to the song in a long time, but it's something I was thinking about sharing today. Let me do this. It's an old song by Utah Phillips called Enola Gay.
Stepfather and my mother at Dayton, Ohio. When I was a little
Is this song about Stephen, Jack?
father and my mother at
No.
Dayton, Ohio.
No.
A little village called Greenmont Village, right at the edge of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. My stepfather was in the U.S. Army Air Corps. I remember when I was little, we'd stand in the schoolyard and play ball. The airplanes would take off from Wright-Pat, flying very low. And we'd look up and stop what we were doing, drop our bat and our ball, and start jumping up and down and waving. Well, if the pilot was looking down, he'd see those little kids down there waving at him, and he'd dip a wing. It made you feel like something to have a whole airplane dip its wing to you. In 1947, the whole family moved out to Salt Lake City, Utah. It's there that I learned about another airplane called the Enola Gay. It used to fly low over the schoolyards and parks in Salt Lake on its dummy bomb missions. It'd swoop low over the salt flats and land at a little wind-swept village called Wendover out on the Utah-Nevada line. Well, one day, the Enola Gay and its sister ship, the Boxcar, took off from Utah, and they flew to Tinian Island in the Marianas. And from there, one day, Enola Gay took off and bombed Hiroshima. The next day, the Boxcar bombed Nagasaki. As was the prerogative, and still is, of any commander, you can name your craft whatever you want. Commander Claude Tibbets, flying the Enola Gay, named the airplane after his mother. Look out, from your schoolroom window. Look up, young children, from your play. Wave your hand at the shining airplane Such a beautiful sight is Enola Gay. It's many a mile from the Utah desert to Tinian Island far away. A standing guard by the barbed wire fences that hide the secret of Enola Gay. High above the clouds, in the sunlit silence, so peaceful here, I'd like to stay. But there's many a pilot who would swap his pension for a chance to fly Enola Gay. What is that sound? High above my city, I rush outside and search the sky. Now we are running to find the shelters. The air raid sirens start to cry. What will I say when my children ask me, where was I flying upon that day? With trembling voice, I gave the order to the bombardier of Enola Gay. Look out from your schoolroom window. Look up, young children, from your play. Your bright young eyes will turn to ashes in the blinding light of Enola Gay. I turn to see the fireball rising. My God, all I can say, I hear a voice within me crying. My mother's name was Enola Gay. Look out from your schoolroom window. Look up, young children, from your place. Oh, when you see those warplanes flying, each one is named Enola Gay.
Thank you. That song kind of gets to me, that story. And it makes sense. You know, here in America, we see the military and the uniforms and the kids are kind of excited. It's cool. And then other children are seeing the fucking destruction from our choices. And it's not so fucking cool. 140,000 people in Hiroshima. That's just 80 years ago. That's not that long ago. But the world doesn't seem to have learned better. They're still talking about
You never create peace on your own show every day. You can't create peace with 2 or 3 people and you claim you're going to create world peace. You're a delusional fool. You have delusions of grandeur. You're absolutely mental and psychotic. That's what you are.
bringing out these atomic weapons.
You're a fraud.
These nuclear weapons again. This is this life is crazy. Utah Phillips, that is what that was. Utah Phillips is an amazing folk singer who actually lived in Spokane before I did. And so he's got songs that have a connection and a familiarity to me. And our friend Charles.
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing.
The guest.
Well, there's been 2. One is an interesting one, Signal 66, and then it appears. Well, I won't assume on the other one yet.
Yo.
Welcome.
What's up, Jack?
Feeling
Yo, Jack, what's up?
Feeling blessed. How are you,
Hell
sir?
yeah. I don't know if I ever got to tell you, but I saw you have that conversation with Mr. What's his name? Lemon, Mr. Lemon.
Thank you.
And I was psyched, man. I saw this, I was hell excited. I was like, hell yeah, that's my boy Jack.
Thank you.
That was awesome, man.
I truly appreciate
And you did it right. And you did it right. You knew you were like right there. You were ready. You asked the right questions. You told him the right shit, and he didn't even know what to say. That's how it is. Because they're all like teleprompters, but you gave him a question that he didn't have an answer to, and that was awesome.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
I just came here because I'm trying to glaze. Know what I'm saying?
I got it. And that's what I wanted to point out to you. Since the last time you were here, actually over just the last couple of days, we're making more and more changes, right? So the rules are real simple. Don't expect a lot. Hey, let's not play these games in the chat.
I'm going through changes, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And the rules are real simple. To continue joining here, it's simply be authentic and genuine and, be respectful, right? Polite conversation. That's the only simple rule. So I don't think we'll have any issues. It's good to see you again, my friend.
It doesn't sound very disagreeable.
Good.
Can't go wrong with that.
It may not be as much fun, right?
Don't worry, I'm not done with that bitch yet. He fucked with the wrong person. Not just, well, all of them did. It's not just one over there. All of these cockroaches.
Smith met him. Was kind of friends with him, from what I understood. It's actually how I those. Is on Signal 66, and then it appears. Well, I won't assume on the other.
Dominic, your son was there. Dominic, your son, Jack. Your son. Your adult son that wrote you off. He's 20-something years old. I think I might contact him and have a conversation about you. I think you've crossed the line, Jack Talcott. What you're doing on your show, you're being very disrespectful. You have to learn your lessons.
The other one yet.
Yo.
Well, the idea is to be more positive, to walk the rules are real simple. To continue joining here, right? So the rules are real simple. Don't expect.
But you gave him a question that he didn't have an answer to, and that was awesome.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
I just came here because I'm trying to glaze. Know what I'm saying?
I got it. And that's what I wanted to point out to you. Since the last time you were here, actually over just the last couple of days, we're making more and more changes, right? So the rules are real simple. Don't expect a lot. Hey, let's not play these games in the chat.
I'm going through changes, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And the rules are real simple. To continue joining here, it's simply be authentic and genuine and, be respectful, right? Polite conversation. That's the only simple rule. So I don't think we'll have any issues. It's good to see you again, my friend.
It doesn't sound very disagreeable.
Good.
Can't go wrong with that.
It may not be as much fun, right? Won't be as many arguments. However, the idea is to be more positive, to walk the walk of what I say. And honestly, like I said earlier today, for me to do a better job of taking me seriously, best way to do that is if others will cooperate, right? Because
Lead by example.
Actually, yes, that is what I'm hoping to do. I'm hoping to raise the standards for myself and to be a good example for others, because I do want to find a way to speak with Donald Trump. He has no clue what he's doing. He has no clue about the damages he could be avoiding. He, by his position, he alone has the best chance of ending this crap in Israel, in Ukraine. He's got the best position to do the most good out of anyone else I can think of. And that's kind of sad, because that dude is not trustworthy.
All right, we're going to switch gears here. Excuse me, excuse my voice. We're going to switch gears to something else. A different show.
I personally today, I'm going to celebrate by taking the day off and maybe doing a little bit of baking. Let me know how you're going to celebrate.
Baby, that's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. We begin tonight with new details from a deadly plane crash.
All right, guys, I'm going to jump right into this story that I saw on TikTok. It came across my feed, and I saw it. It was like this kid. It was the cutest kid ever, riding his little tricycle around a plane, and it was like one of those like personal planes. And the caption on the TikTok had said, "Imagine growing up riding your bike around your dad's plane before your dad flies you and your mom wherever you want." And I just thought, how cute is this? How adorable. And then I scrolled and realized this happened. Take a look.
We begin tonight with new details from a deadly plane crash in Nampa yesterday. The Canning County and Ada County coroner's offices identified the victims in the crash as a family of 3 who lived in Eagle. That's our top story here at 10. Thanks for joining us. I'm Morgan Romero.
And I'm Brian Holmes. The FAA and the NTSB are in Nampa investigating this crash. Meanwhile, Nampa police say around 5:40 yesterday evening, the plane, a Mooney M20, departed the Nampa airport, and on board that plane, Brandon and Justine Leroy and their 23-month-old son, Paxton. The plane was only in the air for about 2 miles, before crashing near an unoccupied building on Venice Street in Nampa.
The coroner's report shows the couple had multiple blunt force injuries. Their toddler was taken to St. Luke's in Boise, where he later died.
Now, your initial thoughts after seeing this is, I'm sure, is like, oh my gosh, how did this happen? This is horrible. The whole family died. This is awful. Not only did the mother and the father die instantly, but the baby actually tried to fight for his life. He was rushed to the hospital, but later succumbed to his injuries. And I'm just sitting here thinking about how heartbreaking this is and how devastating, not just for the people this has happened to, but for their family and their friends and everyone who loved them. But people still took to the internet anyways and celebrated. I am Carmen JC. If you want to support the channel, make sure you hit the like, subscribe, or tap the super thanks or buy me a coffee link below. Let's get into what's going on. So, of course, we live in this ridiculous world where the so-called party of tolerance and love, so-called people of compassion, are literally in the comments happy and celebrating this. I go to the comments and people are pulling up old posts of this young woman wearing a MAGA hat and literally celebrating her death. Here's just a few things that were said. The comment reads, "Life humbled her. It be like that." Someone responds back, "Hopefully it humbles you next." And then they say, "Thank you. See you in hell." The next comment read, "Is there a problem?" A person wrote, "Not anymore." The next person wrote, "Problem fixed." And the next comment reads, "They were Trump supporters. They're definitely looking up at us right now." And that person tries to push back and say they were still human beings. A little kid died. And that person responded with, "People die every day." Disgusting. And as if that wasn't bad enough, her brother had to actually come under the video begging people to stop celebrating his sister's death. Here's what he wrote. Hello, Justine was my sister, and I would like to please ask everyone to stop saying that she and her family deserve to die because of her political views. I personally did not agree with her, but she's still my sister, and I will continue to grieve the loss of her life. And that's how far we've fallen. A man loses his sister, her husband, and his nephew, and has to get on the internet to defend their right to die with dignity. And to be clear, this is not about politics anymore. This is a sickness. This is what happens when your brain is so broken by ideology and social media dopamines that you no longer see human beings.
I don't think it's just broken by media and ideology. I don't think it's just sicko leftists. I think most in this realm are demonic, and it's going to become more evident, more obvious, more undeniable. And I know some of you will continue to deny it until your last breath on earth. You will be in denial forever that you're in a demonic realm full of demonic beings that wish harm and suffering upon others. They are liars, they're deceitful, they have no morals. They demonstrate it on YouTube every day. Some of you are shown it every day on my channel, showing you what they're like, and you don't want to see it. So then what does that make you? It doesn't make you someone that loves the truth, wants the truth, faces the truth, accepts the truth, speaks the truth. It makes you someone that follows and defends liars and demons. And that's what most are in this realm. And this place is going to be sealed in. No matter what any of you say, no matter if every single one of you betrayed me, it wouldn't stop me from doing what I'm going to do. And that's where some of you are just dead wrong. You think, well, if I betray Stephen, I'm going to hurt him, or I'll stop him. I'll say that I'm going to stand with him and then betray him, and I'll be on Team Evil and he'll be shocked. I won't be shocked. All of you could betray me. It won't change me and won't stop me from doing what I'm going to do, what has to be done. Because I'm very different from most of you. You just don't understand that I'm going to do what I'm going to do. If you threaten me, if you murder me, if you do what, no matter what you do, it's not going to stop me. Nothing you can say or do will stop me from doing what I know has to be done. I'm not like you people. I'm not like you fickle people that say that you're with me one moment and then you disappear from my channel or you're on Team Evil. A lot of you humans show that you are demonic pieces of shit. In this realm, it isn't just a couple demons here. It's a demonic realm, which is what I've exposed more than any other channel that I've ever seen on YouTube or anywhere. In books, beyond YouTube, beyond videos and channels, I haven't seen anybody expose what this realm actually is to the level and extent that I've done. No one. And I'm not just boosting myself up. I'm trying to get you to notice the difference, because a lot of you have been feasting on shit your whole life that isn't true, that doesn't add up, that doesn't match reality. And you've accepted it. You just think, well, this channel's pretty good. You've been feasting on absolute garbage. Just look at the channels you used to watch. Some of you are honest enough to say it. At least Manny can do it when he's here. He was here earlier, and he will say he used to watch Tony Sayers and Lolita and all of these types of shit channels that were feeding shit and charging money to program people and to be demonic over the phone and mislead people and just spewing fucking dark, evil witchcraft. And people pay for it. You won't find another channel like mine because you don't have beings in this realm like me. Some of you don't even have that added up yet. You're looking at 2 + 2 and you're getting pineapple going, I can't figure it out. I can't figure out why there aren't more channels like King Stevens. Well, maybe you should look at the realm you're fucking in. You just don't do it, do you? A lot of you don't do it. You think, why aren't there more channels like his? Well, there's a reason for that, and I've outlined it. I've highlighted it. I've shone a spotlight on it that's a million fucking lumens or whatever that they measure light in. Not candle power. They used to measure it in candle power. Camel toe power. Candle power. I think it's lumens they measure in now. Millions. I've shone a fucking light, and a lot of you came from watching shit. And I'm trying to get you to notice, and it's not to harm you, it's not to shame you, it's not to do all the stuff in your feelings. It's to get you out of your feelings for once, at least temporarily, long enough for you to go, wait, that was shit, and this is true. compare and contrast and notice the difference. You can do it in a supermarket. I'm sure you can. I'm sure you can in a supermarket. I'm sure you people are not so retarded that you could pick up a rotten apple and look at it in your hand and half of it is rotten, not just a bruise. Half of the big apple is rotten. And then there's good apples that are rosy red and perfect and look delicious. Red, delicious apples. And one is rotten. You're not going to buy the rotten one. You're going to say, I don't want this one. These are different. These are better than that one. So you should be able to do it with YouTube channels. You should be able to do it with spirits. You should. And if you can't, you're in deep trouble. You're in deep shit. And I'm not saying that to hurt you. I'm saying it because it's true. And a real friend would say this to you. They would. Just like if we were in real life and you were in trouble and I would say, don't do that. You'll be in deep shit if you do that. I'd give you good, thoughtful, caring advice. And some of you just can't imagine someone doing that for free. You just think, well, I got to pay money for channels or it can't be true. Can't be truth. It can't be worthwhile and meaningful and valuable. You're that messed up. You're that messed up and mind controlled. And I encounter it every week on my channel for years. People that I can see don't value what I'm doing because it's free. I've seen that from the beginning of my channel almost 3 years ago, getting close to 3 years. When you look at the Sanity Machine, not this current channel, I've had many channels on here for the dummies that say your channel's not even 3 years old. You have issues. You haven't paid attention. I've had multiple channels here. I put in a tremendous amount of work. Thousands of videos, thousands and thousands of hours. Each video doesn't just take 1 minute. Each live stream isn't 1 minute or 1 hour. I put in thousands of hours of work for free. And some of you can't imagine because you got to pay hundreds of dollars an hour to a fake psychic or a fake astrologer or a fake chakra removal Tony tank top to realize, oh, well, like you got to get your wallets out. You're so conditioned, you people. And that's most of humanity. I'm not coming down hard on anybody here personally. I'm talking about in general. Humans are such a mess. You can't imagine somebody knowing that the truth that they have in their mind and in their spirit is important enough to speak and risk things, put my neck on the line, and come under attacks and threats and everything, harassment and people stalking me, including in real life. You don't know the extent of it. You don't know. And some of you don't get it. You just think, well, if he has money, why would he do this? Because I'm not like you. I know that certain things are important enough. They have to be said and shown no matter what the risks, no matter what's going on, no matter how stressful and how much they fuck around. It has to be said and shown and shared. That's why. It's the right thing to do. And I know I'm speaking to a species of humans that usually don't do the right thing. You follow evil for the most part in this realm, which is why this realm is this way. It's designed to be evil, but there's little opposition to evil. Most people support, fund, defend evil, which makes you evil. It doesn't make you good beings supporting demons and following them and defending them. And when I say something, you crying for them, saying, Stephen's so harsh on them. You're standing up and defending absolute demons that would eat your face off. And some of you are so stupid, you don't even realize that. I think some of you will go through that eventually. And I'm not saying this at all to scare you. I'm warning you ahead of time so you smarten up and start changing. Just like I would warn you if you were doing something stupid in person. I'd say, don't point that loaded bang bang at your foot. With the safety off, you might shoot your foot. Don't do it. Smarten up. And some of you are following absolute demons. And then when the time comes when they're devouring you, you'll say, I couldn't imagine this happening. When you were told, shown, warned, had it explained to you. I don't know what's wrong with you because I don't need someone to do this for me. So I'm trying to do something for you that I don't require. I don't require somebody to take me aside and whisper into my ear, psst, hey, Stephen, you're in a demonic realm. These demons don't care about you. They'll devour you. They'll attack you. They'll stab you in the back. They'll eat your face off. They will do anything to betray you. They will. I know that. No one has to tell me. But I'm aware that most in this realm require, before they ever come close to seeing it, a being like me to spend years trying to get it through to you. And I realize some of you do catch on quickly right away, but that's the exception. That's more than the exception. That's rare than rare. There's been thousands and thousands and thousands of people that have watched my videos on my various channels on YouTube and on BitChute and on Odyssey and the YouTube channels that YouTube terminated, a handful that didn't get what I was saying. Thousands and thousands that subscribed and thousands more that watched certain videos and didn't subscribe and left. When you add it all up, it's a lot of beings that did not get it at all, didn't get the message. And that shows me that my theory of species of spirits here is right on target. It makes the most sense. It isn't just a theory. It makes the most sense out of anyone's theories that you'll find in this realm. And my other theories add up. They match up with observable reality. They are observably true, testable, repeatable. And what does that mean? It means you're in a demonic realm. Even if you're in denial and you shake your head and you say, I know one good being in the whole realm, you don't understand what a realm is, then you have difficulty paying attention. And some of you do. You really do. You have difficulty with language, a lot of you. I've noticed over the years. You'll say, that's just a stereotype, Stephen. That's just a conspiracy. You don't know what these words mean that you use. A lot of humans, is what I'm speaking about, don't know what the words mean that they use daily. You'll say, that's racist. That's a stereotype. You don't even know what those words mean. If I said to you, what does racism mean? How am I racist? Well, you just showed black people in an unflattering light. That's not racist. Well, you said this and you said that. It's not racist. Racism is hatred for a group based on their race. I don't hate them. There's no hatred. So that's not racist. It's not racist. And you'll say, well, you stereotype them as eating fried chicken. Well, in general, black people do love fried chicken. This stereotype holds true. You just don't know what you're talking about. And that's most of you. And then you'll use the word conspiracy like it's a lie, saying that's just a conspiracy. You don't know what a conspiracy is. It's a small group or a large group of people getting together, conspiring, working together to pull something off, usually criminal activity. It could be with banking, or it could be robbing a jewelry store or robbing a liquor store. It could be a small crime like that, armed robbery. It could be three niggas getting together saying, let's get together, put masks on and arm ourselves and go to a liquor store. That's a conspiracy to rob a store. That's a crime, just the conspiracy part of it. Before the action is even pulled through, they conspired to do a crime together. So you'll say, that's just a conspiracy. You don't know what the word conspiracy means. I even made a video years ago explaining and showing the meaning and explaining it. A lot of you just don't pay attention. You don't listen. You don't have the faculties, which is why you're frustrated. And I've come to the conclusion, and I'm not 100% on this, but a lot of you, I think, are here in this realm just to aggravate. You know what you're doing. It's not just that you're dumb. You know that you're aggravating others. You know that you're demonic, and you're playing a game. You're playing a role in this realm. That's what I suspect. Now, I'm about 80% on that. It's not 100%. I'm not saying 100% people are doing this like these other channels say. 100% everybody's an NPC. They're all NPCs. NPCs. The copes are copes and NPCs and copes, and they just repeat the same shit. And I'm not doing that. But what I am saying is I think some of you are aware, and your purpose in this realm is just to aggravate others. And you really don't do much else that's even observable. You just sit on the internet and try to aggravate people. And I don't necessarily mean trolling. I mean something a bit different than trolling. I mean something demonic. And that's what I think you are. And that's what I think populates this realm, which is very different from what you'll hear on other, quote, truth channels. And you won't hear that from deceased Dolores Cannon and her followers and New Agers and this one and Tony, Tank Top Tony. You won't hear it from Erica Dubé. This is a demonic realm. This is a hell realm. This is a sewer matrix. And I'm honing in and breaking it down and showing what this place is like no one else is doing. And if you say that someone else is doing it, name the fucking channel in my chat room, because I want to investigate. I want to go take a look live or doing recording premieres, or I'll show it. I'll show the channels that you say are just like mine. We'll see if they are. We'll see if there are channels that exist anywhere on YouTube, on Odyssey, on BitChute, anywhere. Free channels that are like my channels. Let's see them. Stop bluffing and bullshitting. Put up or shut up. Show me the fucking channels. Name them. I'm tired of people saying, well, there's lots of channels. Like, name them then. Where are they? No one has ever been able to name them. And I'm tired of your lies and bullshit. And I think most human beings are liars. And some will make excuses saying they have to. It's this realm. And no, they choose to lie a lot of the times, including on YouTube, where there's no gun to their head. Nobody's forcing you to lie in my chat room, and you choose to lie. You choose to come here and tell lies right in my chat room, right in my live stream chat. And that's very common. For years, I've noticed this, and I paid attention. And these are not normies that come around here. There's almost no normies that have come to my channel, in fact. It's been people that consider themselves to be truthers. They're some of the biggest liars that I've ever seen in my life. I've been around regular people that don't lie nearly as much as people that online that call themselves truthers. You're some of the biggest fucking demonic liars ever. And I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again in this live stream. Most of humanity, most that have been on my channels, all of my channels, are undeserving of what I've given away for free. I'll repeat that. Undeserving. Undeserving. You are basically undead. You're walking dead. You're zombies. You don't have care for me. You don't have care for truth itself as a thing, truth, the truth. You don't have that kind of care. You are a different type of spirit that doesn't value the truth. You'd rather hear lies that make you feel good, most of you in this realm, most of humanity. And that is demonic, because you side with evil, which makes you demonic. You don't have to look demonic, but in terms of standing with me and truth or standing with absolute demons, most of you do end up choosing demons and evil and liars and slanderers and ones that mock and slander and cowards and frauds and grifters that do everything for money on YouTube and shekels and just sickening stuff. That's what you side with most, if given a choice. So that reveals what you are in general as a group. Your behavior shows what you are. It isn't just my opinion. I've observed for years before doing YouTube and on YouTube, and I've come to that conclusion that most of you side with demons. You are demonic, and you are of this realm, or this realm suits you. You might be from somewhere else, but you've adapted and you've gone along with evil, perhaps for many lifetimes. Maybe it's their first lifetime. Maybe it's your 100th lifetime here. Regardless, you are adapted to this realm and you belong here, even if it wasn't your home realm. You love this place. You're anchored to it. You'll defend it. You'll stand against me when I point out the truth of this place. You'll stand with demons. You'll cry for demons when I expose them. You'll cry for demons when I tease them. You'll cry for them when I defend myself and fire back and fight back. When they throw punches at me, I hit back. You'll cry for them. You're very biased towards demons. You belong here. And I won't shed a single tear for any of you that have done that belong here when I seal you in. When I seal this realm, I won't shed a single tear. I'll have a smile on my face as I seal in this hell realm. And I don't know if that makes sense to any of you. Louise says it makes perfect sense, but she wrote that quite a few minutes ago. So that was in regards to something else, I'm assuming. That was about 7 minutes ago or so. It should make perfect sense to everyone because it adds up, what I just said. If you follow demons and you act evil and you support evil and you support them and you defend them, you're evil. I don't care if you don't see yourself as evil, you don't want to admit it, you lie about it. You call some of these demons call themselves a good person every day. Some of them, they'll make videos day after day, like that red pill loser that's a fraud and a copycat and a thief will call himself a good person in all of his videos. He's not a good person. Demons always call themselves good and holy and they follow God and all this shit. They're demonic. So some of you just haven't gotten beyond the words that demons use. Newsflash, demons lie. It's like breathing to them. They'll call themselves good as they're doing evil. To them, that's like breathing. It's just, they don't even have to think about it. It's automatic. And you haven't gotten it yet. All of this can be observed in person. I don't care where you live. I don't care if you live in Canada. I don't care if you live in the United States. I don't care if you live on the East Coast, West Coast, Southern United States, Florida. You could live in Louisiana. You could live in California. You could live in New York State. You could live in the Midwest. You could live in fucking Kansas or Minnesota. I don't give a fuck. You could live in Vancouver, Toronto, Montreal, East Coast of Canada. You could live in Germany. You could live in the UK. You could live in England. You could live in Sweden. You could live in Australia. You could live in France. You could live in China, Japan. Anywhere on earth, this is observable, that most people do support demons and they reject the truth immediately. And they're very hostile towards truth being spoken. And even if they support it temporarily, just a little bit, they'll run back to evil. And they think they're taking shelter with the group, the mass, the majority of evil. That's what people do. They don't stand against the masses of evil supporters. They go with it. They go with the crowd. They go with the herd. They go with the flock of sheep. There's a big flock of sheep, 500,000 of them moving one direction. They go with them. They go with the flow. I go against the fucking grain. If you haven't been able to figure that out by now, if you need to be told. I'm speaking real truth from my spirit, and my spirit will never die. It's eternal. So I do appreciate people that have expressed concern or worry for me. I don't want anybody to live in worry in this realm. That includes my girlfriend. I've had to tell her many times, please try not to worry about me. I'll be okay no matter what. Because there's been times certain things happen in life or certain things going on or certain illnesses where I ended up in the ER or something, an ambulance. And I said, try not to worry. I'll be all right. And I know it's natural for humans or for spirits to worry, but try not to worry about me. I'm not worried. That's what I'm trying. That's part of my teachings here. I appreciate the care and concern. I absolutely do. But don't live in worry and fear. If I got murdered, it's okay. And I know that sounds weird in this realm, and I'm kind of chuckling about it. It's okay. I know what I'm doing. Trust me. I know what I'm doing spiritually. I'm not attached to this body or this life. And I have plenty of money to live the rest of my life. I don't need to beg for shekels. I don't ask you for money. I'm fine with paying all my bills and doing what I want and buying what I enjoy. I'm not boasting. I'm just saying money's not a factor in my life. Okay? I'm good. I'm fine. And I'm saying that for a reason. Because it's not like I'm poor saying, oh, fuck this realm. I'm poor and miserable. No, not at all. Do I want to die this moment? No. But am I afraid of dying or being murdered? No. No, I'm not. Because that doesn't stop me. That doesn't end things. My spirit lives on. And I'm going to complete, if you want to call it a mission, call it whatever. But I'm going to do what I'm going to do. You can be damn sure. And I've shown you that on my channel. When people said they're trying to get you off the internet, they're trying to scare you, they're bluffing you, they're doing this with these threats. You notice I'm still around. No matter how many smear campaigns, attacks, files, videos, whole channels slandering, smear campaigning me, I'm still here. I'm still here. Maybe you should notice that and take note. You shouldn't have to hear me say it. You should notice it on your own. I want you to notice things. That's part of my teachings. I want you to be able and capable that without me, you're fine. That's what I want. That's what a good teacher wants. If you want to consider me a teacher, mentor, a friend, someone that's a helper, however you want to see it, someone that's trying to guide you, someone that's trying to help you with advice, spiritual wisdom, however you want to look at me is fine by me. It's fine by me. If you want to just say Stephen's been a friend to me, some women have said Stephen's like an older brother to me. He's like a caring older brother. I appreciate that. I really do. I always tried to be a good brother in real life. But I know it's not appreciated by many in this realm. You can save someone's life from a violent attacker. That goes unappreciated. You can give money, tens of thousands of dollars, come up with it in an hour and say, I'll send you the money. I'll go to my bank right now. We don't need a contract. I'll loan you the money, or I'll give you the money to buy that house. And the deal's gonna fall through for them. They're not gonna get the house because the bank's saying you need this much more money. You need this much more money immediately, or the mortgage falls through. You need to put more into it. That happened with one of my sisters. And she called me on the phone when she was moving, and she was temporarily living in an apartment somewhere that wasn't the greatest situation. And she had a job and everything, but she didn't have the savings and she needed more money. The bank called her and said, you're not going to get the house unless you come up with this much more money for your down payment and then to secure the deal. She called me and said, Stephen, can you help me? For the ones that are not paying attention, I'm her brother. She called me on the phone and said, this deal's going to fall through. We're not going to get the house we want. And it's a great house. It has the backyard we want. It's all fenced in for her dogs. She has dogs, and she has pets. And it was a nice big backyard, the biggest in her area of that. I won't name where she lives, but the biggest in the area, not just her subdivision, but half of that small city. She had one of the bigger yards, one of the bigger lots, not a big front yard, but a nice, big, spacious, fenced in, wooden fence backyard, privacy, big deck, hot tub, 2-story house, ensuite bathroom for the master bedroom, and room for my nephew, and a spare bedroom, and a bathroom for him upstairs. Very nice place. Finished basement, 3 finished floors. Perfect for them. Ideal. It's what she wanted. She said, we really want it. And I didn't even need the talk. And she said, we'll write up a contract and we'll pay you with interest. I said, pay me when you can. One day. I don't need a contract. I don't ask for any interest. You don't have to give me interest. You can pay me back years from now. No interest. Interest-free loan from her brother with no written contract. Tens of thousands of dollars I gave her. I went to my bank and wired her the money, a money transfer at the bank where they just transfer it. Not a small transfer, because you can do $3,000 or something without involving the bank. But this was a large sum right into her account. Now, I'm not boasting about this. I'm saying it for a reason, as I do with everything. I want you to fucking understand something. That right after that, she didn't really show much appreciation at all. She kind of just drifted away and stopped calling me and talking, and didn't care much when my pet passed away and I was devastated. And a lot of things happened. Okay? And a lot of you just don't understand very much in this realm because you don't pay attention. And I've observed that on the internet. I've observed it in real life. Most people don't have much care for others. They don't pay much attention. They don't have much memory from one day to the next. If I helped you one day, a week later, you might forget that I fucking saved your life. That's how people are in this realm. And I've observed it for a lifetime, childhood, teenage years, 20-something, 30-something years. I've observed it throughout my life. You've shown me what you are, and I've paid attention, and I've observed, and I've also used my mind and remembered. So you don't fool me. Whatever you are, you're very different from me. Whatever you are. Because when someone helps me in the smallest of ways, I remember it for life. I remember one of my sisters bringing me a candy bar when I was a little boy. I was about 6 or 7 and grounded. Okay, I might have been 5, but somewhere between 5 and 7. I remember that little gesture decades and decades and decades later. But a lot of people in this realm, you can help them in ways that are much larger, and they just forget. They don't care. There's a lack of care, which shows me how demonic this realm is. And the demons in this realm have a ceremony that's called cremation of care. And some of you won't even pay attention to this. You'll wonder about it. You'll say, oh, I heard about that. It's with the owl and Bohemian Grove, and I heard about that. Well, you don't understand. A lot of you just don't understand what it means because it shows in your behavior. It's cremating their care and also yours. That's the occult ritual. Because they are in this realm cremating, burning up your care and turning you demonic like them. That's what that ritual is about. The Bohemian Grove cremation of care ceremony with the giant owl. That's what it's about. How do I know? This realm shows you the results of their plans and their schemes and their psyops and their agendas. That's what it's about. To cremate, burn up your care, turn you demonic, and keep you here. And I'm trying to really get this through to you, and I think it'll be forgotten tomorrow, unfortunately, with many of you. I'm going to ask some of you a month from now, do you remember what I said about cremation of care? You should be paying attention to this far more than you paid attention in school. But unfortunately, a lot of humans will pay attention to shit for an exam that they have to get grades on, but you won't for your spirit. Your priorities are fucked up spiritually. You'll pay attention to shit for a job, but you won't do it for something that would help your spirit for eternity. The cremation of care Bohemian Grove ritual is about burning up your care and making you demonic. As much as it's about burning up their own care, the last shreds of it, the last scraps of it. That's what it's about. As above, so below. As within, so without. So they're trying to make you a mirror reflection of them. They are demonic. They don't care about harming humanity. They want you the same way that they are. They want you to have zero care for others. And it's working. For some of you that say, well, it's not working. Oh, yes, it is. You haven't been looking at reality, truly. You're in a bubble. You're brainwashed. You're lying to yourself. You have Stockholm Syndrome. A lot of you have a million different things wrong with you, but you sure as fuck don't look at what's going on with humanity. You don't. Because as the weeks roll on, people are becoming less and less and less caring, less compassionate, less empathetic. They don't give a shit about others. They follow the program. They follow the demonic program. And then all the excuses come out for them. And none of those excuses make a damn bit of difference. They don't change anything. So spare me the fucking excuses. If you're tempted to start typing, I'd advise you to take your hands off your phone or your keyboard and say, wait a second, why am I going to defend that? Why am I going to attempt to make excuses for people following demons? Why? All it's going to do is make Stephen trust me less. Congratulations if you do that. That's all you're doing. You're not going to convince me because I already see the truth. So it's impossible with all of your excuses to get me to unsee what I already fucking see. And I hope that hits home with you. I see black women in bonnets all over America. All over. When I'm in America and on YouTube, any type of media and videos all over, and I see them in Canada as well. Canada and America. I'm over and across the border. And people will say on my channel, no, I don't see them. That doesn't get me to unsee what I already see. That's an example. I see black crime all over the place. Your denial won't get me to unsee it. It just shows what you are. It exposes you to me. And it's just another way that you show me that you're dishonest. That's what Rashawn did. Rashawn did that repeatedly for 6 or 7 months. And you're free to do the same thing, but it'll end in the same result. Go ahead. But you're not going to get me to unsee what I already see. It won't work. Hello, Traders World. Thank you, Footprints. I'm glad that it's made an impact on someone. I just wish I could impact thousands and thousands, but obviously that isn't possible in this realm. It just isn't. And if it is possible, if I'm wrong, I don't know how to do it. That's an admission by me. I've tried everything I could think of, not just on YouTube, for years and years and decades. I don't know how to reach people. If I'm wrong and they can be reached, I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to reach them. And I know some of you, baby truthers, will say other channels are reaching them. This channel's reaching them on Sovereign Citizen. That's not going to help you at all. Get out of here. All of these honed in topics that people fixate on, it's not going to help you at all. If you want to drive without a driver's license and without license plates, go for it. Go ahead. You're not going to change the realm. You're not going to change how evil it is. You're not going to change that it's a hell realm and it's a recycling system. You're not going to make an impact at all. All you're going to do is put yourself at risk of being put in jail, and you'll make zero impact on society, on police, on the laws, courts. You'll make zero impact. Congratulations. You'll end up in jail and you'll make no impact. Which adds up to stupidity. It's like saying you're going to cut yourself, hypothetically, to change this realm. I would say the cut is just going to hurt you. You're not going to impact society. You're not going to change hell realm. You're just going to hurt yourself stupidly, foolishly, with zero impact on anyone else that's positive. Maybe you'll hurt the feelings of your family. Maybe you'll worry them. Maybe, of course, you could make it that kind of impact, but a positive impact that changes things for the better, nope. Drive around with no license plates. Were you going to change anything doing that? Nope. No license, no insurance, no license plate, no sticker on the plate in Canada. You have to buy a sticker every year, so many years on your birthday. Don't pay that. Go ahead. Take your chances. Are you going to change hell realm by doing that? Nope. Not at all. So there's channels that all they do is fixate on that. Will it make any impact on changing hell realm? Nope. Will it help you get free from hell realm? Nope. Will it do anything positive to affect change at all? Nope. So then is it dumb? Yep. Is it all risk with no real reward, no real change? Yep. Is it stupid? Yep. You might as well put a noose around your neck and yell at me saying you're hurting me. You're not hurting me by doing that. And you're not changing hell realm by not putting a license plate on your fucking car or truck. Go ahead and do it, though. And that's just one example. There's lots of other examples. You can fixate on flat earth for the next 25 years. You can fixate on that one topic and say, this is the one thing that's going to change everything, and make no impact on hell realm. 25 years from now, it'll still be a hell realm. And all you did was look into and talk about flat earth. Go ahead. Pick another topic. And that's what they do. They have you, a lot of you doing that. A lot of you will just fixate on religion's bad, religion's mind control. Great. Still a hell realm. Still a hell realm. And good luck trying to get your relatives out of religion. You're just hurting yourself wearing yourself down, draining yourself. That's what people do. They don't listen to my advice. They do what won't help them. Most people do the opposite. I'm positive of that because I've seen it so many times. If I said, don't keep going that direction, you're going to drive over a cliff. That's the direction most people would go, and they'd put the pedal to the metal. That's humanity. They don't want good advice. They don't want spiritual wisdom. They don't want truth. They don't want models that add up. They don't want theories that add up. They don't want that. They don't want that. They have zero care for truth, and they have zero care for others. And they don't even care about their own potential spiritual freedom. They don't care. They don't care. Hello, Salty Siren. Hello to Traders World. Hello, everyone who's joined. Care for the truth separates spirits like mine from others. It doesn't unite, it separates, as it should be. As it should be. And some of you have worked your whole life trying to join with evil. You've done something that's not helpful at all. You should be separating yourself. I know you were taught separation is bad, division is bad, discrimination is bad, discriminating taste is bad, don't judge, judgment's bad. You were taught a lot of things are bad, and a lot of you bought it. You drank the Kool-Aid. You believed it. You believed shit. You believed the shit, right? You believed the shit. The shit. You drank the Kool-Aid on a lot of stuff. Some of you still have some of that programming. I would bet on that in your minds, where certain things I show on my channel, you're probably thinking, oh, that's not right. Steven's crossing the line, showing that or saying that about this group or that group, or saying what he's doing, or he's kind of going too far. I would bet on that. I would bet on it. And it's interesting. Testing. Testing, testing, testing. Testing. Testing, testing. Testing. It's interesting to me because people will sometimes think I've gone too far, making fun or jokes or doing something intentional over the top that's politically incorrect. And I'm attempting to deprogram you with that stuff through humor, through comedy. I notice people never say evil's gone too far. They can openly hate white people and celebrate our suffering and death, but people will think I go too far if I say ching chong. It's fascinating to me. You don't seem to see they go too far with their violence and hatred. And I make a joke and people think that's going too far. It's really fascinating, the level that people are at and the warped way that they see things, the immoral, demonic way that many in this realm see things. It's fascinating.
I personally today, I'm going to celebrate by taking the day off and maybe doing a little bit of baking. Let me know how you're going to celebrate.
Baby, that's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about.
We begin tonight with new details from a deadly plane crash.
All right, guys, I'm going to jump right into this story that I saw on TikTok. It came across my feed and I saw it. It was like this kid, it was the cutest kid ever, riding his little tricycle around a plane. And it was like one of those like personal planes. And the caption on the TikTok had said, imagine growing up riding your bike around your dad's plane before your dad flies you and your mom wherever you want. And I just thought, how cute is this? How adorable. And then I scrolled and realized this happened. Take a look.
We begin tonight with new details from a deadly plane crash in Nampa yesterday. The Canning County and Ada County coroner's offices identified the victims in the crash as a family of 3 who lived in Eagle. That's our top story here at 10. Thanks for joining us. I'm Morgan Romero.
And I'm Brian Holmes. The FAA and the NTSB are in Nampa investigating this crash. Meanwhile, Nampa police say around 5:40 yesterday evening, the plane, a Mooney M20, departed the Nampa airport. And on board that plane, Brandon and Justine Leroy and their 23-month-old son, Paxton. The plane was only in the air for about 2 miles, before crashing near an unoccupied building on Venice Street in Nampa.
The coroner's report shows the couple had multiple blunt force injuries. Their toddler was taken to St. Luke's in Boise, where he later died.
Now, your initial thoughts after seeing this is, I'm sure, is like, oh my gosh, how did this happen? This is horrible. The whole family died. This is awful. Not only did the mother and the father die instantly, but the baby actually tried to fight for his life. He was rushed to the hospital, but later succumbed to his injuries. And I'm just sitting here thinking about how heartbreaking this is and how devastating, not just for the people this has happened to, but for their family and their friends and everyone who loved them. But people still took to the internet anyways and celebrated. I am Carmen JC. If you want to support the channel, make sure you hit the like, subscribe, or tap the super thanks or buy me a coffee link below. Let's get into what's going on. So, of course, we live in this ridiculous world where the so-called party of tolerance and love, so-called people of compassion, are literally in the comments happy and celebrating this. I go to the comments and people are pulling up old posts of this young woman wearing a MAGA hat and literally celebrating her death. Here's just a few things that were said. The comment reads, life humbled her. It be like that. Someone responds back, hopefully it humbles you next. And then they say, thank you, see you in hell. The next comment read, is there a problem? A person wrote, not anymore. The next person wrote, problem fixed. And the next comment reads, they were Trump supporters. They're definitely looking up at us right now. And that person tries to push back and say they were still human beings. A little kid died. And that person responded with, people die every day. Disgusting. And as if that wasn't bad enough, her brother had to actually come under the video begging people to stop celebrating his sister's death. Here's what he wrote. Hello, Justine was my sister, and I would like to please ask everyone to stop saying that she and her family deserve to die because of her political views. I personally did not agree with her, but she's still my sister, and I will continue to grieve the loss of her life. And that's how far we've fallen. A man loses his sister, her husband, and his nephew, and has to get on the internet to defend their right to die with dignity. And to be clear, this is not about politics anymore. This is a sickness. This is what happens when your brain is so broken by ideology and social media dopamines that you no longer see human beings. You see a scoreboard. We have lost the...
It isn't just ideology. It's a demonic realm. It's a demonic realm with hateful, demonic beings. You can't just excuse it away and say, well, it's just their ideology. They're leftists. They're celebrating the horrific deaths of innocent people. They're demons. And people will always, in this realm, stop short, all over YouTube, of saying it's evil. They're demons. They're demons. Show me the channels that are out there like mine, because people will say it's just because they're lefties. It's just because they hate Trump. It's their ideology. It's this, it's that. I just come right out and say they're demons. They are demons. And you're going to learn one way or not the other. And I know people disagree with me right here that are regulars. You can go ahead, disagree. Go ahead. I'm fine with that. But you're going to learn while you're here that you're in a demonic realm, or you'll learn the hard way on the way out. And people disagree with this. You can pretend you're not in a demonic realm, but you're not getting out then. That's not the way to get out. Pretending it away and being in denial, it never helps you. You can choose that if you want to. And that's what I know. Some people watch my channel and they deny that this realm's demonic. I don't think until you change that and a lot more, I don't think you're getting out. That's my view. If you think this is a good place and you just can't come to terms with it being demonic, you can't face it, you can't even say the words that it's demonic, you got a long way to go spiritually. You're not ready to leave this place because you can't even admit that it's demonic. And that's a lot of people that have come to my channel. Thousands have been on my channels and can't admit that this realm is demonic. Suit yourself. You can't even see this place is demonic and you think you deserve out of here? Really? Well, you can't even spot evil. Why should I trust you with other realms? The truth is I don't then. I don't. Because you can't spot demons here. So how good could you be? How moral could you be? You can't even see what a demon is when they celebrate a family dying in a crash like that. It can be right in your face, and some of you can't see what demons are, no matter what they do.
The plot, and we have definitely lost ourselves in our mind. Now, if you remember, just you no longer see human beings a sickness. This is what happens when your brain is so broken by ideology and social media dopamines that you no longer see human beings. You see a scoreboard. We have lost the plot, and we have.
Is it really just social media and smartphones and ideology? No, I think it's more. I think it's a demonic realm. It's beyond just fucking Facebook and smartphones and Instagram and YouTube and TikTok. It's beyond that. It's beyond that. That's surface level explanations. That's what that is.
Definitely lost ourselves in our mind. Now, if you remember, just about a week ago, the CEO of Blackstone was murdered in a mass shooting in New York, along with 4 other people. Let's go ahead and take a look at that clip.
We begin this hour, though, with our top story. A city in shock. A gunman taking 4 lives in a shooting at an office tower in Midtown Manhattan. Joining us now is Bloomberg's Miles Miller, who has more. Miles, breaking news just moments ago.
And that's right. We just have confirmed the death of a Blackstone executive. Her name is Wesley LaPotner, and well known in corporate circles and also philanthropy. Here at Blackstone, she ran their real estate investment trust and was a part of the executive committee as it relates to investments. Outside of here, had done so much work in the community, on the board of the Met, on the board of the Heschel School, a Jewish day school here in the city, on the board of the UJA Federation, doing so much that she could in the community to make New York a better place. And it is here where she was leaving work when she was shot and killed yesterday.
Now, after she was murdered, people went online to celebrate her death just because she was a CEO. Let me say that again, not because of anything she did personally, not because she harmed anybody, not because she got caught in some type of scandal, not because she abused her power, just because she held a title, because she was successful, because she had money. And apparently that's not enough now. Let me show you some of the people who were literally celebrating her death. Let's go ahead and take a look at that.
I personally today, I'm going to celebrate by taking the day off and maybe doing a little bit of baking. Let me know how you're going to celebrate.
Woo! Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about.
To everyone who keeps on saying that Blackstone CEO had a husband, why don't we ask her husband if he had the choice, if he could bring her back and have her here on Earth, but he would have to give up all of his money and struggle like the rest of us.
And it's so hard to say goodbye to another CEO.
So now let's be honest about what we're looking at. This is not about Trump. This is not about a culture war. This is spiritual warfare. And a lot of y'all are blind to it. Because if you can celebrate someone being shot to death.
Oh, wow. She went there to spiritual warfare. She actually surprised me a little bit with going deeper than just calling it ideology. We are in a spiritual war, and some of you are in for a big surprise when you start realizing what I've been saying about demons in this realm is true. I hope you wake up before you're surrounded by them. You better wake up and understand it here before you try to leave here.
So now let's be honest about what we're looking at. This is not about Trump. This is not about a culture war. This is spiritual warfare. And a lot of y'all are blind to it. Because if you can celebrate someone being shot to death just because they were rich, if you can laugh about a child dying just because their mom wore a red hat, you are not serving God. You are serving something entirely different. And there's no way you are operating in the spirit of God and reacting like this. This is spiritual rot, and this is envy masquerading as morality. And to be honest, this is straight up Marxism dressed up as activism. The mob doesn't need to know who you are. They just need to label you. And once you're labeled, they get to dehumanize you. And this is not compassion. This is bloodthirst. And some of y'all are just lost in it. And you think you're doing something righteous.
Yeah, they're not just politically lost Marxists. They're spiritually demonic. That's what they are. And that's what populates this realm at this point.
You are not. You are feeding a dark spirit, one that thrives on hate, celebrates death, and uses politics as a cover. And I'll just say it straight. That spirit's name might as well be the devil. So with all that being said, here's what I'm really trying to say. We have to show up better. No matter what side you're on, left or right, we have to be better. Take a look at that.
So much beyond politics. I don't give a shit about politics. It's a demonic realm. Whether you vote or not, or follow politics or don't, you're in a demonic realm. It's so much bigger than politics.
This is such a beautiful family, and it honestly almost brings me to tears. And I do believe with everything in me that they deserve to be celebrated in a much better manner than what has been done. No matter what, a child died, people died, innocent people died, and that is what matters. All right, guys, as promised, I'm going to get into some of you guys' comments. Ross Kelson says, you are becoming the replacement for one of the most patriotic and wise Americans ever, Walter Williams. Thank you very much.
Which is probably the single most dismissive word they could have chosen. And on top of that, they should.
Sorry about the volume changes between her video and this one. That's YouTube, and that's their channels, not mine. I can't really do much about it. I can do a little bit, but not a lot. I'll turn his down a bit. That's the way it is.
Culture and the Somali community in the United States. So this is them speaking for themselves. Here's what they wrote. Quote, we, the undersigned members of the Somali community, write this letter to express our strong and heartfelt support for Kalinal Deary, a member of our community. Many of us first met Kalinal through our shared journey as Somali refugees, arriving in this country with little more than hope and determination to rebuild our lives. Like so many of us, Kalinal has face the challenge of starting over in a new culture, learning English, adjusting to a fast-paced system, and raising children in an environment far different from the one he grew up in. Before the situation, Kalinal was known as a devoted family man and an outgoing person. Despite the financial pressures of life in the U.S., Kalinal also still managed to support needy family members back in Somalia. The situation Kalinal is currently facing comes as a deep shock to all of us. Now, this is a letter that you might write if this guy had, say, lost his license because he got too many speeding tickets or something, or if he got picked up by the IRS because he didn't file his taxes on time. It is not, to any sane person, an appropriate letter to write when Kalinal was just convicted for hitting a 12-year-old girl in the head, abducting her, sexually assaulting her, and then texting her to see when he could do it again. In no universe should an unrepentant rapist receive the strong and heartfelt support of anyone, much less an entire community, much less a community of people that we have invited into our home, into our country. Nor should this community of people repeatedly refer to this brutal sexual assault as a situation, which is probably the single most dismissive word they could have chosen. And on top of that, they shouldn't brag that he's funneling money out of the U.S. economy and sending it back to Somalia. But the most revealing part of the letter is when Somalis that wrote this letter explained that Kalinal, quote, has faced the challenge of starting over in a new culture. Well, that's about as explicit as it gets. Apparently, in Somali culture, at least according to the people who wrote this letter, this is what they're implying. When a young girl is alone and defenseless in her backyard, you can sexually assault her as much as you want. And indeed, the statistics bear that out. Somalia ranks as the top country in the world for sexual violence against children, among other abuses. And that's what they're very clearly implying here. Therefore, according to this letter, we should have some sympathy for this poor guy. After all, he's just having trouble getting used to our peculiar little customs in the United States. It's apparently very difficult to adjust to this whole thing where we don't sexually assault children. You know, just like it's tough to learn, say, the rules of baseball or tipping etiquette when you go out to eat. It's just like that. And that's the position of this Islamic center in St. Paul. He's adjusting to our culture and having some growing pains when it comes to the whole, not sexually abusing children thing. Never mind the fact that at the time of this attack, Kalinal had lived in the United States for nearly 2 decades, so he had quite a bit of time to get used to our laws and, quote, customs. And more importantly, you're supposed to ignore the fact that regardless of where you were raised, you should know at an instinctual level that it's one of the most profound evils imaginable to assault a child. It doesn't require education to know this. It doesn't require customs. It doesn't require anything but a shred of conscience. It requires having the moral awareness of a human being instead of, say, a lizard. With this letter, the Somali community in Minnesota is acknowledging that by their own words. They don't have that level of moral awareness, which means quite simply that they don't have any business being in this country. They should be deported, and their temporary protected status, which has gone on for 34 years, should be immediately rescinded. Now, if it's true that abusing children is a part of the culture, then as they're implying, and as the statistics really do bear out, then this culture should not be permitted to enter the U.S. under any circumstance. Now, to be clear, I'm not cherry-picking one letter here. The Al Hissan Islamic Center in St. Paul sent this letter to the judge on behalf of the Somali community, but they weren't the only ones to voice their support for this unapologetic predator. I went looking through the docket on this case, and I found that many of this guy's family and close associates wrote letters to the judge as well. And they all said the same thing. Here's how prosecutors summarized those letters in their sentencing memo to the judge. Quote, finally, defendant's family and friends do not acknowledge his actions, the impact they had on the victim, or recognize his wrongdoing. The statements show that either defendant has not told them what he is convicted of, or that they are dismissive of his crime. Family members are focused on the impact that this has had on him and his family. None of them acknowledge the victim and her family. While they cite that he's a person of good character, it is more likely that this offense is a side of him they did not know about, nor do they want to know about. But quite simply, sexual assault on a child is not something a person of good character does. There's the understatement of the century. The victim's mother also stated that she and her family have been receiving death threats within the Somali community because of this case. Yes, members of the Somali community are currently threatening to murder the victim's mother. That's how they're responding to the fact that this woman's daughter was brutally attacked and sexually assaulted by a member of their community. They're responding by threatening to kill the victim's mom. They're continuing to terrorize the family as a community. And by the way, at trial, Kalinal made it clear that he blames the victim's mother for what happened. Certainly doesn't blame himself. And that might seem insane to you or to me or to any civilized person, but not to this wonderful community, it would seem. Now, you could tell in that paragraph I just read that the prosecutor is trying to search for some plausible reason why all of the Somalis involved in this case are defending this man. Like, to a man, they are all defending him. And he says that, well, maybe the family didn't know that side of him. This is the kind of line that if you're a prosecutor in Minnesota, you have to include in your argument. Even in the face of overwhelming evidence that Somalis have no business in this country, prosecutors still have to pretend that we're dealing with one or two bad apples who can be reformed. Even when the entire Somali community rushes to defend this scumbag and attacks the victim's family, that's the fiction that apparently needs to be maintained. In the end, the Somalis got what they wanted. And that shouldn't be surprising since they effectively control the government of Minnesota at this point. The judge, Michael Burns, handed out a sentence of just 12 years in this case, with release from prison after 10 years, and the rest served on probation. So he's going to do 10 years in prison for abducting and sexually assaulting a child out of her parents' backyard. 10 years. This is a sentence that, without any doubt whatsoever, should have been life imprisonment at a minimum, assuming the sharks and the firing squad weren't available. But that won't happen because of Minnesota's laws, which are extremely permissive when it comes to child abuse. Kalinal will be out on the streets in just a few years. Again, this is nothing new in Minneapolis or the UK, where Somali rape gangs are particularly active. They don't often report on cases like this in the local news, but they're increasingly common. Here's another case from an apartment complex in Minneapolis a few years ago to give you some idea of how these stories are covered if the media touches them at all. Watch this.
We begin this evening with a disturbing story about a 10-year-old girl who was sexually assaulted by a stranger.
Minneapolis police say it happened Sunday evening in the hallway of an apartment building in the Cedar Riverside neighborhood. Police arrested 34-year-old Ahmed Hirsi Abdi less than 24 hours later. As Angela Davis shows us, court records show he has a history of mental illness.
I don't know, maybe some sick person did this, but I couldn't believe it.
A criminal complaint states that neighbors heard screams on the third-floor hallway. When they found a young girl crying, they ran to get help from two off-duty Minneapolis police officers. The victim told police that a man, later identified as Ahmed Abdi, followed her in and out of an elevator, and as she walked down a hallway, he asked for her name. The complaint states he then extended his hand to her. When she shook his hand, he refused to let go.
Now, they don't tell you where Ahmed Hirsi Abdi came from. They don't tell you if he's legally in this country or who allowed him to enter. Instead, they refer to him as a stranger. They tell us he's mentally ill, and then they spend the rest of the segment talking about various resources for sexual assault survivors. But the one resource they don't talk about, even though it would drastically cut down on cases like this, is the resource known as mass deportation. And that's clearly necessary at this point because we're not dealing, again, with one or two bad actors. This is an endemic problem in the culture. 7 years ago, a region in Somalia established a new lab to investigate sexual assaults. And I'm going to play this for you and see if you notice anything in this report.
Somalia has opened its first forensic laboratory to investigate rape cases. The lab, with support from the Swedish government and the UN Population Fund, brings cutting-edge technology to a part of the world still lacking paved roads and reliable electricity.
We used to send DNA from here to Nairobi or from here to South Africa. So those restraints now are easy. We can manage this and get answers within timely period, within hours, within minutes, where we used to have days, sometimes months to receive those.
The lab opened less than a year after the Puntland region passed its first law criminalizing sexual offenses.
There are some police officers who say rape is not a big deal and consider it a minor thing. They say it is nothing new.
Kis Shamis Kabdibail is the only police officer in her unit. She handles all cases involving sexual violence in Puntland. Officer Bail says many of her rape cases are handled by community elders. The perpetrator's family may be ordered to pay the victim's family in camels or goats. And that is just the cases that women report.
So as of 2017, Somalia had just gotten around to criminalizing sexual assault. And then, with much fanfare, they open a sexual assault forensic center. And the victims, if they're compensated at all, will be rewarded with camels or goats. That's an actual news report from Somalia. Now, you have to ask this question: do people in this country realize that Somali culture is this backwards? Was there ever a vote on allowing this into our country? Was there ever any kind of national conversation whatsoever about this? Or did we just decide to grant these foreigners temporary protected status 34 years ago and let them flood into the country by hundreds of thousands with no checks and no conversation whatsoever about it? Put simply, we cannot be surprised when we import massive numbers of people from a third world hellhole and then they go on to commit horrible crimes. This kind of behavior is part of the culture. They have said that themselves, and it always has been. That doesn't mean that every Somali commits these crimes or wants to, but it means that the risk is unacceptably high for people that we are welcoming into our home. And given this very obvious fact, it's time for someone in power to answer this fundamental question. Why would we ever let anyone from a culture like this into our country in any capacity under any circumstance? Here's another way of phrasing the question. How does it benefit the United States of America to allow this culture into our country? Explain to me what the benefit is to this country, ours. And now that we made this mistake and allowed them to live here, when are we going to rectify this situation? For that matter, why are we allowing anyone to live here of any ethnicity or nationality who rejects every foundational principle this country stands for? And it's not just Somalis who openly denounce America's interests, morality, customs. Just the other day, Illinois Congresswoman is a member of Congress, Delia Ramirez, went to Mexico City to announce, quote, "I'm a proud Guatemalan before I'm an American." Now, this is in Spanish, but we'll play the clip. Here it is.
Diciendo unas palabras en español porque yo soy guatemalteca con mucho orgullo, primero que soy americana.
Delia Ramirez, you should know, is the daughter of illegal aliens from Guatemala. She was reportedly born in Chicago, which supposedly grants her citizenship for some reason. She's a walking example of why this administration should continue the fight to end birthright citizenship. And she's a reminder, as we've discussed, that not everyone in this country is an American, even the ones with legal status. Because you have ones with legal status. I'm a Guatemalan before I'm an American. How much clearer can they possibly be? All cultures are created equal, is what we're told, but it's one of the many great lies of modern times. Many of our problems in the West are born from this lie. A lot of people have pretended otherwise over the years. They've invented various justifications for allowing these people to destroy entire cities in this country. But now that Somalis have finally told the truth about their culture to a judge in Minneapolis, and now that members of Congress are admitting their disloyalty to audiences in Mexico City, there simply isn't anything to debate anymore. All we have to do is read their words, listen to them, pay attention to their actions, and respond accordingly. Now let's get to our 5 headlines. Now, if your idea of gut health is eating a handful of Tums after every meal and hoping for the best, it might be time to level up. Enter Peak's Pu'er tea. Yes, it's fermented tea. No, it doesn't taste like compost. I was skeptical too, but here's the thing, it actually works. I recently tried their black Pu'er, no jitters, no crash, just clean, calm energy that doesn't make you feel like you're on a caffeine bender. And after meals, their green Pu'er helps you digest without feeling like you swallowed a brick. Imagine that. Pu'er is fermented, which means it's packed with probiotics, prebiotics, all the...
Sorry about that, everyone. I had to go take care of something and leave my laptop. And I come back and they're playing a commercial, of course. But people are used to commercials. They're used to... they're used to channels that are only doing it for profit. That's what people are used to. People are confused by free channels like mine because there's hardly any channels on YouTube that do lots of live streams and make videos for years for free. There's very few that are worth anything. So I'm sorry about the commercials, but people are used to that anyways, I think. in this realm. It puzzles them why anyone would speak truth and do work for free. Really puzzles people in this fucked up place. And for the stupid people that can't understand, I could have made tons of money for the past 3 years running these channels if I had not done these videos and live streams for thousands of hours and focused on making money. There's lots of ways that I could have made money and also put my creative ideas to use to make money if it was about making money for me. But people are too dumb and demonic in this realm. Very fucking dumb. They don't get anything. And I don't expect people to understand anything anymore. Way too many thousands have shown me that people don't understand anything. So I don't expect understanding for what I do on YouTube. There's very few in this realm that will ever understand who I am, what kind of being I am, why I've done this. Very few. I think most of you are just complete demontards. Most humans are foobar. They'll never understand. They want to see a price tag on something. They want a paywall. They want Patreon. They want join a members club. They want to see a Cash App and a PayPal and super chats. This is what you're so easily conditioned that that's totally normal now. Where free channels on YouTube are bizarre. You just can't figure it out. That's most humans. Just completely fucked. Mentally, morally, spiritually, completely fucked. And I don't care if you're in the best physical shape, in all the other ways, you're fucked up. Most of you. If that hurts your feelings, too bad. Because it's true. And that's where a lot of you, you're all about your feelings. You don't like hearing things.
Did you guys see this? You guys are aware of the first statue that was in New York, right? And it was of it was a heavyset woman in New York. Now in Ontario, there is a 12-foot bronze statue of a portly woman, and I'm assuming they say she's a black woman. I mean, it's bronze, so I don't know. 12-foot bronze statue of a woman that went up, a portly woman that went up in Ontario. How did we go from David to that?
I think it was years and years of people just accepting mediocrity.
I mean, look at this. Look at the statue. Look at the statue. Those are sweatpants.
Right.
She's in sweatpants.
It's a t-shirt.
What is the purpose of this? Look at this.
They're celebrating mediocrity. This is what has been going on for the longest. Mediocrity has been celebrated for so long that this is now what we see.
It's a 9-foot sculpture. It's by this is how it's described. It's an acclaimed British artist, Thomas J. Price. He sucks. He's horrible. The sculpture depicts a casually dressed woman in front of the Art Gallery of Ontario's entrance. Price said that he hopes that the sculpture can lead to greater empathy and connection. He says, quote, "I want people to recognize themselves and feel valued." I don't recognize myself in this. It's because I don't wear sweatpants in public. I'm going to tell you guys something. Mentally, I'm 90 years old. All right. I am so old school with things. I don't think that leggings are pants. Cover your ass. Nobody wants to see it. And most of you don't have a good enough backside anyway to just wear them as pants. Let's be real. That's number one. Number two, crop tops and muffin tops do not work. Any woman over the age of 30 should not be in a crop top. Sorry. I never want to see men in open-toed sandals unless you're literally at the beach with sand on your feet. I'm sorry, but I don't like it. Flip-flops are for beach. Sweatpants are for never. I subscribe to the Karl Lagerfeld way of thinking that sweatpants are just a sign of surrender. You are giving up in life if you're wearing them out publicly. I don't care. It's not a matter of money. It's just a matter of just valuing yourself. It has nothing to do with money. You don't have to be rich to not wear sweatpants to go to the supermarket. Okay. Yes, I am a little bit like old Southern lady in that thinking. Anyway, we went from, this is the second like overweight woman The first one was the fat black lady in New York, and then now this is the portly lady in Ontario. What is up with that as the subject matter for sculptures? Number one. Number two, she's in sweatpants. Not only do I not see myself in this, but I'm offended by it because she's in sweatpants. And number three, how did we go from Michelangelo's David to this? There's nothing remarkable about this sculpture. There's nothing celebratory about her form. There's nothing in her expression. No one even knows why she's there. With David, you knew immediately why he was there. David and Goliath, and it was very different in that it wasn't in the moment that he was launching rocks at Goliath. It wasn't after he took Goliath's head. It was the moment right before where he's all tensed up so that Michelangelo could showcase his amazing artistic ability. And you could see the tendons. You could see every muscle. You could even see the one bone in his pinky that was raised, and all his weight was shifted on his dominant legs as he got ready to hurl the first stone at Goliath. It was not just a story of David and Goliath, but it was also a celebration of Florence, Firenze. It was a
They're not upset by the word. They're not upset that someone said it and that their ears are hearing it, and it conjures up images of slavery and oppression and Jim Crow. That has nothing to do with this blacks being so hurt and offended by the word. What it is they feel they have power over white people with that. It's one of the few things they feel they have power over white people. If you say it, you're going to have to pay the price. But it doesn't upset them. Just stop. It doesn't upset them. If it did, they'd be getting upset every minute of every day while they call each other that word for all day and all night. So it's not hearing the word. It's who's saying it and who do I want to exercise power over by telling them they can't say it. You see this weird power thing go on with black people when they get pulled over. You know, it's one of my favorite activities is watching videos of especially black women, getting pulled over by the police. A lawful stop, a courteous police officer, and they will fucking act themselves right into felony charges for a blinker or a seatbelt ticket or what have you. And what they don't seem to understand is that you can't exert or exercise power over police officers during a traffic stop. They're trying to tell them what to do, what they can and can't do. And the cops know. One of my favorites these days is I'm going to ask you to step out of the vehicle. And they go, no, I don't have to. I know my rights. Well, you don't. And the cops usually say, no, I don't think you know your rights. And then this is funny. I saw this one the other day. The cop goes, according to Pennsylvania versus Mims, which is the law, the Supreme Court decision from the 70s that dictates that a police officer can ask anyone in the vehicle to step out of the vehicle at any time for any reason during a traffic stop. That's the Supreme Court ruling. Mims versus Pennsylvania. A cop can ask you to step out of the vehicle and you have to step out. And they think they know their rights. I don't have to. Where's your warrant? You hear that a lot. It's like, what? But the cop goes, because they can't get them to shut up for more than a couple of seconds. And the cop goes, no, according to Pennsylvania versus Mims. And the guy goes, My plate is from Jersey. Hi, this is Anthony Cumia.
Hello, I'm Gavin McInnes.
And together we're Compound Censored.
And we would like you to subscribe with this deal using this promo code right below me right now.
Do it, because it's very entertaining. He doesn't understand. He thinks that law is just for Pennsylvania, because it's called Pennsylvania versus Mims, or Mims versus Pennsylvania. And he didn't understand. I'm in Jersey. It's funny. But they always get themselves in this position, and the power, even though they are fucked, they're going to jail. This is not going to end the way they want it to end. They will be dragged out of the vehicle. All the things will happen. They'll be cuffed. They'll be put in the back of the car. But here's how they exercise the feeling that they need to have some control or power. It's so juvenile. If they get tackled to the ground and cuffed and then stand up and their shoe is off, they will yell at the cop, "Put my shoe on. You put my shoe back on. That's right." Like that's getting the cop. And the cop usually picks the shoe on and throws it on the ground, and, they could put their foot in it. But they see that as a victory against the cop. You put my shoe on. Wear my shoe. Get my phone. Call your supervisor. It's always a demand that they make on the officer that try to give them some power. I'm getting in the car. I'm getting in the police car. You back up a little and I'll get in. No, that's like, no, I'm telling you to back up and then I'll get in. So I'm trying to exercise some power over you. And the cops are like, it doesn't work like this. They know. I'm not, if you're a cop listening to this, you know this. They do this all the fucking time. Or the other one is when a cop, the initial cop that pulled over the person and told them that, if you don't comply with these lawful orders, you're going to be arrested. And then they say, you're under arrest, open the door. And then everything happens. They get out, they get cuffed. Now the person in cuffs wants nothing to do with that cop. I ain't talking to you. I'll listen to this guy. You take me to the police car. I don't want him taking me. You take me and sit me in the cop car. So now they're getting one over on the cop that initiated the traffic stop and started it. And they're complying with a different cop because fuck you. I don't have to listen to you. And I've seen a lot of, and I wish more cops would do this. Sometimes the cop that the perpetrator is sidling up to, they say, no, you're going with him. You're going with him. And it pisses them off to no end. And it's funny. And fuck you. They shouldn't feel like they're exercising any power over anything at that point. The whole altercation was created because they felt they had this power over law enforcement at the time. And they carry this power trip shit everywhere. It's not just a traffic stop. It's Starbucks. It's Walmart. It's everywhere. Everywhere. Amusement parks. It's this entitled shit where they know everything. They know every law. They know how people should be treated. And meanwhile, they obviously don't because they're breaking the laws and they're treating people like shit. There you go. There you go. Here's another entitled black woman story. Yeah, Black Monday. It's a woman. She's a mail carrier. See, I didn't say mailman. A mail carrier for the United States government postal service. And she drives around in one of those little post office vans. And she got her kids sitting in the tubs that they carry the mail around in the back of her vehicle. And I guess a guy saw this and didn't think it was good, safe, or policy. So he opens the door and takes a video of her kids in the mail truck. She's caught, but You think there's any responsibility for her actions there? No, she's pissed off at the guy and everyone else and comes up with just so many excuses as to why it's perfectly fine to have her kids in the back of the mail truck. What a lawsuit waiting to happen that is. But let's watch and laugh along with this one.
Chicago USPS mail carrier caught endangering baby girls delivering mail with them in the back without car seats.
Get your ass out! Get your ass out! I don't give a fuck, bitch! Hit me. Hit me. Hey. I'm waiting on my nigga to come get my kid. Hey, fuck wrong with you? Hey, what the fuck is y'all doing? What the fuck is y'all doing?
That's how they do it in Chicago. She's waiting on her nigger. She said, I'm waiting on my nigga to come pick up my kids. U.S. Postal Service, waiting on her nigger. Waiting on my nigga to pick up my kids. Waiting on my nigga to pick up my kids.
I got it all on video. They in there.
Baby girls delivering mail with them in the back without car seats.
Get your ass out! Get your ass out! I don't give a fuck, bitch! Hit me. Hit me. Hey. I'm waiting on my nigga to come get my kid. Hey, fuck wrong with you? Hey, what the fuck is y'all doing? What the fuck is y'all doing? I got it all on video. They in there. My man coming to get my kid. Let me go to the address.
My man coming to get my kid.
Hey, bitch. Hey, out.
Believe this.
No, fuck y'all doing? No, y'all don't do that. Y'all please don't. Y'all do that. He has job.
No, he do his job too. He worked.
Let's not get it picked up. Let's get it. Get up. Wow. Hey, come up here. These motherfuckers over here recording me because I got the kids sitting right.
Recording me because I got my kids. Baby daddy gonna pick up them kids. First of all, there seemed to be a daughter in there that was old enough to take care of the kids. So why wasn't she just babysitting while the mother's working? And obviously she didn't want to pay for daycare or maybe I don't know what her motive could be for shoving her kids in the back of the work van when you have a girl that seemed to be old enough to watch the kids wherever they live, whatever house, whatever Section 8 housing they live in. It seemed like she could have watched the kids. Why was she carting them around unless it was some kind of scam? Who knows? But again, you see, I don't give a fuck. She gets all ratchet on the guy. There you go. That's your DEI postal hire right there. Wonderful. This was an interesting little video. Quick palate cleanser while we move on to other things. Passenger jet, 737, I believe, was landing.
I love humans. I could show thousands of hours showing it's a hell realm, and people will still shake their heads and laugh and say, he says it's a hell realm. I love humans. They're so great, so smart. They're so aware. They really care about the truth. They really look into it. How much more evidence do you need? Do you need demons to eat your faces off? I think some do. I think some of you would still be making excuses that are tuned in right now saying this isn't a hell realm. So what if they're eating our faces off? It's okay. We still have cigarettes and booze and McDonald's and Netflix and Hollywood movies. It's not a hell realm. Bunch of fucking demon tards. That's what most are in this realm. And they show it all the time.
Have you heard about the Black Vikings? The African Vikings. And did you know that on board the longships, you would see black men, predominantly black men, men from Africa. They were the real Vikings. This is not true, obviously, but it is one of the lies that is consistently being spread on social media. And now with AI, which I hate, you see these images and people share them and so on, and they are trying to spread this lie that the Vikings were predominantly black. You know, I hate when people try to make history political, like they have a political agenda and they are distorting the facts and they are lying about the past to promote their political agenda. And when it comes to the Norse, the people in Scandinavia, we know that they were somewhat multicultural if we look at their DNA. But that does not mean that you had lots of people from the Middle East and Africa here. What we mean by multicultural in that sense is that you would have maybe your uncle was from the British Islands. Maybe you married a woman from what is now Poland or Russia. That's what we mean by multicultural, and we can trace it in our DNA today. And if you go to Iceland, you will find DNA from North America because the Vikings went there and they probably brought home wives and so on. And that's what we mean by multicultural. Some people will point at names in the sagas, for instance, and they will say that, well, he was called the Black, like Halfdan Svarte, who was that's just a horses screaming, by the way. Halfdan Svarte, who was sort of a king in eastern Norway. He was called Halfdan the Black, Halfdan Svarte, because of his black hair. Black hair was not very common, so they would call, if you had something about you that was uncommon in the way you looked, that probably became your nickname. Some people will point at a guy who lived on Iceland, Geirmund Heljarskinn, and they will say that, well, his name literally means black-skinned. And it's sort of true. If we look at his nickname, Heljarskinn, it means either black-skinned or a
This guy beats around the bush a lot. He just isn't very direct. And I don't know how 700,000 people like this guy's channel. He's not a great speaker. He does it for money. But this is what people are into. This is exactly what people are into, this level of stuff. Mainstream, basic, not even baby truther level, just normie level shit. Over 700,000 subscribers. This is exactly what people are into. They just want to be fed baby stuff that you shouldn't even have to make a video to tell people that Vikings weren't black. And this is the dumbed down level that people are at in this realm. I don't care if that makes you upset. I don't give a shit if it offends you. A lot of humans are just so fucked up at this point. They need videos telling them that Vikings weren't black, and they need some guy like this that's a terrible speaker. He has no charisma, no personality. He's very slow. He's also gotten triggered and upset. He's shown that he's not masculine. He's just a blue-pilled dummy, basically, with almost 1 million followers. And it shows what level people are at on YouTube. The guy LARPs as a Viking. He goes out in the forest. I mean, it's ridiculous. That's what it is. I don't think this guy could hike very far. He's way out of shape.
Okay.
Person with a skin pale as death. So, not in that way, you could say not. It's not a very nice nickname to have, but he was the son.
He just goes off in different directions and he beats around the bush. He's trying to stretch it out to make a 12-minute video to just say Vikings were not black. So he's trying to stretch it out.
Son of a Norwegian merchant and a Samoyed woman, and his complexion was probably somewhat, if you think about people from Mongolia and so on, he probably had some of those facial features, but it doesn't necessarily mean actually black-skinned. If you look at the name Heljarskinn, the first part, Hel, is actually the name of the goddess of death.
He thinks he's debunking stuff. Most people, they'll never listen to this, that are on the side of wanting to believe or push the falsity that Vikings were black and that there was tons of black people in England and Iceland and all this bullshit. I don't know. It's really pathetic. It just is. That even that there are videos like this and a guy saying, "Oh, it doesn't mean this." You're just so gentle with them that you don't know how to handle these creatures. They'll just walk all over you. And they do in your countries. They do in Norway and in Sweden and Finland and they just walk right all over you because you try to be so gentle with them and understanding. And they just laugh at you and mock you. That's reality.
And it could signify that his skin looked like he was dead or something like that. But he was not a black man. He was not a black man. I think that if you had been alive during the Viking Age, and if you lived here in Scandinavia, there might have been a chance that you would have seen a person from Africa. I don't know how likely that would be, but we know that people from Northern Africa, they traded, they traveled. So maybe you went down to the harbor one day and there was a merchant.
See how he cucks to them and maybe you might have seen a black person, and he can't just come right out and say, there weren't black Vikings. It's hilarious to me how a lot of Nordic people, modern ones, claim that they're direct. A lot of people claim they're direct and they boast their culture up. They're more like this guy. In reality, they're not very blunt. They're not very direct. They're more like this guy, and they lack the self-awareness. Look at him. Look at him. The Vikings of old would be ashamed of you for just trying to, there might have been a black person. There might have been black people. You just cuck to them. It's just pathetic. You're actually a cuck. You're not a Viking. You're a fake. You're a fraud. And it should be called out. You're just a fatty. You're out of shape. And you're LARPing as a Viking. And you're not. I don't care if you have Thor's hammer. Like that. It's just, you're cliche, dude. That's what you are. And you make videos to try to make money off YouTube. It's about the shekels. What's the difference between you and a shekels beggar in Israel? You're not a Viking. You might as well be a tiny hat, for fuck's sake.
Ship there, and on board the merchant ship there was a couple of men from Northern Africa. You went down to the harbor one day and there was a merchant ship there, and Africa, they traded, they traveled. Africa. I don't know how likely that would be, but there might have been a chance that you would have seen a person from Africa. There might have been a chance that you would have seen a person from Africa.
Anti-white lefties love people like you because you just cave into them and go, there might have been somebody. Like, it's just pathetic. It's weak. It's exactly what lefties want. And that's what you feed them.
I don't know how likely Africa.
And then his big sigh and his body language rocking around. Like, you're not confident. You're just a cuck. You're a weakling.
From Africa. I don't know. I don't know how likely that would be. But we know that people from Northern Africa, they traded, they traveled. So maybe you went down to the harbor one day and maybe you went down to the harbor one day and there was a merchant ship there, and on board the merchant ship there was a couple of men from Northern Africa. But it was probably something quite rare. I don't think that happened very often, simply because of the distance they had to travel. So, you know, I hate when people try to bring politics into this, modern politics, and they especially when they bring identity politics into this. I don't think that's right. I don't think that anyone should do that. Whether you are left or right or in between, let's not do that. I think it's dishonest, and I think it's a very bad thing to do. So I heard a noise here, and it was one of the little goblins that live in these woods, and he left a note. I'll show you. Can you see that? Can you see that hole there? The hole in the tree goes straight through, and there is a note. Can you see that? Let's take a look and see what it says on that note. Here it is. Please subscribe to Björn's channel. That's what it says. Yeah, so now you know what to do. And by the way, these goblins, we call...
He's so funny. He's just so funny, this guy.
Please subscribe to Björn's channel. That's what it says. Yeah, so now you know what to do. And by the way, these goblins, we call them Nisse here in Norway. They get upset, and they, if you don't do like they say, you know, they can be very naughty. And by the way, my name is Björn. I live here in Norway. I'm a historical novelist. My books are available in several languages. I've been passionate about the Viking Age for a few decades now. And I must say, this is sadly not the first time I am seeing this, you know, the Vikings were black thing pop up in social media and even in the news. There's an agenda there, and I've talked about this before, and the agenda seems to be that, or the message seems to be that if you're, you know, Saxon, Norse, you know, Germanic, not necessarily German, but Germanic, you have no culture of your own, and everything that you have, everything that you thought was your culture, it was borrowed or stolen from other places. In fact, you never existed. That seems to be the message. And it's a very toxic, and in fact, you never existed. That seems to be the message. That seems...
Do you ever get tired of the fakes and phonies in this realm? Does anyone ever get tired of that? I don't care if the guy's white. I mean, the guy is just a joke. The Vikings of old would just be, they wouldn't even be laughing at him. They'd just be disappointed and probably just get rid of him. I mean, the guy just LARPs for money on YouTube. And it's just pathetic. It really is. He's not funny. He'll stretch out a video. It's just, and this is what people watch. 700,000 subscribers. This is what you humans watch. This is what I see all over YouTube is people watching stupid shit. That's what people want in this realm. They want trash and they want to pay for it. Go buy his books. Go send him donations. There's lots of ways for you to give him money. Go give him some money. Go subscribe on his Subscribe Star or his Patreon. They always have something. Here's PayPal donations. Here's the ways you can give him fucking money. Give him some money. Donate Bitcoin to him. There's lots of ways you can give him money. Okay? I'm putting it up on the screen. Give him some fucking money for being lame. It just gets tiresome. People support what's fake and phony and stupid and unfunny and dumb. And this is what you do. And it doesn't seem to bother most of you. Most humans are unbothered by how fake and phony this realm is and how everyone's a grifter and a fake. And it's just pathetic. Go give him some fucking money. A fake Viking. And he's got to say that you might have seen a black man. It's just so stupid. And this is the level most humans are at. And it can upset you. I don't care. I don't care if it bothers your feelings. Your feelings could say one day, Stephen, I love your channel. Your channel's amazing. And the next day you're on Team Evil bashing me. You people are fickle. You humans are fickle. Your feelings change moment to moment. Almost none of you have loyalty or integrity. Most humans are absolute shit. That's what you are. Go give them money. Lots of ways to give him money, okay? There you go. You can become a member of his channel, a member of his Patreon. You can support him on Subscribe Star, gives him money every month. You can PayPal donate to him. You can donate Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin. You can pay for merchandise, which supports him, which he's advertising every video. You can buy his board game, his books. There's tons of ways. It's all about the shekels. And a lot of you stupid people can't even see that without somebody like me explaining it and showing it for years. Years. And even then, some of you in your mind will say, well, he's got to learn a living. He's got to be able to make money somehow. If it isn't duping people on the internet and grifting, it's just pathetic. It's a realm full of fakes and phonies and their supporters and excuse makers and just fucking idiots. That's what it is. Most of you aren't worth a second of my thoughts, most of humanity. Because you're more to support 700,000 of you supporting this kind of shit and millions supporting other channels. You just love fake shit. That's what you do. You can shake your heads all you want till you break your necks. It's true. Most humans love fake shit like this. Fake, phony, stupid, low-level shit. That's what you love. And you love to pay for it and gobble it up.
Germanic, not necessarily German, but Germanic. You have no culture of your own. And everything that you have, everything that you thought was your culture, it was borrowed or stolen from other places. In fact, you never existed. In fact, you never existed. In fact, you never existed. That seems to be the message. And it's a very toxic and, dare I say, evil message. Because we need our roots. And we need...
He's speaking some truth, Stephen. What are you against this guy for? He's speaking some truth. That's the level people are at. He's speaking a little bit of truth. There's the link. I dropped it in the chat. Go there. For the people that are at this level, go to his channel. Stay the fuck away from me. I don't want morons around me. Go to his channel. Go play Little Red Riding Hood or Robin Hood or whatever in the fucking woods with him. Go ahead.
Need to take pride in where we come from. I think that's quite important. So, the Vikings, were they black? No, they were not. Would there be people from like Saxon or someone from what is now Poland on board the longships? Not very unlikely. That probably happened quite often, because the Vikings, that's not an ethnic group. They came from Scandinavia predominantly, but that they would probably not be against, including someone from another ethnic group if they were, maybe friends with some guy on board, or, if they had proven themselves being very skilled at sailing, navigating, proven themselves being very skilled at sailing, navigating, fighting, so on and so on. I think it's the 1st of August today as I'm filming this.
So there's his Patreon for people that haven't paid attention. Patreon is a site where you can give money. You can become a member and pay him money every month. And that's what he wants. He wants your money. Patreon, it's right on the screen. You got to pay attention a little bit. And I'm tired of the majority in this realm just not even paying attention to anything.
Hi there, I have decided to offer a membership option here on YouTube. So I'll try to keep this very brief. It's a paying option. You have to pay something. I think it's I've chosen to set that monthly fee very low, because this is not really about the money for me, but of course you will be supporting my work as a content creator by becoming a paying member. I have a need to, well, first of all, let me just say that I will not be reducing the amount of content that I upload for free, of course not. But I have material in addition to that. That might be longer versions of hiking videos, might be maybe more private stuff, might be videos where we get more into detail on certain topics, typically bushcraft and Viking stuff. You will get you will get a little badge next to your name in the comment section. What else is there? Yeah, I might add some more badges. I think you can get a different badge when you're supporting the channel for 2 months and 3 months and so on. But as per now, one badge. Yeah, I think that's about it. Yes. So if you want to support this channel, you can become a member, and yeah, that would be awesome. Okay, that's all. Have a wonderful day. Bye bye.
Go pay for shit. I'm going to start sending people to all these shit channels so they can pay for shit. People don't value what's for free. Go pay shit channels. Give them money every month. Get your credit cards out. Pay them lots so you learn the hard way. Pay them for years. And then maybe one day you'll look back and say, what was I paying these shitheads for? Maybe that'll sink in one day.
You got like 10 seconds to open up this door. I swear to God, I'm gonna break this door.
Ooh, this lady in here stealing with her kids. Mean to me, and I don't appreciate
How was I
it.
mean to you?
I don't like the way y'all handle me.
We gotta make it because Bookie, I gotta go steal my outfits before my video shoot.
I'm recording it now. You should not be recording it without our permission.
All right, guys, let's get straight to it. With all the chaos, dysfunction, and crime we're seeing in the Black community, if you really want to understand the root of the problem, you have to look at who are these kids learning from. And spoiler alert, it is not the absentee fathers. It's the women who are raising them. Now, I know some of y'all are conditioned to immediately blame Black men for everything, like it's you guys' default setting. But can we be honest? Who is raising these children majority of the time? Who's in the household every single day setting the example? Black women. And unfortunately, a lot of them set the worst examples possible. They're not just failing as parents. They're actively teaching their children to steal, to lie, manipulate, and justify criminal behavior. And the internet is flooded with receipts. Some of these women don't deserve to be parents. And I don't say that lightly because what they're doing is damaging their children's life. And honestly, I don't even think they care. Or worse, they do care and they're still doing it. Today, we're going to look at a few clips. We're going to watch this behavior firsthand, and I'm going to break it down so we can understand the sickness behind it all. Welcome back to the channel, guys. I am Carmen JC. Make sure you hit the like button, drop a super thanks, or buy me a coffee using the link below to support the channel. And if you have kids or nieces and nephews, you need to be watching this with your eyes wide open because this isn't just commentary. It is a warning. Let's get into what's going on. All right, now look. I know being a single mother or being a parent in general, raising children is not easy. It's probably one of the hardest responsibilities anybody would ever take on. But here's what else I know. Children have fragile minds. They soak up what they see, they mirror what they're taught, and you cannot model bad behavior, then be surprised when they turn into problems for society. So to be clear, there has to be some accountability in the Black community, and more specifically, Black women need to take more accountability for the kind of children that they're raising and what they're exposing them to. Now I get it. Life is hard. School supplies are expensive.
Don't touch my kids. Ma'am, don't touch us. Move, ma'am.
Oh, it's so obvious.
Don't touch us. Don't touch us, ma'am. Don't touch us. Don't touch us, ma'am. Don't touch my kids. They gotta go to school. Ma'am, don't touch us. Move, ma'am. Can't walk out here. You can have that. Come on. We gotta fix that. You better go home, you gonna get hurt. My kids gotta go to school. I gotta do what I gotta do for my kids. I don't care if you better go on. Don't put that in the car. Go ahead and go. Don't keep trying to get this other ass.
Hey, you can't steal.
You better go on, girl. I don't care about police.
They gonna see your face and you going to jail.
I don't care. Give me this, ma'am. Let it go. Let it go. You better get out of here. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. You better let our stuff go. You better go. You better go, baby. You better get off my basket.
You going to jail.
You better get off my basket. Y'all can have it. I don't give a damn. Y'all can keep that. Come on, let's go now. Hurry up.
You going to jail. I got your face in
Girl, get off my face, girl. Come on. You better stop. Get the fuck off.
Now, I could have sworn that the Black community was supposed to be boycotting Target, and yet and still here we are, and they're stealing. And they wonder why these companies don't market towards them. These companies are tired of the dysfunctional behavior that comes with the Black community. So I wouldn't market towards the Black community either because the Black community comes with dysfunction. Now, after watching that, all you can really do is feel completely saddened, and not even for the woman, but for the children, because you already know exactly where those children are going to end up. Not because they never had a shot, but because their own parent poisoned them to be this way. And quite frankly, she should be in jail. Not just for stealing, but for child endangerment. That is what this is. She's endangering her children psychologically, emotionally, and morally. She's training them for prison, and she's training them for poverty, and she's doing it with no shame. And the internet gave her a platform. No CPS call, no outrage, just likes, retweets, and laughs. A lot of these women are simply not fit to be parents, but they think that just because they do what they got to do, stealing, lying, cutting corners, that somehow makes them a good mother. No, that just makes you irresponsible. That means you don't want to be held accountable for the decisions you've made. And worse, you don't want to work for anything in life. I just have to say that this is where the welfare queens come from. And I just have to say, I can't explain how disgusted I am by this mother, not even just for stealing, the fact that she had a gun out and her children are right there. It is just all so sad. It's so reckless. It's a heartbreaking reminder of how far the culture has fallen and where it's going if this is what we're calling survival. Now, you would think, okay, that video was horrible. It cannot get worse than that. Well, you be wrong, my friend. Let's go ahead and take a look at the next clip.
You got like 10 seconds to open up this door. I swear to God, I'm gonna break this door. 10. Open this fucking door. Oh, come on, mama. Come on, mama. Bitch, I been knew how to count, hoe. Show 4 out of that. Dad do that. You can open the door. Open the door. I'm gonna open up this door because I'm not playing. All I fucking know is y'all better open it. I'm not playing. You know how to count. You have time. Open the door. Open up this door before we break this bitch. Break it. Go ahead. I'm finna break some up in this bitch. On God, I'm finna. You hoes must be dumb. I would like that for you with y'all. Do not play with it. You do not like that, but you can't open the door. Do not play with it. Open the door, I'll trash it. You can open it. I will trash this hole. I'm closed. All right, we're sorry.
I can't even tell you how disgusted I am by this video. These little nigglets are so far gone, and what's even more disgusting is there is not an adult in sight. No correction, no direction.
I'm closed. All right, we're sorry.
I can't even tell you how disgusted I am by this video. These little nigglets are so far gone, and these little nigglets are so far gone, and these little nigglets are so far gone, and what's these little nigglets are so far gone. These little nigglets are so far gone, and what's even more disgusting is there is not an adult in sight. No correction, no direction, no standards, just chaos, dysfunction, and failure. And what's really sad is this is the kind of behavior that I would have expected from the last children that was with the last mother. But these are different kids, different faces, different homes, and yet here we are, same broken behavior, same absent parenting, and same generational rot. These children have no guidance, and to be honest, it is obvious there's no male figure in any of these children's lives, because I promise you, these boys would not be acting like that if they had a strong man in the household. That is the difference a real father makes. This is exactly why a family unit matter, not just because of emotional support, but for order, direction, and consequences. And you can tell that there's no man guiding these women either. You can feel it. There's no structure, no accountability, no direction, just vibes in survival. And then they pass that same dysfunction down to their children like it is some type of legacy. It is sickening. Okay. And it just goes to show how horrible of a job a lot of these women are doing as parents. They're not raising children with love. They're not raising children with wisdom. They're not instilling morals. Half of them aren't even watching their children. Okay. These little boys are growing up in chaos and nobody seems to care and nobody's stepping in. The schools are too scared. The neighbors mind their business and the community is too busy defending dysfunction and people are too scared.
So please, can stop.
These people in the comments, what y'all got to say to them?
Okay, so please, can people stop saying?
Listen.
Okay, so y'all, let me address this motherfucker. Let me sit up. What y'all sit up right. So, these people in the comments, what y'all got to say to them?
Okay, so please, can people stop saying they mama poor, they can't afford food, our mama can't afford
and
food.
Second of all,
we fully dressed, we got more money than you, bitch.
Second of all, y'all dicking. Get off dick.
Y'all niggas about my sister. This is not my mama. This is my sister. She make more money than you. She got her own house. She pay her own bills. She got more shit than you. You broke. You ain't getting no more shit. And that was not food inside that bag. That was snacks and toys.
And if it was, yeah, that's what y'all like the fuck.
Matter of fact, everybody steal. Matter of fact, y'all
got food. Everybody that knows know y'all got food.
Y'all grown people.
But yeah, like at the end of the day, my mama did not know that they dropped off. But yeah, and everybody in the comments talking about they mama this, they mama that. Bitch, my mama did not know they was stealing. Bitch, that was not with my mama.
Now the fact that she said my mama didn't even know that they were stealing, like that somehow made the situation better, is amazing. Okay, like excuse me, miss. That does not help your case. You just told the entire world that your mother is so checked out that she has no idea that her children are out here committing crimes. And you think that makes it better. She seriously got on the internet with full confidence like she just proved the point. All she did was confirm what we all already knew, that the household is broken, the values are non-existent, and their mother is raising liabilities, not leaders. And quite frankly, she is raising trash. Yes, I said it. She's raising complete trash. And I'm not apologizing for that, because pretending like these kids are fine when they are clearly not does not help them. It dooms them. And that's what happens when you remove fathers from the home and let unchecked female dysfunction run wild. You get kids like this, and the sad part, these boys aren't even an exception anymore. This is the new normal for far too many black holes, and no one is talking about it. These boys are on a one-way track to prison. That is not me being hateful. That is me being honest. I do not wish that on them, but I know how this plays out. We've seen it over and over and over again. And until the black community grows a backbone and start holding some of these so-called mothers responsible for the filth that they're normalizing, nothing will change. We do not need more excuses. We need more standards. We need truth. And we need to start protecting our youth by uplifting the people in our community who are actually raising children with love, discipline, and dignity. Because this is disgusting. This is dysfunctional. This is failure. And it's time we start saying that part out loud. Now, in case you're sitting here thinking like, okay, maybe you're exaggerating. Maybe it's a few bad moms doing this. It cannot be that common. Let me stop you right there. Because no, this isn't just a couple isolated cases. This is a pattern. It is a sickness. And to prove it, I'm going to show you another mother, if you can call her that. She is burning a sensor off clothes. Let's go ahead and take a look at this queen.
We gotta make it because Bookie, I gotta go steal my outfit for my video shoot. Yo. Shut I didn't put it on the blow it. Mama, blow it. And don't ask me why I'm stealing all types, bitch, because they $40, bitch. Came on? We need the thing. We need the thing to, like, scoop it up. Cool. Not my toothbrush. Probably that right. Let me see it right there. My time. Came on?
And she's just sitting there laughing like it's funny. Her kids are there. Her values. And she's just sitting there laughing like it's funny. Her kids are there. Her values are gone. And her dignity have left the building probably years ago. These women don't realize the long-term damage this behavior does to their children. And to be honest, this is why I firmly believe that a lot of these women have some form of a mental disorder, okay? Because what same mother normalizes theft and laugh about it in front of her children and think that's parenting? They genuinely believe that they're good mothers too, just because they keep their children alive. Like, girl, surviving is not the same as raising a child. You are showing your children the worst kind of behavior and setting them up for a life of chaos and consequence. And then y'all wonder why Black boys are 5 times more likely to end up in prison. It is not a mystery. It is not systemic racism. It is systems inside of your house. And it's not just her. It doesn't stop with her. The very next example shows us how deep the rot really goes, because this next clip, you have another woman who is accused of stealing, and this time her daughter completely flips out in public. Let's go ahead and take a look.
He gave a description of a female Black with long braids with the white
I think he went back to the store.
What classes did I steal from Mount Clear?
Mommy, I know who it was.
What classes did I steal?
Stop recording it now! You should not be recording it without our permission!
For my safety, thank you.
My aunt stole glasses. It wasn't her. Do she have a fucking white t-shirt on? No! 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 My soul! Leave my mother alone!
I don't have nothing though. This is crazy.
Oh, my grandfather! You don't have nothing!
Now, in this video, the mother claims she wasn't stealing. She's telling the police this was a misunderstanding. The store got it wrong. It was all a mistake. And hey, maybe that's true. But if you listen closely to the daughter, she says something very interesting. She mentions that the aunt, something about her aunt stealing, and the aunt was wearing the white shirt. So maybe the police got her wrong, but it sounds like they actually did something here. So even if the mother was technically innocent in this particular moment, they're not far removed from this type of behavior. And quite frankly, it doesn't matter if your hands are clean, if you're riding the shotgun with the people that is doing dirty work. Now, I know some of you guys are probably thinking like, Carmen, why are you showing me this? Why are you exploiting them? Let me stop you right there. I'm not exploiting anyone. They're broadcasting their own dysfunction. They're proud of it. And I'm just showing the rest of the world what they clearly want everyone to see. And just to be clear, these videos are not even, this isn't 2012 World Star foolishness. These are recent clips. The latest clip was like from I believe December of last year, but the other ones are from within the last few weeks or so. So this is all current stuff. This is how far the community have fallen. This is how bad the behavior has gotten. And no, it's not going to get better on its own. It's only going to get better when we start calling out this mess. We stop making excuses, we stop defending dysfunction, and we finally separate ourselves, not just physically, but morally, from the degenerate culture that is poisoning our children. We have to let it be known we are not complicit in this behavior, because I promise you, if we don't say anything, if we don't speak up, when the rest of society finally draws the line, they're not going to ask who participated. They're going to say you were complicit just for staying silent. So let me ask you, are you going to be a part of the cleanup crew or part of the collapse? Because the fence is gone and it's time to pick a side. Now, these two black queens, and yes, I'm using that term loosely, were caught stealing out of Target. And get this, one of them was pregnant. I mean, these kids literally cannot catch a break. They can't even make it out of the wound without being involved in crime. They're getting a head start in criminal justice system before they can even take their first breath. That is where we are. It is heartbreaking and embarrassing at the same time, but don't just take my word for it. Let's go ahead and take a look at these black queens.
Anybody got an ID on them?
No.
Okay, well, they just said you took over $1,000 worth of stuff from them, so you got an ID?
No.
Give me a name then.
Lock your doors. They can't do that.
There's merchandise.
No, it's not. This is not their merchandise. Lock your doors. Stop. I didn't do shit.
You're not going to push me out of the way.
I didn't do shit.
Hey, you're not going to push me out of the way.
I'm not
Put
doing
your hand behind
nothing.
your
I'm
back.
pregnant.
Okay, put your hand behind your back. Committing crimes when you're
I
pregnant.
didn't do shit.
You're going to push me.
I pushed you.
Yeah, you did.
Ouch, I did not push you. I
Yes, you
pushed the
did.
door and you hurting my arm. I'm not resisting.
All right, stop
have
moving.
been resisting the whole time.
No, I didn't. You didn't even grab me. That shit is hurting. And like I said, I'm pregnant.
All right, stop committing crimes while you're pregnant.
Let me go. You don't know what I did. I didn't do shit.
Now, I love how she tries to pull the "but I'm pregnant" card, like that's supposed to magically erase the fact that she was caught stealing. Like, ma'am, what does your unborn child have to do with you committing a crime? And the officer, he was not having it. He told her straight up, hey, well, maybe you shouldn't be committing crimes if you're pregnant. And honestly, facts. It is hilarious, but also sad, because this is where we are now. These girls genuinely think that being pregnant makes them immune to accountability. It is delusional. It is disgusting. And quite frankly, it is the entitlement for me. Just look at the amount of privilege this girl is expecting. It is completely unbelievable. Take a listen.
Mean to me, and I don't appreciate
How was I
it.
mean to you?
I don't like the way y'all handle me. If I said I'm in pain, I'm in pain. Don't treat me like I'm George Floyd
I didn't treat you like you were
or
George Floyd.
Breonna Taylor.
Did I treat you?
Or
Okay,
Sandra
first of all,
Bland.
George Floyd got put on the ground and knelt on for like 9 minutes.
Shit. That's
You
exactly
didn't get
how
put
I
on the
felt.
floor. You didn't get put anywhere for
handcuffs
9
around my
minutes,
wrist
right?
and I'm 3 months pregnant.
But you didn't get put on the
I'm a
ground.
pregnant woman.
But you didn't get put on
I'm
the
a
ground.
pregnant
Number
woman.
one. Number two, Breonna Taylor got shot. Did anybody shoot you?
I remember if
So it's
I
not
felt
even
like I
close.
would be shot.
You
because
are
y'all
not
didn't even give
going
me
to
a
be
chance.
shot.
Y'all didn't even give me a chance.
Come on.
Shit, everybody that's scared of the police. When y'all
No, that is
aggressive
so
for
not
no
true.
reason.
That is so not true.
Yeah, that's what
I have come
gonna
across
tell you
many
that.
black people that have been very supportive of the police. So
Good for you. I support the ones that are nice.
you support me.
You were
High
not
five.
nice to me.
High five.
Look,
Now, what really sent me is that she had the nerve to bring up George Floyd and Breonna Taylor. Like, what are we doing here? Both of those cases involve people who were actively doing something wrong or complicit in someone doing something wrong. So, in that sense, I guess it is a fair comparison, just not in the way that she thinks. It is honestly hilarious the lack of accountability some of these women have. It is completely insane. They cry racism and justice while ignoring the part where they actually broke the law. They think rules don't apply to them and they act confused when there are consequences. And this is exactly why their children grow up to be little criminals. And to be honest, this is why we're seeing all these little YNs running around, robbing, looting, fighting, and just wreaking havoc on everybody around them, because this is the mindset they're being raised with. No standards, no fathers, no shame, just dysfunction on a loop, passed down like it is a tradition. And quite frankly, it is exhausting. Everybody is tired of it. But let me make this clear. If you're in the Black community, you are not calling this out. You are a part of the problem. We cannot keep pretending like this behavior is okay just because it's coming from people who look like us. No, we have to check it. We have to correct it, or we are all going to keep raising criminals and calling them kings. But you know what? Let's go ahead and take a listen to this next young lady, because she's about to tell you why she prefers street dudes over actual kings. I am not kidding. Take a listen.
Facts, but you can't sound and talk like this and get no king, just street niggas. I like street niggas. Don't get me wrong to think that I can't get a king. Y'all kings is unattractive. Y'all niggas ugly. On me, let's keep it honest. All y'all niggas that want to treat me right, I don't like y'all niggas. I'm not one to settle. I'm not settling. Bitch, you gonna look good. When you beside me, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I'm sorry. I can find good niggas, but those good niggas be ugly niggas. On me. The niggas that's gonna treat you the way you want to be treated, they ugly. You don't like them niggas. I'm not settling. Fuck you talking about? You gonna be a trick. You're not finna be my man. I don't give a fuck. So if that gonna leave me unhappy, I'm finna be unhappy. I'm gonna be happy as shit with the money.
You know, Black women are just so far gone. And I say this with sadness, not with spite, because I am really hoping that something wakes them up. Something shakes them to the core and forces them to finally see what they're doing, not just to themselves, but to their children and to their future. Because if these women weren't the future of the Black community, maybe I wouldn't care as much. Maybe I could sit back and watch it burn like everybody else. But I do care. And that's exactly why I'm saying this plainly. Black women are single-handedly ruining the Black race, and they're doing it at an alarming rate. This is not a gentle decline. It is a downward spiral, and it is moving fast. We're not just dealing with bad behavior. We're dealing with a complete cultural collapse of values, culture, and common sense. The Black community is in a state of emergency, and I mean that literally. If we don't get this under control, and if we don't start holding these women accountable, we will be SOL. And don't act like you don't know what that means, because the way things are looking, that's exactly where we're headed. Let me make this clear. What we just walked through wasn't about judgment. It was about truth. If you just watch all of this and still think the issue is poverty or racism, you missed the point. This is about choices. This is about values. This is about women raising criminals and calling it survival. And to be honest, if you are still defending this behavior, you are a part of the collapse, period. This is not motherhood. This is generational sabotage. These women are not victims. They are culture killers. They are passing down dysfunction like it is a family heirloom, and nobody wants to say it because it's mean. Well, guess what? Truth doesn't care about your feelings. We are watching an entire race be poisoned from the inside out by the very people who's supposed to protect it. And the most heartbreaking part is the children don't even stand a chance. So the real question here is, are you going to stay quiet because you don't want to upset people? Or are you going to speak up, stand up, and start calling this mess out? Because the time for neutrality is over. The fence is gone, and the silence is consent. This is a war for the soul of the Black community. And the enemy is not outside the house, it's raising the kids inside of it. And the worst part, the generals of the war, the mothers, have surrendered. And some of them are even leading the attack from within.
Do 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 do. Do I think most people will understand what I just shared? No, I don't. I don't. You've taught me that. Humans have taught me that they don't understand almost anything that I share, show, speak about. They don't show anything. They don't show any understanding of anything. That's fine. Doom yourselves to this realm then. Go ahead. Doom yourselves to this realm. Go right ahead. My niggas. My goodness, my niggas. You need some watermelons and some Kool-Aid and some fried chicken. Go get you some fried chicken, my niggas. Everybody loves fried chicken. I don't expect understanding whatsoever from humanity. I really don't. So many pretenders, fakes, phonies saying they understand. So many liars. Follow the crowd. That's what most people do. And hop in the recycling bin. You've earned it.
After bothering people in Japan, getting knocked out in their streets, and then thrown in jail, his buddy is continuing their legacy in Tel Aviv, but this guy is now quickly realizing Thailand is not Japan.
I wanna go to Hey. Yo, check this out. Yo, I didn't mean to. I paid money. I pay. I take off. Look. Wait. Yeah, I give money. I didn't mean to.
No. And he quickly transitioned into a coward, as apparently this wasn't the first time he got pressed in Thailand.
I'm YouTuber. Yo, stop. Don't do that. Don't do that. I'm American. All right, you want to fight? All right, that's okay. Okay. You got it. Okay, I'll leave. All right.
And for some reason, it always disproportionately irritates me when travelers go to other countries, offend the locals and their culture, but then try to deflect with, "I'm an American," as if that's some sort of Harry Potter spell that protects you from consequences in the third world. Because if he gets tossed into a Thai prison, even though he looks like he does, I don't think he plays in the WNBA, so I doubt Biden would be freeing him anytime soon. Because he's not the first tourist to flex first world citizenship.
I would like the American police right here, right now. Go Canada! Go Canada, please, man, I'm serious!
See ya!
Go Canada!
See ya, bro! But back to the nuisance streamer brand. But the platform he's currently advertising shows him struggling to raise $200. And apparently he's been at this for a while, barely bringing in $100 in a couple of weeks, where some of his streams barely
Earlier this year, I told my husband I wanted a divorce. And this would probably shock a lot of my friends and my family because I hadn't told anybody, okay? I walked myself through the logistics of where would I live, how would we split the time with the kids, who gets the dog, where all of those things, okay? Had a full breakdown. I feel like I have been searching for something in my relationship that we don't have for the whole time we've been married, which has been 10 years. There is not a single thing about my husband in and of himself that I do not love. Let me be very clear about that. He is the most self-disciplined, loyal, hardworking, good person that you could meet on this planet. And that is probably the reason why I have not left, okay? Our relationship and what my expectations are for my marriage and what they always have been are not met, right? Which I don't know if anybody's are. The reason that pushed me to even bring up divorce and talk about it was the fact that I feel like I can't be myself with my husband. And it's really confusing because I'm 32 years old. I am a mom of 3. and I still don't know who I am.
So another woman that doesn't know who she is, doesn't know what she wants, but she wants a divorce because she knows this isn't right. Nothing up here, guys. Nothing up here. It's all based on feelings.
So for me to be like, oh, I can't be myself, or you don't love me for who I am, isn't really fair because I don't know who I am. I'm figuring that out every day. But the reason why I wanted to share this on here in the first place is...
So not all women are like this, but many are. Millions are. It's not all. But you could be the greatest guy, but they can't figure out themselves. And it's all about their feelings. And they can have a beautiful life and they could say, I'm not happy. And you'll say, why aren't you happy? I don't know why. That's women. They don't know they don't know what they're doing for the most part. They don't know why they're feeling things. Their emotions change. They have periods every month, which messes with their hormones. They're all over the place. They're all over the place. They're not stable. They're not somebody that's a captain of the ship that's going to guide you to the destination come hell or high water through storms. They're just all over the place. They'll even do what this guy or what this chick does, divorce her quote perfect husband. They'll even do that. And it's not just her. There's lots like that. If you want to get married, guys, you're risking, you could say she's the perfect woman, I trust her. One day she could change and say, I don't know who I am. And it's like, that's the way they are. Okay. They're not reliable for the most part. And it's not one, and it's millions and millions.
Isn't really fair.
And divorce is so easy, they could just have a feeling one day, oh, I want to get a divorce. They've made it so easy that they don't even wait around. Why don't you give it a week? Your feelings might change in a week, but that's the way it is. Their feelings change all the time. They're very fickle. Fickle.
Because I don't know who I am. I'm figuring that out every day. But the reason why I wanted to share this on here in the first place is we are coming up on our 10-year anniversary. We're going to Mexico, to Cabo, for our 10-year anniversary trip. And we're rewriting our vows. We never wrote vows in the first place. We didn't have vows when we got married. And I'm struggling to write my vows. To be honest with you, like, writing these vows is hard. I don't feel like we're any closer. I don't feel like anything has really changed.
Oh, she's struggling to write her vows. What more could your husband do for you? It sounds like you have an easy life. It really does. It sounds like your husband is too good for you. Maybe he's the one that should be leaving you. And unfortunately, if the divorce laws were anything close to fair, then I would tell that guy, if he was my buddy, yeah, get rid of her. She's all over the place. She can't decide if she loves you, if she wants to stay. You deserve better. That's what men should start telling other men, just the way women do all the time. You deserve better. Just leave her. You deserve better. You deserve someone that makes you happy. You deserve better than her. Women would freak out if they started hearing men say that. But to women, it's normal. They say to their female friends all the time, you deserve better. It's very common in this society.
Since I brought this up 6 months ago, 9 months ago, whatever, and I got to write my vows. To be honest with you, like, writing these vows is hard vows when we got married. And I'm struggling to write my vows. To be honest with you, like, writing these vows is hard. I don't feel like we're any closer. I don't feel like anything has really changed since I brought this up 6 months ago, 9 months ago, whatever. And I want to work on our relationship. Like, at the end of the day,
how do you want him to fix your relationship if you don't know what you want? If you don't know who you are? As I told you, nothing up here, guys.
Of course, I could get a divorce and try to go find the love that I'm craving with somebody else. But that's going to come with its own hardships, its own complications, and ones that I'm not willing to take on.
So that's why she doesn't divorce him, because she thinks it will be harder if she gets a divorce. She doesn't know what she will do. Okay.
Right? I love Ryan. He is the best father. Okay. I just need to learn how to explain what I need from him in our relationship, and he needs to be able to give that, and I need to be doing the same for him, so that we can both, like, in 10 years from now, in the next 10 years, look back and say, like, we put in the work and we finally have the marriage and the relationship that we have always wanted, and that is what I want. Okay, the video of me opening up about my marriage has over almost 3 million views now. And if you go look at it and read the comments, you will find a lot of really harsh, rude comments. I'm already getting like slammed and dunked in my other video about my relationship online because I could hurt my husband or hurt my kids or hurt people.
You're supposed to keep the integrity of your marriage to yourself. You made a
True.
video and opened it up to criticism. Don't be mad about the internet. The internet doesn't have rules. We don't owe you anything.
Camille came to TikTok to advertise and humiliate her husband in front of like 4 million people. She starts by telling us that she did ask her husband for a divorce, and then she follows up immediately after telling us how great he is. He's loyal, great dad, he's disciplined, hardworking, he take care of the family. All that. And then she pretty much said like the only reason why she ain't leave is because she don't want to have to start all the way over with somebody else. Because like what if she doesn't find what she's looking for with somebody else? So what she's telling the whole world is that she really doesn't like being with her husband, but
She's just settling for him, and by making this video, she's making fun of him.
she's gonna stay and settle for him because, you know, what if things don't work out with somebody else? And as a punishment for her disdain for him, she's going to publicly embarrass him.
It's a daily reminder to go to therapy and not social media. Because once you press send, it belongs to the world, bitch.
You are so incredibly brave for coming on here and talking about this and being open and willing to share your story so that you can help other women.
No, guys, that's not what it says. It actually says it's because nothing will make you happy. You are incredibly selfish that you'd sacrifice your family for a dopamine fix. The problem is not your husband. The problem is you, and I have to agree.
I'm gonna try to keep this real quick. Till death do us part. There's a reason why there's a bunch of fucking old people, and when you meet them, they're like 60 years old, 60 years married, and you're like, oh, what's the key? Bro, communication, bro. What? Till death do us part.
I don't know. Like my first reaction is like, wow, this guy's like so great and he's perfect. Like, what the heck?
Yeah.
Why is she leaving him? And then if
Because she's delusional.
he's getting left, like imagine regular guys out here, like we have no chance. So
Good person that you could meet on this planet.
Hold on. You mean to tell me you find the only good man on this planet and you left? Oh, you ain't been on TikTok. You ain't been on the internet. You ain't heard there ain't no good men out here. You found the only good one?
It's not just her. Nothing is good enough for most women in this realm. So if you found a good woman, you found a unicorn, essentially. They're very rare. It's not just her. There's a lot of women that are never happy. They're just miserable, complaining all the time. I see it all the time. It's difficult to find a good woman. All they do is say it's hard to find a good man. Well, look at yourselves. Look at your own gender. All right? Often men do better alone, being happy, away from women. Because you nag and bitch and nothing's ever good enough. And that woman was just an example. She's not alone. There's lots like her. Millions.
Every time there is something that happens with the channel migrants, for some reason, there is a leftist called Zoe Gardner who gets wheeled out by people like Sky News in order to argue the pro-bringing in foreign rapists case. And people try to argue the point with her. Right? We're going to go through some of her video, and people try to argue the point with her. But the thing is, arguing her points is what she wants, and this is all really just a giant shit test.
What about Zoe, those people, and there'll be many of them watching today, who think we should stop taking asylum seekers, that there are too many here? What about Zoe, those people, and there'll be many of them watching today, who think we should stop taking asylum seekers, that there are too many here, and that ultimately maybe there should be a moratorium, for example, on asylum claims while we sort through this backlog?
Well, so note the sort of little smile here, right? The smile, the lick of the lips. This is her bread and butter. She wants you on the dialectical treadmill. She wants you to bring up the subject so she can argue her case, even though she knows her arguments are bad, and even though she knows it's going to result in the rape and murder of British people.
Yeah, and that ultimately maybe there should be a moratorium, for example, on asylum claims while we sort through this backlog.
Well, I'm afraid that's just not realistic, because if you say we're not going to process it...
Look at the big grin. She couldn't be more thrilled to let you know that you are going to be taking infinity Bomalians forever. She couldn't be more excited, because this isn't really about this subject. This is about her having license to do something that is controversial, provocative, and frankly, undermining to the health of the nation itself. She is enjoying being a subversive.
Realistic, because if you say we're not going to process any more claims...
Why is it not realistic?
Well, people just need to find protection. They do. We've seen the horrors that are taking place in the Middle East, in Sudan, in Eritrea. These are the key countries people are coming from. The UK has a colonial history. That means that we have ties with countries all over the world. We will always be a destination for immigration, and we have an aging population that needs immigration. So it is not realistic.
There's no point arguing this, because she goes from the moral argument of we have a history of colonialism and therefore we owe these people something, to it's not realistic, a utilitarian conclusion. This is not a valid argument, actually. The conclusion doesn't follow from the premises. What she should be arguing is the moral obligation that we have to take these people, but she instead moves to the utilitarian. It's not realistic. It's just not going to happen. Well, a lot of things might seem unrealistic until they happen. What she's saying is not, it can't happen. What she's saying is, hopefully the conditions don't come about for it to happen. But the thing is, these conditions are coming about. And this whole shit test is honestly, I swear to God, it is the same when you're in a relationship with a woman and she starts pushing boundaries. And what she wants is for you to puff out your chest and put down your foot and just say, no, this is not going any further, or else. And that's what she's actually looking for here. She is looking for us to, frankly, sit down and just tell her no, and this is not acceptable. So I thought we'd just have a quick look into Zoe Gardner, because people are like, why is she continually trotted out? And the answer is because she's a good-looking face that appears in front of the camera and makes the argument for the other side. She's obviously, as paper leftist as possible, although in her real life, I suspect she's actually not all that leftist. I suspect she lives quite a normal and mildly conservative life as an attractive blonde woman in England. But the people have looked into her, and there's really nothing to her. In fact, she's billed, as CT here points out, as an immigration expert. But is she actually? Her education is that she has a bachelor's degree in Spanish and modern Greek studies from King's College London, and then her master's is in comparative politics, nationalism and ethnicity from the London School of Economics. So not really very well educated in this realm. And then she went back to the London School of Economics in 2016, started a part-time PhD, which she appears to have not completed. The PhD was on immigration control at the EU's external borders, so I guess that's something in the realm. And really, all she's actually done is been working for migrant charities. That's the whole time, basically. Of all like race equity foundations, movement against xenophobia, just safe leftism, right? Very safe institutional leftism. And so what she's trying to do is push the boundaries of our country. And I think, honestly, the underlying motivation for it is for the sort of hard right resistance to come about. I think in a way, what she's doing, and I think what she actually wants, is to pretend to be a victim. She wants to feel as if actually there is a titanic struggle that we should be railing against. And so that everything she's doing is to make that thing come about in a subconscious manner. I actually don't think that she wants terrible things to happen. I think what she's trying to do subconsciously, again, it's very feminine coded, is actually force us to enforce borders and live up to our ideals, and actually have the kind of hard right government that she would claim to be against. I don't want to make a load of assumptions, but I've seen this kind of woman before, and she deliberately baits in order to end up getting that thing that subconsciously that she wants. Basically, she wants her father to come home, and
controversy, the American Eagle jean ad with the lovely Sydney Sweeney. A few dumb libs got pissed off and called it racist and called it a Nazi and called it. But when you read the papers and they're like, huge outrage. Oh my God, the controversy surrounds the American Eagle ad. No, it didn't. No one really gave a shit. The vast majority of people didn't even give a shit. Most of the rest that are left over liked it. You know, how do you not enjoy watching Sydney Sweeney's tits squeeze into some denim jacket? And then the small minority of people, very tiny, were the outraged. And it's all just manufactured. The media picks up on it and they make it seem like it's a big thing. They magnify it. And the loud, squeaky wheels on social media, they get to make it seem like a thing, but it's not a thing. It's never a thing. It just is what it is. And some people got pissed and they're loud and they got nose rings and they're ugly. So they get the attention. And that's really the truth of it. So a couple of things have come out because of it. Lizzo, big fat black Lizzo, decided that she was going to do a little thing on this and squeeze her side of beef body into some denim and do a little parody of the ad. But I guarantee you she thinks she looks good. And I'm sure comments and everything are just, you look good. You so much better. You look so much better than Sydney Sweeney. You're a real woman with a real body. Not like that Sydney Sweeney. Let's watch Lizzo squeezed into this like 5 pounds of shit in a 1 pound bag.
Yeah, fuck out of my face. Ho, give me some space. It's way too hot up in here. I'm sweating out of my lace. Don't need no bottle service. We pulled up with our drinks. Trunk full of that Ace. Trunk full of that Henny. If we ain't got no Waffle House, we pulling up to the Denny's. I'ma give him a grand slam. He pulling off of the panties. The way he hit from the back. Yeah, fuck out.
The way he hit from the back. She's just singing her little song about going to Waffle House or Denny's or popping shit or getting fucked in her fat ass. Just disgraceful. Uh-oh. I think I need more soundproofing. Did the painters hear my last break? Good boy. The painters are here. They're doing work around the house, having some stuff painted. I think they might have heard me talking about big fat black ass getting fucked from behind. It's what it is. It's how shit works. Hi, this is Anthony Cumia.
And hello, I am Gavin McInnes.
Together, we're Compound Censored.
And we'd like you to subscribe to our network that has more fantastic content you could shake a stick at. Use this promo code for a one-time super offer.
Do it. It's uncensored and oh so entertaining. Anyway, so that was Lizzo. And that was her take. And then I guess, Sean, I didn't send you this either. Beyonce, Levi's. Find the Beyonce Levi thing, because this is another joke. They get so mad at Sydney Sweeney and American Eagle Outfitters on the jean ad and jeans and blonde, blue-eyed white girl, and that's terrible. So then Beyonce is in some Levi's shit, and she's got blonde hair, which isn't hers. She's got very light skin, which isn't hers. And, it's ridiculous. You got a picture of this? I think we do. There it is. All right. Let's take a look-see. That's a black woman right there. That's a black woman. Blonde hair. She got the lightest skin ever. I don't know. When you look at pictures of a younger Beyonce, that was not her tone. That was not her skin tone. It's like Sammy Sosa. Remember Sammy Sosa when he was a person of color? And then like he washed his face in Clorox for a year, and that's what you get. So she, and is this because if you're going to try to fire back at Sydney Sweeney, an American Eagle, you would get the darkest girl you could with natural afro hair, perhaps, or a shaved head, and predominantly African features that we've grown so used to in wanted posters, surveillance video. But they show us this, which is, what is it? Let's watch. No.
Ways up and out your phone. Baby, you play too much. I've got the perfect pose. Baby, I'm an animal. Baby, I'm a centerfold. I know to go.
What her Aunt Jemima thing on her head. It looks retarded. Look at her waist and her big fat ass. Oh no, is that what's his name?
No, you.
Of course. Of course. She's got to emasculate the white guy. Oh, piss off. Oh, just piss off with that. That isn't even a good... The body is just the big fat ass. I can't. All right, well, there you go. The gene wars have started. Both the GENE and the JEAN wars have officially begun. I fought with your father in the gene wars. Well, some good news. Confederate statue is to be replaced after being removed during all that George Floyd nonsense. You remember back there when they were tearing down statues that they were calling racist or, well, racist, pretty much just racist. So a lot of the heroes of the South, Confederate soldiers and generals and what have you, were ripped down.
What is up, guys? Welcome back to another video. Today we have an interesting topic. We're going to be asking people about certain crime statistics and for them to rank the races that they think are committing the highest amount and then the lowest amount. We'll see if they know. Are they actually just scared to answer? This should be very interesting. Let's get right into it. I'm going to tell you like some interracial crime statistics and you're going to guess which race these people are. One of them is white on black and the other is black on white.
So that's a racist thing.
Well, these statistics are by race.
Okay.
So one is 20,000. There was 20,000 of them in 2008, 20,000 victims or 20,000 cases. And the other one was 0. So one is black on white, the other is white on black. If you had to guess, which one is which?
White on black.
The 20,000?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
I'm guessing.
And the 0 is black on white.
Yeah. Am I right?
No, you are actually incorrect. Are you surprised by that?
Yeah, I am.
Really?
Yeah, because the stereotype is that the black people are the villain ones, but I don't think that's correct.
Stereotype is that the black people are villains?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the statistics would prove otherwise, right?
Yeah. Okay.
These are homicide offenders per 100,000 people. So one of them is 18.4, the other is 5, 5, 2.5, and then 1. So the races are black, white, Asian, Native Hawaiian, American Indian. If you had to rank those like from most committed to least committed, how would you rank them?
Most committed as in
Most committed homicides. Homicides are murders.
by race.
Yeah. So which race committed the most, do you think?
Asian. Am I still incorrect?
That is actually the least.
The least?
Yeah.
Then the black ones.
They commit the most?
Yeah.
You are correct with that. Who would go next?
The white ones.
You are incorrect. They're the second least.
So they were Asians, whites,
Asian, whites, blacks, Native Hawaiians, American Indians.
Native Hawaiians.
Yeah, the Native Hawaiians and American Indians are tied for the second most.
Yeah.
Is that surprising?
Yeah.
That is. They are the shooting RSTs per 100,000. So the races are black, Hispanic, Asian, and white. Can you rank those in order? Most arrested to least.
Blacks.
Are the most?
Yeah.
You are finally correct. Yes, that is correct. All right, who's the least?
Asians.
No, they're actually whites for this one.
Come on now.
Okay, who's the second most?
Whites.
No, whites are the least. Hispanics or Asians?
Hispanics.
Yep, and then Asians, then whites. Yeah. All right, guys, if you want to support me, support what I do, this is a shirt from redpillthreads.com. This is probably one of my favorite. Obviously, it says the fatigue is real with a monkey skull. I'm pretty sure most of you know what that means. If you don't, I don't know what to tell you. But it's on redpillthreads.com. If you want to go buy it, support what I do, support what they do, then use code Hermes for 10% off your next order. Now back to the video. I'm asking people a few questions about crime statistics today. The first crime statistics is interracial violence for victims. One is black on white, the other is white on black. One, there's 20,000 cases, and the other is 0. Could you guess which one is which?
White with black and black with white.
So one is black on white violence, and the other is white on black violence.
That's black on white. Black on white.
The 20,000?
Yeah.
Okay, and the 0 is white on black.
I didn't know it was 0, but I think it's less. It's lower than the black against white.
Yeah, no, it actually is 0, and the black on white is 20,000. You're the first person who actually wasn't afraid to say it.
No, you don't need to be afraid. It's statistics.
Why do you think people are scared to say that?
Because nowadays you have to think a lot what you're gonna answer, and I think 99% of the times you don't answer what you think. You answer what you think people wants to hear. That's the problem.
So these are homicide offenders per race, per 100,000. The races are black, Native Hawaiian, American Indian, white, and Asian. So if you had to guess, which one's the highest?
Black.
You would be correct again. Which one do you think is the lowest?
It's tough to answer, but I think it's white.
It's actually Asian. White's the second lowest.
Oh, okay.
But
makes sense.
Yeah, but if you look at the stats here, like the black one is astronomically higher. Why do you think that is? Why do they commit so much more homicide?
Because of education, poverty, maybe culture, but mostly education.
You think it's purely like socio-economic factors?
Yes, for sure.
You think race has nothing to do with it at all?
I don't think I'm able to answer that. I don't know if it has or it doesn't, because I don't know the science about race and how it works, but I know they have like lower opportunity for years. So the social economics education, I think is the most important thing that does this scale. That's why they are more violent and all the other stuff.
So do you think these problems would be solved if black people had better education?
For the long term, it starts with education, but we need to do more things for the short term, like security, more police. And unfortunately, it's what works.
Where are you from, if I may ask? Do you live here now in this?
No.
Yes. Where are you from?
I'm from Brazil.
Brazil?
Yes.
Do they have similar problems there from certain groups of people?
Much higher problems.
Much higher?
Yes.
But is it a certain demographic of people?
Yes, it's the same.
So why is it in every country, even if they get equal opportunities, why is it always the same people causing these issues?
I don't think they have equal opportunities because of the long-term history. In Brazil, they have much lower opportunities than here. In Brazil, it's very tough for them. But I'm not trying to justify. I don't think it's justifiable. You cannot commit a crime. Doesn't matter how poor you are, your education, you cannot. But I think it's very tough to understand. I think you have to study much more, but you need to do something about it.
Here, I'll give you some of these statistics and you rank it which people you think committed the highest and lowest. So these are shooting arrestees per 100,000 in New York in 2024. So the races are Black, Hispanic, Asian, and white. Who do you think who do you think, which race had the most people arrested?
You know, I think this is like a bit of a slippery slope, so I'm not gonna answer the questions. I'm gonna keep going on my walk.
Why is it a slippery slope to discuss that?
I don't want to talk about race.
Well, but shouldn't we talk about some of these topics?
Class project?
Yeah.
I'm good. I wish you the best of luck with your project, though. Nice meeting you.
So these are the homicide offenders by race per 100,000 people. The races are Black, Native Hawaiian, American Indian, white, and Asian. Can you rank them from highest to lowest?
Native Americans.
Did the most?
Yep.
Who did the least?
The whites. Yeah.
What if here, I'll give you one more try. Who did the most? I'm sure you guys can get it.
The African American.
Bingo. Is that surprising?
No.
Why not?
Because of the statistics. Because of the statistics.
Well, yeah, but why are the statistics not surprising?
I didn't say they weren't surprising.
So that surprised you that Black people commit the most homicides?
Yes, it does.
Really?
Yes, because there's so many people in the world. I can't believe one race could commit so much crime.
I mean, this is in the U.S.
Well, U.S. That's what I meant. In the U.S. Sorry.
I have another stat, but this is just between two. This is interracial violence for victims by race. So one is Black on white, the other is white on Black. One is 20,000, the other is 0. Which one is which?
The white is 20,000.
White on Black?
White on Black.
And the Black on white is 0.
No, we're gonna switch it. Let's switch that.
Yeah, you would be correct. The Black on white is 20,000.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's really wild.
Is that a little concerning?
Yeah, that's very concerning.
Why do you think it's so high, and why is it so lopsided?
We don't know, but do you have a solution for it? Do you have any suggestions? And is it surprising to you?
No, honestly, it's not surprising at all. And I'm not sure. I have a few solutions in mind, but what do you guys think?
I don't have no thoughts. I have no comments.
You got me on that one. I don't know. We don't know.
You don't know? Where does it stem from?
I don't know.
No idea?
Anymore. No.
Do you have anything you want to say to maybe the Black community to help uplift each other so things like this they bring these numbers down?
Y'all are amazing. Y'all are people, and we all need to unite as one and stop the crime. Period. No matter the race. Stop the crime. Period. So all love each other.
Do you have any last words?
Just love each other. That's all.
All right, guys, thank you for watching. I think that was a very interesting video. Clearly, a lot of people know that this is real, but they're, scared to answer. It's very taboo. So I'm trying to bring it to light, shed some light on it. Obviously, if people don't know it's a problem or they don't want to admit it's a problem, it's never going to get solved. So I hope you guys enjoyed, and see you guys next time. Alright guys, welcome back to another video. Today's topic, we're going to be talking about immigration. Do we need more immigrants? Do we need less? Are they helping the country? Are they harming the country? Let's see what the general public thinks. Let's get right into it. So you're from Poland, right?
Yeah, I'm from Poland.
What do you think of Poland's immigration policies? I saw a politician say if illegals try to come in the country, shoot them at the border. Do you think that's how it should be?
I think they're not shooting them. It's propaganda, and I think that illegal immigrants that needs to stay in their country, I think that's the problem in Poland, that the government wants them, but they are not looking forward to see that it might be a problem, because they cause a problem in statistic, and that's all I knew about it.
Poland's actually doing a good job. Like you said, the government wants them, but you guys haven't let in that many illegal immigrants. So I mean, that's good for you. Unlike like the other European countries, like whatever, France, things like that. What do you think? What problems do they cause, and why do you think they cause these problems?
They cause a lot of crimes, because I don't know why, but it's in statistics, probably in France, that I can remember that statistics that crimes are very, very common in this group of people, and I think that's a problem, because Poland wants to be a safe country.
What do you think about the declining birth rates in Europe? Like none of the countries in Europe can sustain their population. Like nobody's having more than 2 children. They're having like less, like 1.5, like things like that. How do you think we can help fix that?
In Poland, that problem is because of money. I think a lot of young people doesn't have money because of the taxes and the wages that Poland government wants to pay, and I think the money is the problem. For example, my sister, she's 26 this year. In this year she ended like in your country something like college. She's a doctor, and she doesn't have money to have family and to have children, because she can't raise them without the money. And the money is the whole problem, and the government really can't do anything about it, because the government is giving a lot of money to people that have, for example, in Poland it's something like when you have alcohol problem, like you are alcohol addict, you can give, the government will give you the money. When you have the doctor document that you can't work because you are an alcohol addict, and you are earning like a lot of money from it.
Do you know what percentage of the world's population is white?
Can you ask again?
The population. What percentage of the world's population is white?
No, I don't know.
Like if you had to guess.
I don't know really.
Like take a guess. Like 20, 30, 10, 1.
15?
It's actually 7%.
Oh man.
It used to be 30% 100 years ago. Do you think that's a problem?
Yeah, I think that's a problem. That's a big problem.
All right, guys, if you want to support me, support what I do. This is a shirt from my collection. It's the No More White Guilt t-shirt. It will be in the comments pinned below. If you guys want to support me, again, I think this came out pretty cool. If you're white, you could buy it. If you're black, you could buy it for your white friend. So let's get back into the video. Do you think we need more or less immigrants in the country?
Jeez. I don't think it's about more or less. I think it's just about like accepting everybody just being here, to be honest. I don't think it's about like we need more in the country. Does that make sense?
Not exactly.
No? Okay, so I don't know. I'm just trying to say like I don't think saying we need more to come in and then more to leave. I think it's just like accepting everybody that's already here, and then if someone wants to come over, like might as well. I don't think it really matters.
Should we place any restrictions on who can come in?
No.
None. So you don't believe we should have borders?
The whole rules thing, I get it, but I don't think based on like race as a restriction.
I don't think anybody mentioned race. I was just saying like.
No, I'm just saying like that shouldn't be a restriction coming in and out of a country.
But why should we let in anybody come into the country when clearly some people don't want to, respect the rules, laws that we have, the culture that we have?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, everyone's gonna act out. It's just that's why there's law enforcement in place,
Yeah, but shouldn't we just cut the problem at the root instead of letting them come in and then spending more money on law enforcement, and then something might happen, then the taxpayers have to pay for more prisons, things like that. Isn't it just a never-ending loop?
I guess, but I feel like that's not something to really put on someone like, oh, just because we think they're gonna act up, so might as well not have them come here, and then tax money and all that has to follow it,
Why should we just be accepting of everyone?
Well, I mean, we're all human. I think we need to just accept everybody for who they are. Obviously, like if someone's out here like mass murdering people, that's a whole different story, but that doesn't mean that like that whole race of people are going to do that. That's what I'm saying.
But why can't they go be human in their own countries?
I mean, that's what they're doing, right? Like everyone's doing their own thing, but it's the part of like someone from over there coming over here. Like it's just the same thing everywhere. Like there's going to be different laws in place.
Don't the people make a country? And let's say we import a ton of people from these third world countries. Isn't it going to make America third world?
I don't know if I follow that question.
The countries are third world countries for a reason, right? It's because the people make the country. So if we import those people from those, shithole countries, for lack of a better word, isn't it going to make America a shithole?
No, I mean, each country has its own diversity. Yeah, America mainly has, I think America has the most diversity because everyone is all mixed and stuff, which is great. But I feel like that shouldn't be a bad thing.
So you think diversity is a strength?
Yeah.
Why do you think diversity is only...
Why do you think diversity isn't a strength?
Hey, listen, I'm just asking questions. I'm trying to get things out of you. But why do you think diversity is only pushed on white countries?
I don't think it is. Why do you think that is?
I mean, it's pushed on the U.S., Australia, Canada, Europe, but why isn't it pushed in, like, China, let's say, or the Middle East or Africa? Why is it only the white countries that need to accept everyone?
I don't think it's white countries that need to accept everyone. I think that, I mean, I can't speak for everybody, but other countries have different perspectives on different people. Like, I think that's for everywhere. Like, China has their own perspective on people. Like, America has their own perspective. I don't know, different places in the Middle East have their own perspective. It's just, that's everywhere. It's life.
Yeah, but let's say like a white American would go to, Mexico to try to live there. Some of them might get their heads chopped off if they go to the wrong places. But so why should we accept some of these Mexicans? Some of them might actually hate us. Why should we let them into the country and try to save them when they don't want to learn the language? They don't want to pay taxes. They don't care to assimilate.
Okay, so instead of using Mexicans, how about, like, I don't know, let's say Brazilians. It's like the same thing. People are going to act up regardless what race. They're going to come here in this country. They're going to do things. They're going to get criminalized. They're going to, I don't know, destroy a neighborhood or something. Like, I'm just giving an example, but I don't think we need to make it be like, okay, well, now they can't come in. I mean, white people do it all the time. They're out here doing mass shootings all the time, and we're not saying anything.
They're not doing it all the time. No.
You gotta look up the ratios.
I mean, yeah, you could look up the crime statistics. It's specific groups of people, usually, Latinos and blacks. That's the unfortunate reality of the situation.
Wait. Because most of the people that are in the whole mass shootings that you see everywhere on the news, like, even here in Florida, they have a bunch that's all mainly white people. Like, look up the...
Again, mass shootings isn't all violent crime. I mean, you can see who's shooting the most people. It's always black people. And by a landslide, it's not even close. So do you think race affects how you act?
I don't think how you act, but there's certain behaviors. Yeah, I would say so.
So race isn't just skin color, it goes deeper than that?
Yeah, I mean, everyone has their own culture, and they all have their own, like, things they do by their culture.
I'm glad you admit that. A lot of people don't want to accept that as a reality. Do you think we need more immigration or less in the country?
I think less. Yeah, I would say less is probably the best option.
Why?
They, like, take people's jobs. Yeah, a lot of, like, students, I would say, right, aren't finding, like, as much employment as they used to, once upon a time. So I would say that's an essential point.
Do you think that America is racist?
Yeah, low-key. Yeah, a bit, yeah.
What? How so?
They kind of, like, discriminate. Like, I know Trump, like, hates Mexicans, and, like, the BLM movement kind of shown that, like, a lot of black people were, like, discriminated against. Yeah, I would say some like accusations from, like, Trump and all, but not crazy, but it's like just here and there.
What did Trump say specifically that makes you think that he hates Mexicans?
I heard, like, he wants to, like, build a wall and shit, like, deport them.
Well, but isn't that, like, the illegal Mexicans?
I'm Canadian, bro. I don't know.
Are you both Canadian?
Yeah, we're both Canadian. We're from Toronto.
What do you think of the Indians in Canada?
Yo, they need to go, bro. I can't lie. Way too many. Yeah. Way too many.
What's wrong with them?
Bro, they come in and they, like, shit on the beaches, and they don't take care of themselves, and then they fucking walk in groups, and they just, like, take up the whole sidewalk. Like, they're just rude. Like, they're gonna come in from their third world country and turn the first world country into another third world country.
You think we need more or less immigrants in the country?
We were just talking about this. Yeah.
You were? So it's perfect timing. Divine intervention.
More. I'm for the people, but I want to be for the Americans too. I don't mind.
Why do you say more?
Because they're here and they're helping build this country currently. They're working hard hours in the heat and etc. But yeah.
Why do you think so?
I don't think that we need more. I wouldn't agree to that. I want the country to be more about the Americans too.
I don't want them to not honor the immigrants because I'm all for them, but I do want the country to be more about the Americans. Right now, at least.
How do they help build the country? Don't they kind of harm the country if they, come here illegally? They get paid under the table wages, and then there's less opportunities for like the American people. Like your friend said.
Americans who get paid under the table, so we're not going to go there. You have a good day.
All right, guys, thank you for watching. I think that was a very interesting video. We got a ton of different perspectives around here in the beach of Miami. If you guys have any topics, any video ideas, leave them in the comments below. And again, thank you as always, and see you guys next time.
This is the UK's fight for free speech.
We're just losing our identity.
What's she been arrested for?
They just took up because she said so.
I'm doing it for my mother. I'm doing it for my mother. You all like moan about the Mexicans and stuff coming over. You've got no idea of the mass migration we've been having.
Probably our last step.
Tommy, if you see this, we absolutely love you, mate.
Contesting this, a lie. This is a lie. This is a lie. I don't care who's telling the first. Let's do the
This is England! Tommy Robbins! Tommy Robbins!
Unacceptable behaviour on the railway. You have to leave. You have to leave. All of you. Chanting, leave. Antagonising.
I'm trying to comprehend what is happening.
My name's Angela. How are you?
Go away.
That's your name is Go Away?
That was in the news about the press that got kicked out of the school, isn't it?
And so you didn't want to share your side of the story?
Keep
going, alright?
They're not
It's alright, keep going. You guys want to just go back to the rest of the people, just want to go back to the hotel. Okay? Going to Big Ben.
Whatever the cost may be, we shall fight on the beaches, we shall fight on the landing grounds, we shall fight in the fields and in the streets, we shall fight in the hills, we shall never surrender.
We just arrived here in Epping, and I see that they have all of the anti-refugees in a cage over there. Actually, there's a bunch of police here. Hello, sir. Hi, how are you?
All right. Very sparkly.
Very sparkly, right?
Sparkly dress.
Do you get the reference?
I like it. It's very nice. All women should wear a Union Jack dress. Yeah. And Spice Girl. Where are you from?
Colorado.
Colorado, right. Okay,
Yeah.
very left there, isn't it? Don't want to come for a day out.
You wear that dress like that, you get slung out of school, don't you?
Yeah, well, you do over here. In America, though, you'd be wearing Stars and Stripes, I would hope.
Yeah.
Good girl.
Trump is in Scotland.
Yeah, Trump is the man.
Massive
He's the leader
crowd.
of the free world. Everybody watching this stream, just follow Q. And then you will realise Trump is the leader of the free world.
Tell me what's going on with free speech here in the UK.
It's finished. Socialism, Marxism, communism. That's what they want. We know that Donald's going to save us, so...
Did you see that guy recently that on an airplane from London to Glasgow that was apparently trying to bring down the plane screaming about
Yeah, I
Trump,
did see
some
that.
Muslim guy?
People across Western Europe now have had enough. So I think Donald is the saviour of the free world. So Donald, if you watch him, we love you, man.
All right, so there's just a massive crowd over here. People are dancing, massive support. So many people have showed up here in Epping today. And so I'm just now realizing that the counter protesters are across the street.
Country, you must.
This is pretty interesting. It says that the people who are anti-hotel are not allowed at the Bell Hotel, and the counter-protesters have to be directly opposite of the Bell Hotel. So basically very separated. I mean, literally by a big gate. Would you tell me and the people, what is the Online Safety Act?
The Online Safety Act is basically, from what I know, it's sort of like censorship for us people, out here protesting. I can't really say too much, because I might get arrested by Keir Starmer.
So like people have gotten arrested for saying things like stop the boats,
Yeah.
and even for having their flags.
Yeah, even street preachers actually have been arrested. And that's why I'm here to street.
You guys are headed to Canary Wharf right now?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna take the tube.
Yes, we're going to take the tube. Are you American?
Yeah.
Oh, it's brilliant.
Yeah.
You've got Trump in, it's brilliant. we love the Americans, they're brilliant people. What's he been arrested for?
Give me the name.
This woman is being detained by the police.
Britannia rolls away. Yeah, they nicked her. What for? Free speech.
That was crazy. It was like there was a checkpoint.
And
I
they're
don't
going
know.
arresting people around. Well, they've loads of people doing. They're making examples.
I'm actually left speechless because I'm afraid to say
Like
anything.
you say it's bad over there, you should come have a week over in the United Kingdom, see how bad it is for you. We're on our last reserves. Tommy is our last resort. Because we are an island, we've only got a sea border. It's not easy like Trump has done. It's not easy to put a wall around our beaches. Mass deportations immediately. That's what we need. That is the only solution. And put the military on our borders. It's not the immigrants per se. It's the religion. It's the culture. It's Islam that's doing this. It's the Muslims. Their holy book is against Christians, it's against women, it's against children. Muhammad married a 9-year-old girl, for Christ's sake. That's not my culture, is that your culture? No, is that your culture? That's not my culture and heritage.
I feel a little scared walking by the police because it just feels like they could grab you. So right now we are headed to Canary Wharf from Epping. I guess they're blocking off the station.
They're bringing stand-up to racism back. They're giving a little police escort in their little police buses.
So the protesters, are you joking? The protesters actually get an escort from the police. What?
And transport them to and from the hotels because they're too scared for the far-right thugs.
It's like they're backstage and they're going to make a performance.
I asked him, are we allowed on the tube? He said, no one's stopping you, get on the tube, mate.
It just appears as if they're stopping us. It's an illusion.
I can't wait till we...
so confused.
Because there are no barriers down Canary Wharf like there was there.
Oh.
So if stuff's going to kick off, it's really going to kick off there.
All right, we are at Epping Station. It does look very tubular.
This is England! Tommy Robbins! Oh, Tommy Robbins!
Hello. Okay, you're going to leave. Huh? Unacceptable behaviour on the railway. You have to leave. You have to leave. All of you. Chanting, leave. Antagonising. Can you please leave?
All right, we get it. We're not supposed to be doing it. All right. So we need to get a bus now.
The irony of getting kicked off of the tube was that it led us directly into the path of the protest. I'm trying to comprehend what is happening.
Standing on the side for us, yeah.
Here?
Yeah. Shut up! Where's your Corbyn gone?
So they're singing all of their scripted little songs.
Let me scum off our street!
This is actually, it's kind of sad.
Come on, man!
It's crazy that they are both encouraging each other, like, come over here, I dare you. So it looks like the protest is stopping right here, so the police have come to make a wall. It's weird that they seem to prioritize the protesters. I mean, why isn't he recording the behavior of the protesters as well? I mean, they have the same exact look as the American protesters.
Funded by the same people.
Look at how that guy's carrying like 100 different signs.
Who's funding all those signs? Get that on camera.
The protesters have organizers telling them where to go. They have people in vests, and they also have the police on their side, and they have someone collecting signs. I literally feel obligated to this one tiny section that the police officer told me to go to like 10 minutes ago, as if I was like a 5-year-old. I feel like I'm in timeout and I can't leave until I'm instructed to do so. It really is, yeah. I mean, look at that lady carrying all those vests. So now the protesters are being instructed to get onto the tube. So they're being told where to go. They're being like herded. Seems like they are off work now. There's a bus over there with signs. That's really weird that the police are dictating who you can talk to. The policeman just told him to shut up. And the next step from that, if he didn't, is they'd arrest him. I thought that we were gonna get arrested on the tube. On the tube. I almost got arrested on the tube, guys.
Let's be real, anyone who actually likes this country is not gonna...
You're getting £40 a hit.
You're not gonna do, yeah.
How much are they getting paid?
£40, £50 a hit.
Have you seen what's been going on with their betting cards? They're gambling as well.
Yeah.
You seen that?
No, what?
The government, I don't know what it is, they give them, I don't know how much it is a day, they give them a certain amount, I think it's like £50, £60 a week or something on a prepaid home office card. And 65% of them have used it in gambling shops.
They get paid to go up there. That's what they get. They get paid by Jeremy Corbyn and Diane Abbott, two of the thickest people you'll ever hear speak. They get paid by them and Keir Starmer to come up here to stir trouble, to get in the crowd and stir trouble. That's why the riot starts. See, back in last summer when those stabbings in Southport happened, the riots that kicked off afterwards, people say that they were started by Tommy Robinson. They were not. They were started by agitators in the crowd who were there to start stuff up, and that's exactly what they did, but we're not falling for it this time.
I mean, just the way she got arrested was like the most shocking thing to me, because she wasn't fighting back. She didn't even say anything the whole time she was getting arrested.
Yeah,
like
that's what the British police do. They just pick people up, arrest them to make an example of them, and that's what they do with Tommy Robinson. They picked him up to make an example, put him in for 18 months to make an example of him, so we can stop protesting, but it didn't work, did it?
I live in the tower block, and 70% of the tower block is Muslim.
So what you're saying is what? Those Muslims those neighbours of yours don't ever help you out?
No, never.
They're never there for you?
Never.
Why not?
They've never helped me. I've helped them. I've got 2 dogs. I've helped them.
So
by
those Muslims, your neighbours might watch this, and you're saying...
They've never helped me.
You should be on our side. My mum is in danger. My mum is in danger. My mum lives over there. There's all these men coming. You don't know what they've done. My mum's in danger.
And I ain't trying to start nothing. I'll just say that, right? But why do you do it here? Why do you do it in Britain?
Oh, we're sending money and jobs. Can I say?
Why can't you fight this instead of that?
I'm happy. I'm happy. Oh, right. Why not?
I'm not saying I'm against the whole pro-Palestine movement. I'm against...
Palestine is about, I'm doing independent protests about humanity and the starving children to death. It's a war crime and it's against UN. All the countries are part of UN. So the new norm is going to be, if a war breaks through with Putin, and if he decides that it's okay to starve us to death and destroy our colleges, our hospitals. Let me finish what I want to say. What I stand for is humanity. We cannot allow war crime to happen, and this be a new norm of using food as a weapon to starve children to death. Children are hands off. Nobody's allowed to hurt them. I'm here doing pots and pan protests for feed the
So I can speak clearly.
I'm doing
I
protest
can't hear
my
myself speak, please, right. I am not against what you're doing, because what you're doing is effectively what I would have been doing in the 1940s when the Holocaust was going on. Because I'm against what Hamas and what the IDF are doing to the Palestinians. I think they should be allowed their food. But the thing is, as much as Israel is starving the Palestinians, I'll give you that, why has there been footage of Hamas keeping food in warehouses?
Okay, let's do this. Has an independent UK journalist gone in to verify? So if it's not verified, it's hearsay. No.
come in, let them verify it, let them say it, because they are contesting this. This is a lie, this is a lie, this is a lie. I don't care who's telling the food. Let children have food. Let children have food. Let children have food. Let children have food. Humanitarian reason to let children have food in Gaza.
Have you given permission? Have you given permission?
No, I haven't given permission.
This is England, so I can't.
And harass me.
This is
You
England.
have no right to
Yeah, I
record
know
me.
this is English, but she don't
No,
like
I don't
it.
care. You're in a public place, anyone can record.
I don't care. You have some respect.
There is
No,
no respect.
show some respect.
Public place, anyone can do it.
No, you say this is English. This is a free country. Yes, she can do this. You can do it.
That's right, I'm not.
She
I'm
has
not.
rights to do it.
That's why I'm not. I'm
Do
not.
not give me consent to record me. Stop recording me from now, and if you put me anywhere, I will give a lawsuit onto you three.
You can do that, but what law are you gonna? Am I gonna break?
Oh, do you know which one you're breaking?
Oh,
You're
what?
recording someone without the permission.
No, that's not true.
Yes, it is.
Public
go,
place.
Go, go, go.
No, I'm not. I'm not gonna work
My protest, I have nothing to do with you. God knows you might be getting arrested tomorrow for terrorism.
Me?
Yeah, you might be a terrorist. God knows what you're carrying, so you need to stay away from me.
Palestine! Palestine! Stop genocide! I'm not against it. I'm not against it.
We do not have an opinion on what the RDF is doing. We're just flying our flag in our home country because this is what we're f***ing proud of. And I, as long as I live, will never, ever stop flying this flag. You have to kill me to get this flag off me. We will go on to the end.
Fight on the beaches.
We will fight on the landing grounds, we will fight in the fields and in the streets, we will fight in the hills, and we will never surrender.
Please make sure that you're subscribed. See you next time. Bye.
Hello, hello, hello. Is this a hell realm? 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 Are you starting to see where you are? It's not going to get any better. It's going to get a lot worse. Not because I want it to. I don't want it to, but it will. It already is. Wake up. Start facing reality. Start facing where you are.
Guys, welcome to the Just Pearly Things YouTube channel. Thanks for What up, guys? Welcome to the Just Pearly Things YouTube channel. Thanks for watching. Sorry I didn't do a show tonight. My phone and my computer just like crashed out on me randomly, so I had to go fix that, but we'll be back in action tomorrow. I wanted to talk about how I realized that my entire life was pretty much a lie. And I did that through researching for my divorce documentary. So those of you that don't know, before I got demonetized on YouTube, I had a really big YouTube show. And this YouTube show was a debate show where I was kind of like an infamous woman in a way. I was loved by some, hated by many. And we would just debate about modern dating dynamics. Now, the show got a lot bigger, and then I got demonetized. But I basically interviewed 1,000 women while I was doing this show. And while I was doing the show, I did all these interviews for a divorce documentary. It ended up, it kind of sucks, it ended up getting like pushed back because I ran out of money because, it's a long story. That's not important. But when I was interviewing the guys for the divorce documentary, essentially, I started to realize like the lies of my childhood in a way. So women are a lot better at reputation destruction. And when I was interviewing these men, and they would tell me their side of like a divorce story. And I would say the typical like divorce story that I heard was like guy and girl get together, they get married. After the kid, the sex would stop. Sometimes they would cheat, sometimes they wouldn't. But a lot of times the guy endured like a super sexless marriage. And usually for years, the woman would like ruin the man's reputation. So for years, women, we get really mad and then we have these like emotional outbursts. And during these outbursts, we tell stories that just are not true or super over exaggerated. And a lot of times the women would hint that these men were abusive or narcissistic, neglectful, like, you know what I mean? Like whatever it was. And so by the time the woman filed for divorce, she'd already had a case built. And a lot of times it would not only have the things that she said around the town, but also it would have like photos in the house, like, you know, and a lot of these guys didn't see it coming and they're just like blindsided by this divorce. And they get railroaded in court because for years she's been building a case. And I realized that a lot of the stories I heard growing up about people in my hometown or my school just were not true. And it almost had me like have these glasses like gone from what I used to see. Now, an example I thought of was there is this girl from my hometown whose parents got divorced. And I'd always heard that the dad was like abusive and an alcoholic and all this stuff, but I'd been around the dad and I'd never seen that myself. He'd always been nice to me, but you know, you'd always hear that from the mother. And these were people I didn't even know. And so, or sorry, I wasn't related to, like I wasn't even in the house. And this woman would say this to me. They ended up getting divorced. And obviously as a kid, you're going to believe the mom. You're not going to think an adult's lying to you. And it was around like maybe 16 to like 18 years old, where a lot of us as kids like realized the mothers all were over exaggerating or whatever. But or maybe not over exaggerate. We kind of realized the mothers were a little off or the stories weren't completely true. But when I did these divorce documentaries, I realized that pretty much all of the stories that women tell are like lies, like 100%. One girl had a dad that was deployed, and you know, she would say how, you know, he cheated and da-da-da-da-da. And then I realized that she was super overweight and she wasn't when they got married. And she had also cheated, but left that part out. There was another woman who had like a quiet dad, and the rumor around the town was he had this temper behind closed doors. But just over the test of time, you realize these guys are fine and the mothers are crazy. Oh my gosh, I remember the first couple that divorced. Oh my gosh, but we knew that mom was crazy. But you know, nobody questions women when they scream abuse, especially then. And I just started to realize one by one that these aunts are crazy, these mothers are crazy, and they're all just lying. And it gets even worse for me now because there'll be women I know personally, and I really love them as people. But they tell me a story about somebody, some guy being abusive, and you just have to sit there and listen, or what are you going to do? Argue with them about the story they're telling you? I don't know. It just becomes a very uncomfortable situation because you know the truth. You know they're over exaggerating, but you have to sit there and listen to it. And I realized, I think men in general have a much more they're much better able to tell when something is true versus false. And you can see that in their buying decisions. Like women, they'll sell us something that says we're going to look 10 years younger and we just buy it, right? They sell us, some product that's going to fix our problems and we just buy it. Like I remember as a kid, my mother would love going to these motivational speakers. And my dad, he would just say that's BS, that's bullshit, whatever. Or he just said he always he didn't like them for whatever reason. And I remember, oh my gosh, there was that guy, the Jason guy, The Secret or something. Oh my gosh, my mom loved him, and yeah, he was a complete fraud. Anyways, long story short,
most women do love frauds. They love famous frauds. And they actually hate men that speak the truth a lot of times. I would say there's very few women that I've ever seen on earth that love the truth. There's very few. They love the stories, the drama, the rumors, all that stuff. At any age. They can get upset at me telling the truth, but it's obvious that they do. Most women do. Maybe not all, but a lot of women love to tell rumors and gossip and lie about people and follow liars and frauds. And they look up to liars and frauds. They don't look up to, excuse me, they don't look up to men of character that have honor and integrity and speak the truth. Very few do. They'll follow absolute scumbags and douchebags. Like Paul Unslaved, for example. They'll follow creatures like that.
I think men have to go through life like this, where they have to go through life just listening to all of this stuff that's just not true and have to nod their heads. Whether it's in school when they push down the white guilt stuff, you're evil for being a white man, or it's at work where the stupid HR lady is breathing down their neck. And when you look at all the places that men are leaving, like schools, corporate America, home ownership in a way.
Well, a lot of American and Canadian women, if they even notice that happening, would just say, well, women are smarter. More women go to university. They don't realize men don't want to go there because it's toxic. They don't want to go somewhere and be hated for 4 years and blamed and shamed. I think the average American or Canadian woman does believe that they're smarter than men and they can be a mid-level average 99 IQer and they believe they're smarter than men of genius. That's the delusion of the average modern woman. And I see it a lot. I see it all over YouTube. And it's out there in real life as well. I don't think women can I don't think most of them even understand how to measure intelligence. A lot of them never grow up. They're like little girls saying, I'm the smartest. And it's just they're 30 years old or 40 years old and they're still acting like an 11-year-old little girl. It's ridiculous, but that's the way it is. That's the norm these days. That's the average American woman or Canadian woman. Very common. And you don't look smart. You don't sound smart. Most of you, by the millions. You just don't. You don't. And sometimes men humor you just to have sex and they don't care about you. And they don't believe that you have anything to offer intellectually because most of you don't. And you don't have hobbies. You don't research things. You You speak and yap about topics that you've never looked into. You try to fake it. It's just so much fakeness and phony behavior, and you're as fake as your makeup and fake as your fake tits and fake as your fake lips and everything else. That's the norm. That's the average woman these days. Fake, and they believe themselves to be intelligent if they have a degree or 2 degrees, and most of you can't hold a candle to the average man, much less to a man like me, and I'm not average whatsoever. Some of you can't even tell that. You're that dumb. You could sit here for months and somebody would have to go, "Psst, Stephen isn't average." Like you're really that dumb. It's not uncommon. I think it's very common that women are that way. You have to be told. You're so dumb, you have to be told that someone else is smart. You can't see it on your own. That's what I think. I think that's very common. It's all over YouTube that way. All over the panelverse, the demonverse, tons. And it's not just women, but it's more women that are that way than men. You really drank the don't judge stuff because you can't judge shit. You're just not good at judging at all. You might well be out in the countryside and stop somewhere and there's horses and cows. You can't tell them apart from a fucking ant on the ground. Like you can't tell a dummy and a scammer and a lying narcissistic man like Paul the slave from someone like me. A lot of you can't do it. You can't do it. And it is remarkable. And a lot of men don't say much about it. We go through our lives and we just don't say much about it. But we're around you thinking you're just dummies. You're truly dumb. Oh, hello, Quack. Good to see you. I'll drop the link in the chat. That's the link. Anyway, yeah, it's just, I think a lot of men hold our tongue, but we're around dummies and we're often around women that behave like little girls. And sometimes it's endearing, but other times it just isn't. It's just like little girls that are bratty, spoiled, overestimate their intelligence. They don't know anything, but they're talking all the time. And I think that's a problem. They're quite willing to have long conversations talking about the world, but they don't know anything. They haven't, oh, it's just incredible. I don't know how you humans deal with that. I don't know how you deal with it. Because for me, just hold on a second. Quack is backstage. I just don't want to be around it, if you know what I'm saying. Hello, Quack. Good to have you here.
Hello?
Hello. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing fairly well.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Is your main channel back up?
No, it's still down. The demons were giving it a lot of strikes reporting my videos. So that's what happened. I'm trying to preserve it.
I see. Yeah, that's of no surprise to me. But even though it's not surprising, it's still I don't like to hear that there are demons that are trying to take your channel down.
Yeah, they managed to take a few of my channels down, at least 3 or 4 that were kind of backup channels or I had Crimes of Beauty. I had an original El Diablo channel before this one. I had a channel called Crimes of Truth, Crimes of Imagination. So they've been trying for a while to take everything down that they can.
Yes, I was around for your other channels as well, though I wasn't as active of uh, as a viewer. I mean, I would watch your other channels, but you didn't know anything about me because I just I passively watched and studied and didn't actively participate.
Yeah, yeah. I understand. It was tough losing those channels. One of the ones, Crimes of Beauty, I think it was the first or second live stream. It might have been the first live stream I did on that channel, and it was taken down. I fell asleep, and a couple people were still as guests talking, and it was 3, 4 o'clock in the morning or something, and I fell asleep. And when I woke up, the channel was terminated. It was gone.
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about because I was around for that and I was watching that stream.
Oh wow.
Yes.
Yeah, it was Bex. Bex was on there, and I'm trying to think of who that. There was another woman that was on there. The name doesn't come to mind right now, but she has a channel as well. And I don't know what they were talking about, if it was them or if somebody reported. I don't know what happened. Whatever happened, it was gone. And I woke up and I appealed it. I tried to get it back. I tried to get every channel back that was taken down, and I had no success in getting any of them back. So I don't know how other people are able to do that, but YouTube has not restored any of my channels, no matter how much I've fought trying to get them back.
You say you don't know how others can get their channels back?
Yeah, some people have had channels terminated, and they contacted YouTube and they restored it, including that Spherage character, Godus. One of his channels was terminated, I guess, years ago, or they said it was, and now it's back. And he said that he got it back. So I don't know how that's possible because mine are gone. YouTube just they wouldn't budge. They wouldn't do. They wouldn't. And in most of those cases, they didn't even tell me exactly what happened. They didn't say why my channel was terminated. It was just some vague terms like, "Oh, cyberbullying," or "hate speech," or something. Or I'd just get an email saying your channel's been terminated. It's like, what? What the hell? Some of those channels didn't even have 2 strikes, and they were just taken down. I believe one of my channels had no strikes and was just terminated immediately. So, yeah, it's very unfair the way that it works on YouTube.
Yes, yes. It's definitely unfair. And I see that as being an intentional design feature of YouTube. And it would be an intentional design feature of YouTube because this, as you say, in your model, this is a rigged reality that is ruled by evil, right? So
Yes.
it's so to answer why it's easier for others. Well, I would suspect that the reason why it's easier for others to get their channels back is because their channels aren't considered to be um, they aren't considered to be something that exists to oppose the prevailing systems of deception like yours is.
Yeah, exactly. They're no threat to the system. They're just sometimes they help the system, or they're neutral, perhaps, or seen as neutral, where they don't help the system, but they don't harm it, or they don't open eyes or get spirits to think about where they are. So yeah, it's a rigged reality. It's a rigged system, and YouTube is definitely part of it. It's demonic. It's just rigged for favoring evil, and it's against people that speak any real truth that makes sense and try to describe how reality actually works versus the way most people want to believe that it works.
Yes, yes. And you know what I find interesting about this reality, and what makes me very certain that I myself am foreign to it. Um, it's so it's obviously very clear that there are few human spirits in this reality that care much to investigate what reality is, and that in itself is uh, very telling about how different they are, and it's also and it's very it's interesting, but also I consider it to be a big shame because I feel like their lack of curiosity, it really limits them. It's it, like they don't. I don't think they have any idea of how much just information and just how much information and just externally existing phenomena that they have they have no concept of just how much of that they're missing because they don't care about reality at all.
Yeah, exactly. I understand what you're saying. It's akin to somebody, let's say you had a property that was a few acres and you barely ever left your house and walked around. And somebody else like me came on your property and knocked on the door, and you answered the door, and I just said, "Hey, hey Quack, do you mind if I just kind of walk around a little bit and check out the nature of your property? And I won't ruin anything. I won't disturb anything. I just want to walk around, and you have such a lovely looking property. I'd just like to look around at the trees and stuff." And if you said, "Yeah, sure, go ahead," and shut the door, and I go looking around and I find like an opening in the ground, and it's not a bomb shelter, but it has almost like a door that's hidden into the ground, and then it's a tunnel and it goes down into a cave, and I go down in there exploring and I find a whole other world. A whole other world, like as much as this world except more fantastical, like a fantasy type world, and with castles underground and lakes and boats and ships and just everything that's here except more and more beautiful and just amazing. Like a fantastical world exists, and the door was right on your property, but you never went out there to look. It would be like, it's like that. It's like we're living amongst, I'm not accusing you of being like that, but I'm getting at most people that were around, they don't look into anything. There's no curiosity. They never look into things. Even if you say, "Hey, I found something cool. I found something that is cool," like in the Goonies movie where they found the pirate ship. Most people are not interested. I could tell them I found out something very cool about reality. They don't want to hear it. Most people have no interest in this at all. It's not just that they're not motivated and not curious on their own, but they don't want to hear about anything at all that anyone else has discovered, learned, found, pieces put together of the puzzle to form a picture of reality. They don't want to know at all. And I don't think it's just mind control. I think they're very spiritually different. That's why I think my theory of this species of spirits being different here adds up in ways that all the other stuff just doesn't seem to explain it. TV programming, media, school, yeah, to a certain degree it affects people, but the lack of curiosity for reality and not wanting to think about what this realm is and death and how that works and what happens after death and this and that, they don't look into anything. The average being on Earth goes cradle to grave without looking into anything.
Yes, yes, indeed. Um, But here's another element of this kind of deliberate lack of curiosity that leads to deliberate ignorance. There's another element of this that I find even more puzzling than the lack of curiosity about reality is they seem to also just have a lack of curiosity about even just the nature of their own being. It's like because here's a major element of this realm, right? The memory wipe, right? That or uh, at least if it's not a complete memory wipe, it's at least some mechanism that makes your memories harder to access. Um, that like it feels like nobody cares about that. And it's like that's incredible to me. It's like you don't care about your own memories?
Yeah.
Like literally. I mean and
Exactly.
because
And they
I would actually just go around this reality just trying to find anyone, any like any human, any so-called human being that even cares about the fact that they've been memory wiped, and it's like nobody cares. I'm like, this is incredible.
Yeah. I wouldn't say wiped. I think it's more like quarantined. Like our memories are still stored, not in our brain, but akin to like stored in a cloud or something. Um, Meaning like files, not clouds that float, but that type of thing where they're just quarantined from us temporarily. I do think that if we manage to get free from this matrix, we will have access to past life memories going back, probably mind-blowingly beyond what we could even imagine. But yeah, it is very curious because these people might have had loved ones, families, they might have been married, had children, had all these adventures, they might have been whatever, and they don't seem to care at all about any of that. They just don't care. Most people, the lack of care in this realm is off the charts. They just don't care about investigating things, they don't care about the truth. They have a lack of curiosity and a lack of care even about the way their body's designed. If I start talking about how bad the body design is, they don't care. They don't care what they're in. Like whether you want to call their body a vehicle or meat suit, they don't care that it's completely flawed. And to them, that they don't care that that doesn't add up in terms of their God being a good God, which is most of their belief, or the atheist believing in evolution. It still doesn't add up with that either. For the atheists to think, oh, well, Stephen, you always talk about a God. I don't believe in God. Great. You believe in Darwinian theory then. Most atheists believe in the Darwinian stupid theory of evolution that doesn't add up whatsoever. Because our bodies, you shouldn't be able to evolve for millions of years and get a scratch and die from bacteria and have such thin skin. None of it adds up at all. So
Yeah,
whether someone
we
is
evolved for
religious or
millions of years to have to defecate. Millions of
yeah,
years of evolution for that.
yeah, exactly. And to be able to die from a paper cut or a scratch on bark in the woods, if it has any bacteria that's harmful, and you don't treat that little scratch that drew blood, not even a cut, just this little scratch that has enough blood to allow bacteria into your body, and you're out in the woods and you don't have anything to treat it with, you can die from that. Evolution, we're extremely fragile as beings. You would think that after that much evolution that we would have tough skin where you could take a freaking spear or knife and hit us and not pierce our skin, that we should be hardened and evolved to be able to take on animals. Humans without tools and weapons, we can't take on hardly anything. Almost anything can take us out in the wild. It doesn't have to be a big gigantic rhino or tiger or little things like a pack of wild coyotes can kill a person, and they're fairly small. All right, they're just just dogs can kill us. All right, there's so much that can kill us. A rabid raccoon can kill you. A rabid fox could kill you with a bite, one bite, and then you're infected. And evolution, I mean, it's ridiculous that they believe one species evolves into a completely different it's observable that cats can't breed with dogs. Any type of cat, any type of canine like a wolf can't breed with a tiger. A domestic dog can't breed with a cat and have offspring. And it is that way throughout nature. Each thing is its own thing. It can't breed with something that's a totally different species. It doesn't work. A turtle can't breed with a fish or a shark or a tortoise. It doesn't work that way. So how did they get? We're talking about thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of different species of animals and fish and birds, and they don't breed with each other. It doesn't work. The evolution theory doesn't work. It doesn't matter how much time you give it. They can't produce offspring. So it doesn't work to create different species that way. The evolution theory, there's no transitions. It's complete failure. Darwin completely failed. And even by his own thing, if they can't find transition species for everything, not just for humans, but for all these different fish, birds, animals, that his theory is debunked. It's fucking debunked completely. And it's been debunked like right from the start. No fish that we've ever seen crawls up onto land and grows legs and changes from gills to lungs. It's never happened. So how did they start off in this primordial soup? And even going back even before then, where would life come from? Nothing was alive. How did life start? We can't recreate that in a lab with chemicals or electricity or experiments. No one is able to take matter and combine things and make it alive, matter that is inert, and combine it and make it into a living something. So none of it adds up. Evolution theory is complete bullshit. But so are the God believers, believing in a good God. A good God couldn't possibly create a realm of suffering and evil and allow it to be ruled by evil and have diseases, and everything that is here can't come from goodness. All this evil couldn't have possibly come from goodness, because then it wouldn't be good. It wouldn't be a good creator. And then there's people that will say, well, Stephen, how does this evil realm, you call it a hell realm, have good? Well, we brought the good in here. I'm not from here. I brought goodness in when I came in, and the kindness here, it wasn't from the realm. I brought that in. Good spirits bring that in, not just me, but other good spirits bring that in with us into this realm, just like somebody can bring a flashlight into a dark room. We brought goodness into a dark realm, into an evil realm. It didn't create it. This evil realm doesn't create goodness. It tries to degrade us, and it tries to turn us demonic and evil.
I agree. Yeah, everything that you said, it aligns with how I've come to see this reality.
It's observable too. If you look at newborn babies, they look innocent and pure, most likely because they are. But this realm degrades them over time. If you look at a baby that's a day old or hours old or 3 days old, they don't look evil. They don't look like they're anything like what you see in this realm. They don't look miserable. A lot of people's faces look miserable, sinister, evil, and they support evil, and they go along with evil. And I think this realm corrupts and degrades beings and spirits over time. I've seen family members, and by the time they were 30 to 40 years old, they were just completely evil compared to what they were when they were 5 or 10 years old. It was like a different person. In the span of, like, from them being 10 years old to 30, we're talking only 20 years. Like, that's not even a lifetime. That's just 20 years, 2 decades. And it was like this. They were completely different. They went from being a child that was caring, that you could have fun with, and they cared. They weren't evil. They weren't trying to harm you all the time, to a being that is just absorbed and complicit with the evil of this realm, and thinking it's okay to go along with all the evil shit in this place. And that's just in a couple decades. So imagine what 20 lifetimes could do here, or 200 or 2,000 lifetimes here. If I can observe that in 20 years with someone that was a close family member, them being degraded to the point where you can't trust them at all. That you never know what they're going to do. So that's what I mean by observable. We can observe the degradation, not just of individuals or family members or loved ones or close friends, but the realm itself. We can observe the degradation of Western civilization. America, Canada, the UK, all the Western countries are being degraded. It's observable in one lifetime. So imagine if we could view this realm for thousands of years and observe all of it. You can see that this place is designed to degrade. It's not designed to enlighten us or uplift us or make us better spirits or improve us. This place doesn't improve beings. It does the opposite. And I'm just kind of chuckling because so many people have that laughable new age view that we're here to learn lessons and grow and all this stuff and become enlightened. This place does not, this is not a place that enlightens people. This is a place that shreds. And this place is like a wood chipper for spirits. It's not a place of enlightenment. This place will tear you to shreds and degrade you to the point where some people have almost no spirit left compared to what they were like as children. So to the people that are tuned in viewing right now, it's observable. No one has to listen to me and just take my word for it. You can study this realm and study people in it that you've known and see if they're getting better over time or if they're degrading spiritually. And if whole countries and societies are degrading, if the realm itself is degrading, which I see it as degrading, and whether it's headed towards a reset or not, I suspect that's what they do. I think that every once in a while it degrades to such a degree that they just kind of reset it and they run it in a different way, where maybe the next time it won't be America as a powerhouse, but it might be, well, China is right now, but they could reset it where the next time Brazil might be. And that's how I look at it. I think that once it reaches a certain level of degradation, they just kind of reset the matrix. And people don't remember what it was like before. They just give them amnesia again and quarantine those memories somehow or keep them from remembering. And they're just starting over and they just assume whatever reality they're given. That's what most people do now. And that's, I think, what they would do if this was reset and the matrix was kind of different. Everything was all different or 50% different from now, let's say. People would just say, well, this is normal. This is the way it's always been. They just accept the reality they're given.
Yes, yes, and uh, you know, so like as for me, as someone who knows themselves to be foreign to this reality, um, there there have been points in my life where I have been, I don't know if I want to quite say resistant, but I guess in some sense a bit resistant to the idea that some of the beings in this realm are, as you described, like just so lackadaisical about existence, just not caring about anything. Because I had a sense of, so in my mind, so I knew that I was an eternal being, and I was thinking, well, they're likely to be eternal too. So what I came to realize is that what I'm confronting beings that exist forever but don't care about the quality of that forever existence. And that that's like, even now I'm really trying to comprehend that, and it's quite difficult to really think about that. A being that exists forever but doesn't care about their existence at all, to where they would accept being imprisoned forever in a reality that is designed to cause them pain and negative experiences. When you really think about that, at least when I really think about that, that is almost incomprehensible, if you see what I mean.
Yes, I do. It's it's a combination of them being lazy to a degree that's just beyond words, and fearful and weak and accepting slavery. It's something I can't relate with at all. They're so different from the way I see things that they would accept that. And I've encountered this. I've encountered it with YouTubers that run channels. There's a guy with a Mandela Effect channel, and he said to me, "Well, what happens, Stephen, if what you're saying adds up, or if my model for reality is true, and I get out of the matrix?" He said, "You don't know what's out there. You're going into the great unknown. Aren't you afraid?" And I said, "Well, freedom is risky." He said, "But you risk going. You might end up somewhere worse." I said, "That's a possibility. I can't rule that out. I don't think I will end up somewhere worse than here. It's a possibility." I said to him, "It's a possibility that this might be the worst place ever to exist anywhere. We don't know that yet, but it could be. That's one of the possibilities, that we might be in the worst reality ever to be created or invented by anyone or any beings ever, anywhere. This might be the worst." And it does seem like a nightmare for many of us. But I said to him, "I'll get out, and whatever it is, I'll face it." And he said, "Well, you're going into the great unknown and all this stuff." And I said to him, "What if I could prove to you that this is a hell realm, that it reincarnates, it recycles spirits, that you could be reborn here and suffer and be a deformed child or in a wheelchair?" He said he's comfortable with his life here, and he doesn't want to risk it. He doesn't want to risk freedom, leaving this matrix. He'd rather keep getting recycled here. He said that to me. So I was not on my show, but on a live stream of his a couple years ago. And yeah, he lives in a beautiful place. He lives in San Diego, in Southern California, the beaches, and it is beautiful looking. I mean, I was there quite a while ago, we'll say 15 years ago or something, around then. And it was way less homeless, way less run down back then than the way it is today. But what I'm getting at is, I tried to explain to him, you might have an easy life now. You might have enough money and leisure and time to go to the beach and everything today, but that doesn't mean that you're going to have that in your next lifetime here. Your next incarnation here could be very bad. You're in a bad place. And he would always say, that's the guy that would always say to me, "Don't you see the beauty?" Well, I do see the beauty. And when he said, "Haven't you ever been anywhere beautiful?" I said, "I've been to California a handful of times and spent many months there, traveling, exploring, going to beaches, cities, doing things, going to street festivals, concerts, all kinds of stuff, having fun." This was a long time ago. It's like they just assume that we can't see beauty and have fun the way they do, but we can. It's that they can't see the evil and the suffering of others. It's not us that's limited. We can see the beauty. I can see it. I'm sure Quack can see it. I can go on hikes and video how nature looks in these forests that look beautiful, but they can be deadly, obviously. It's that we have more awareness. We don't just get fooled by the surface level beauty. We see deeper. We see more than just the beauty. We see the suffering. We see the bad design that's set up to be evil. And they don't, no matter what. They're just so different. I don't think there's any way to reach them. I've tried for years, and I don't think there is a way for me to reach them. if someone else has come up with a method that I don't know of, they could suggest it to me. But I haven't been able to reach any of these people that are willing to. They would just decorate their prison cell and pretend they're not in prison. That's their way of handling things, even if shown, even if convinced that, hey, the way Steven's describing hell realm, and they're like, oh, what he's saying is true. They're like, Steven, yeah, that's true. But they don't want to leave. Even if they were convinced that this place is a terrible hell realm, they don't mind it. And they're afraid to leave, to even risk going into the darkness, the great unknown. They won't do it.
Yes, for them, what seems to be more comfortable is known terrors and known negative experiences rather than unknown experiences. So it doesn't really matter if something is bad. If they know it, they will be less afraid of that than something that they don't know.
I see what you're saying. I also don't think that they care about freedom. It's a lack of care where they're just so lackadaisical about it that they don't think it's worth anything, really. They just think, well, this is good enough.
Oh, King Stephen, to pick up on that idea, I just thought of this now. So, what if there was a level of the Matrix that was already a worse hell realm than this, and it's a part of this exact same system, and there's just like constant horrific things going on in that level that I won't even say in words, but the beings in there have a similar attitude to the beings at this level of the Matrix, and they assume that their horrific torture and all the things that go on in that level is perfectly fine, and that's the best things can get. Like, what if that's actually going on?
Oh, it could be. When I've said that this could possibly be the worst place ever, realm ever, it could be, but there could be worse. There could be lower levels in this. We could call them lower, that are more torturous. This level itself is going to get a lot worse. But there could be levels right now existing within this matrix that are kind of their own realm, hell realm, that are worse in certain ways than here. And I think that a lot of beings just get acclimated to it, and they just accept it. Just like I think the heavenly realms that people believe, they mistakenly believe are heaven, and they're still in the matrix. Now, whether it's the astral realm or levels other than that, we'll call them levels just for the sake of saying it, making it easier for people to view it that way. Levels up, we'll say, that are better than the astral. There's even a lot of talk of people being in realms within this matrix after death when they still have to work jobs and they just accept it. And they think they're in heaven. They think, oh, I died, but still have to work, still have to go to work and drive a car and all this ordinary stuff, live in a home and be in a body. Like, my idea of heaven is not being in a body that rots and degrades and you have to go to the bathroom and you have to do this and eat and all this stuff with the body. That's not my idea of heaven, but these people will accept anything. And I think that shows how different they are. They just can't imagine that, oh, hey, this isn't heaven. We have to work. How can this be heaven if we have to go to a job? I mean, it's so laughable, but they just accept it. But to answer your question again, there very well could be realms or levels within this matrix that are in some ways far worse than this. And I do think that the spirits there, for the most part, would do what they're doing here. They would just accept it like mindless zombie slaves that just say, well, what can I do about it? It's good enough. It's not all bad. They'll justify it like Stockholm Syndrome slaves. We're tortured, but not every day, not every second of every day. Or that's what they do. They just,
Or even
they
if it
just,
was every second of every day, they would make an excuse for that.
yeah. They'd somehow say it could be worse, or at least we're alive. We're not dead. We're still living. We're in pain constantly, but we're not dead. What could be worse? And then there's some, even in this realm that we're in right now, this reality, where they'll say that they want non-existence, which to me is so baffling. A conscious sentient being could wish for non-existence, to obliterate themselves. It's so bizarre to me, because usually that's the fear of people, is to die and then not exist, not even have darkness, but it's just, you're just gone completely. That is a fear for many people, including children. They think, well, when I die, do I just not exist? Am I wiped out? Because most of us seem to have this urge to live and self-preservation mechanism built into us, which I think is beyond just the body. I think it's beyond, I think it's spiritual. I think it's spirit related as well. But some of these beings on YouTube, they openly make videos wishing for non-existence. They want to obliterate themselves completely. Now, to me, that seems mental, and it seems like they must be unhinged. They have to be some kind of spirit that's so different, because they even hate themselves and their own existence that much. And a lot of them call themselves truthers, and they have channels, and they want to not just self-exit, but they wish they could obliterate themselves spiritually and never exist. And that's just so bizarre to me. But we're in a realm with beings like that. And yeah, I do think that you're right, though. If a place that was completely hell and they were in pain every second, they would still make excuses. It's so weird, but that's what they do. It's like they're programmed to do that. They're just this species that no matter what's going on, they'll just excuse it away and say it's not that bad and it's better. They would probably say, well, it's probably better here than other places. They just make up ridiculous shit. If I was locked in a dungeon, I think I'd probably be laughing myself to death at them, because the ridiculous excuses they make would be too much for me. If I was chained to a wall listening to them, because it'd be nonstop. They'd never stop making excuses.
Yeah, my response to that, I would probably think it's funny at first, but then at a certain point, I think I would just start getting very angry with them.
Yeah, which is probably natural as well to do. I might end up getting angry with them as well if I couldn't literally laugh myself to death from their idiocy. But they are idiotic. Like when you're around them, and it's like an automatic for them to make excuses for hell, for evil, for everything that we go through and we observe here. It's like they're expert level at making excuses. Even though a lot of their excuses are just ridiculous, like laughable. They don't make any, they don't add up in a way that explains it away. But as they're saying it, these zombies, that they really believe that they've explained it away, and it's so stupid. It's just so laughable, the things they come up with. Like, how could we enjoy ourselves without pain? We have to have pain to know feeling good. Well, I don't need pain right now if my body's feeling good. I really don't need to burn my hand on the stove. You know what I mean? Like the stuff they come up with is so freaking ridiculous.
There are sayings all over this realm about that touch on that idea. Like there's a phrase that goes something like "there's no pleasure without pain," things like that.
Yeah,
it's like that's objectively untrue. That's just not true. You don't need pain to experience pleasure. That's
absolutely,
ideas like that are just really, really, well, evil employs those ideas to trick and to deceive and to fool, and then those that believe in those ideas are just it to me, it seems like a kind of coping mechanism. On one level, it can function as a coping mechanism where it's like, oh, well, I need this pain because otherwise I wouldn't be able to feel good. like they trick themselves into believing that, so to make themselves feel better about this situation, which from my perspective is definitely not a good approach, because it's a lie, it's not true. So believing lies for the sake of comfort, I don't think that's good.
Yeah, I agree. It's not good at all. Lies and denial, they're self deceiving. They're lying to themselves, possibly to cope, or that's what Stockholm syndrome is. You fall in love with your abusers, your captors, and they'll make excuses when people are kidnapped, and they'll say, "Well, they treated me well. They brought me a glass of water, or they let me have a sandwich, or they let me use the restroom. They tied me up, but they didn't keep me tied up to the point where they peed your pants and did all this." They'll give the credit to their captors that really did abuse them, and they'll give them credit for these tiny little things that if they weren't kidnapped, they would have had anyways. And they're trying to justify it mentally and psychologically. And that's what goes on a mass scale in this realm. People do that with everything. They just try to justify the way this place is. There's people that do that lose a leg bitten off by a shark, or they get burned in a fire, and they'll justify it saying, God's teaching me a lesson. And their body's completely burned, their skin's burned, or they lost a limb, and they'll say, well, this is God's lesson, and God's teaching me something. The way they I'm not laughing at their suffering, I'm laughing at the idiocy of and the ridiculous, illogical way that they come up with trying to explain this stuff away. They can lose a child in a horrible way, and they'll say, well, this is God's plan. God's teaching me something. And it's like, no, it isn't God teaching you. You're suffering. Why don't you call it what it is? You're being abused and suffering, and you're going through grief and loss, and this is a horrible realm, and it isn't teaching you spiritually anything valuable to go through this hellhole system. I would say this place degrades us spiritually, that before we came in here, we were more enlightened spiritual beings, if you want to use the term enlightened, or more pure or better and happier than when we got in here. And by the time most leave here, it might take them matrix time centuries to heal from this experience. This is a traumatic experience. This is a damaging, devastating experience. This is not a school. This is not a learning experience. This is not a place that grows, spirits grow spiritually stronger or wiser or better. This place tears people to shreds, tears beings to shreds. That's what this place does. It's like putting spirits through a wood chipper. That's really what this place is. That's what it does. That's the effect that it has. There's that saying, no pain, no gain, that a lot of gym bros use with working out and stuff like that. And then they'll, on YouTube channels, they'll say it's the same spiritually. We got to go through all this pain to learn anything. No, actually, pain and suffering and trauma inhibits learning. It doesn't make it go easier or grow faster at all. It's not like muscles. If you go through psychological torture and trauma as a child, there's children that are traumatized to the point they can't speak and they can't learn to read or write or do anything. And it's not because of brain injuries, it's because of the mental trauma that they've gone through. It inhibits learning. It's the opposite of what they teach, that pain helps us learn. It's the opposite. The best ways to learn are fun on your own, when nobody's punishing you, nobody's threatening you, nobody's pressuring you, nobody's hitting you, nobody's psychologically abusing you and putting you down, and you're having fun using your imagination, learning to draw, teaching yourself how to draw, how to paint, how to play piano, guitar, whatever it is. It could be any of whatever your favorite thing is, and you say to yourself, I had fun learning that. It wasn't painful. That's the best way and the real way of learning, not through pain, suffering, and trauma and abuse.
Yeah, yeah. So with the whole with the idea of trauma inhibiting learning, I've noticed that in myself, because I've experienced trauma in this realm like many have. and 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 I remember I even remember how it felt to exist, because there was a point in this reality when I was very young, and I still remember this, where learning felt easier before the trauma happened, but then after the trauma happened, it got more difficult. So,
Yeah.
and like I was trying to think about what the mechanics of this are on an existential level and on a spiritual level.
Well, let me
Throughout,
give you an analogy. You could look at it this way, on a physical level, and then think of it spiritually in a similar light. Where physically, have you ever seen a child cower from a parent or a teacher or somebody that raises their hand? Seen it maybe in real life or in a movie, TV show somewhere. It's like that, where that's trauma. And that child, if they're learning how to write or print with a pencil, and they get so traumatized because they're afraid, they won't be able to do it. They're it's fear involved and anxiety, and I think our spirit, it's similar to that, where trauma inhibits and prevents the spirit from learning because we get traumatized to the point of just being like our nerves are wrecked in a sense in this realm, where there's children that are full of anxiety and they cower because they've been hit by that parent already. So they know that that's possible, that that's a possibility because it's happened to them already. And I think spiritually in this realm, trauma works on us that way as well, where it's more difficult to learn because we've gone through trauma in this place that's been directed at us. We've suffered traumatic things. And maybe in past lives here with some people. Some people might have gone through many traumatic experiences for lifetimes here.
yes, yes, and um, so in your videos, you've sometimes mentioned in passing when you were talking about how others have difficulty understanding anything that you say in your model. Sometimes you would mention in passing that you think that they have a spiritual blockage of some kind. And I think that
Yeah.
there's a lot I think that there's a lot to that. And that I think that I think that trauma has the potential to create a kind of spiritual damage that makes beings more prone to creating spiritual blockages, and then those spiritual blockages make learning more difficult. Do you see what I mean by that?
Yes, I do. And it's similar to just like the mental blockages that people have, and they'll put up walls and they'll build a fortress or a concrete bunker and nothing reaches them. And it's just everything's blocked out that's true. And then they're in that bubble, that bunker, where what they have is that information, nothing new enters. So if we try to reach them, it just doesn't get through. You might
Yeah,
as well be firing like little arrows, like a little bow and arrow, but just the arrows that are like the Dow wood, they're like light wood and they don't have a strong arrow tip and it's more like a child. And you're firing these little arrows with hardly any power or force behind them, maybe 20 pounds or 30 pounds bow strength, not very much. And it's just hitting the reinforced concrete and bouncing off. It's not even close to getting through. So when we try to get this information through to these beings, they have that blockage. It's a wall. Nothing gets through. And I've even described it as I might as well be talking underwater in a different language. It's not reaching people. They can sit here and say, he calls it a hell realm and he says this. And they're like, they could be tuned in right now and not understanding and listening to what we're saying. They're just reacting. The ones that are lurking that aren't typing in the chat, we have around 27, and quite a few are not in the chat. I imagine some are just hateful demons watching, or maybe beings that aren't necessarily, might not be demons, but it's not reaching them. They're just kind of tuned in, listening to this and saying, "Oh, he thinks this," and they're not really listening to us. They're just kind of angrily watching.
That's a possibility. Um,
The polls often show that that is happening. Usually I do polls and test them sometimes to see how many haters are here, and there's always maybe a third or so tuned in are that way. It's about a third of the audience at any given live stream that are that way. Sometimes it's half the audience that's here just hate watching. They're not here to learn anything or to be open minded or listen. They're just hateful.
well, that's certainly quite significant considering that there aren't even that many that watch these live streams.
Exactly. Out of the entire realm, there's 27 tuned in. It's not like hundreds or thousands. There aren't many people interested in these topics, not just what we're talking about tonight, any given night that I go live. But YouTube does also suppress my channels. A lot of people that are subscribed don't get any notifications when I'm live. That's also common. So there's a lot of factors going on, but there definitely isn't a huge interest at all in this realm, in these topics. Most people mock it, and they think it's funny to just mock the idea that this could be a hell realm or a bad place, because a lot of them will say, well, we're not burning in flames. Like they have this simpleton view of Dante's Inferno or something, or biblical depictions of hell, and they're just limited. They're limited mentally, they're limited spiritually, or they're and so different spiritually from me that it might as well be the difference between the most beautiful hawk you've ever seen soaring in the air and a little tiny piss ant on the ground. They're nothing alike, and that's the way it is. They don't seem anything like me spiritually, so I do think that they are a different species. There's some that will come here for months or years, not to learn, but out of hatred towards me. They'll sit here and watch my live streams for years. That tells me something, that there's something very different about them.
Yeah. Yeah. Um,
Out of the 27 it's showing me watching or viewing right now, there might be 7 or 8 in the chat tonight that aren't that way. There are always evil beings or hateful beings watching my channel, my live streams, and my videos, premieres, and anything that I do in this place. They'll even watch to see if Louise and some of my moderators are here or not around for a couple days, and they'll mention it. They're absolutely obsessed with watching my channel that they claim they don't like at all, and that they claim my model is false and laughable, and yet they'll watch for hours and they'll come here for years. So there is something very different about them. Just to even be able to do that shows that they're very different. I would never do that. I would never spend that much time doing what they do and watching someone I hate and obsessing over their life, their every move, how many Coke Zeros they drink in a day, how many coffees, if their moderator's not there for a live stream or two, or whatever. Like, they just obsess over everything and fixate. And it's very bizarre. But there's a lot bizarre if you start paying attention. I'm sure you do already, but I mean, if whoever's tuned in listening, and it's not necessarily directed at Quack, but whoever's tuned in, if you really pay attention to other beings, there's a lot of bizarre behavior in this place. the way that they live and what they focus on. And it's very strange. And it's at times it can be very Truman Show like that movie, where it just seems so phony. There's beings around us that watch us, and it doesn't give them, unless it gives them money. Maybe some of them are paid. I don't know that for sure, but it's very strange, these ones that obsess. There's something about this realm and obsessive creatures that I think is revealing about this place.
Yeah, yeah. Um, um,
It's extremely strange, but it's the way it is. Some of them will hate watch months after they're gone from here if I mention something on my channel, like getting a new folding pocket knife or something. They'll know, and they'll mention it somewhere. So they are watching. There's a lot of them that watch that way, and it's just very strange. But we're in a demonic realm. This whole realm is demonic. So
right.
to me, it's just like that's the way it is.
Yeah,
We're in a demonic place. It's not something that's exceptional. It is the norm in this place for us to be around demonic beings that seem to be born of this realm. Like this seems to be their home. A lot of them will say it and have said it even here or on other channels that this is their home. They view this as their home. This feels like home to them, and they consider this place to be their home. This place feels completely foreign and alien to me. I know I don't belong here. This is not my home.
right. But I would say that there's a big possibility that there are a lot of evil beings that would consider this home, but haven't necessarily always been here. You see what I mean? Maybe because
Yeah.
I wouldn't assume that this is the only reality that has evil beings in it, or that this is the only place where evil beings could exist. So maybe there could be evil beings that have been other places, and they come into this and they decide, well, you know what, this is
Absolutely.
pretty
This could
good.
be yeah, it could be. There could be some that are born here that are of this realm, that this is their home and they don't leave. There could be others that came in from other places that were evil outside of this matrix. There's a lot of possibilities for that. But I guess the main point is realizing it's a big step for people to realize that evil is real and they are different from us. Whether this is the home where they're born or created, or if they came in from somewhere else, or if this matrix is creating them as, I don't know if I'll say beings, but as demons, as entities. They might be created just for this purpose, just to torment us, harass us, aggravate us. Because a lot of them do nothing other than that. And that's another thing I've noticed. That's all that they do.